Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
President, I table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to private senators' time today.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the consideration of private senators' bills not proceed today and instead general business notice of motion number 386, standing in the name of Senator Payman, concerning a statutory review of the Online Safety Act be considered, and the question be put following 70 minutes of debate.
So the motion is moved by Minister Watt, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
General business notice of motion number 386, standing in the name of Senator Payman, relating to a statutory review of the Online Safety Act 2021.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Deputy President. In line with general business notice of motion number 386 given yesterday, I move that the Senate notes that the statutory review of the Online Safety Act 2021, which was completed in October 2024, remains unimplemented by the government. Number 2, further notes that the statutory review of the Online Safety Act 2021 found that the E-Safety Commissioner is ill-equipped to protect the Australian women and girls who are subjected to harassment, abuse and cyberbullying on a daily basis. And number 3, calls on the government to implement the recommendations of the statutory review of the Online Safety Act 2021. Now, colleagues, imagine waking up to find your face circulating online, not in a family photo, not in a news article, not making headlines, but in a pornographic deepfake. You open your inbox and read, "We're going to rape you. My bat's going to fit nicely in your skull. I'll cut off your throat." Your home address is published. Your family's names are circulated. Images appear of you hanging in a noose and a gun pointed to your head. You call the police. You're told it is serious. You attend a station. You are handed a pamphlet. You contact the cybersecurity hotline, you're referred back, you contact the E-Safety Commissioner, and you're told that this does not meet the threshold. That was the experience of Perth activists Caitlin Roper and Lynn Kennedy. It was the experience of women who campaigned against video games that simulated rape, and after more than 20,000 games were removed, the backlash came. Coordinated, sustained and vicious. Threats to rape, threats to kill, deepfake pornography, doxing. And when they sought help, they were told the law could not act. That is not a failure of effort by the police or regulators. It is a failure of the threshold set by this Parliament. The statutory review of the Online Safety Act, delivered in October 2024, found that the adult cyber abuse scheme is not fit for purpose. Only around 6% of reports to the scheme meet the current legislated threshold. That's 6%. When 94% of Australians who report abuse are told it does not qualify for removal, we must ask whether we have set the bar too high for a civil takedown regime. Under the current law, an ordinary reasonable person must conclude the material was intended to cause serious harm to an Australian adult before eSafety can act. Serious harm. That may be an appropriate standard in a criminal prosecution, but the adult cyber scheme is not about imprisonment. It is about removing menacing, harassing, and abusive content from public circulation. Requiring proof of serious harm in that context has been proven disproportionately difficult. The review made a clear recommendation: lower the threshold. Yesterday, I introduced the Online Safety Amendment Bill that implements Recommendation 18. It recalibrates the test so that an ordinary, reasonable person must conclude it is likely the material was intended to have an effect on a particular Australian adult, and the material is, in all the circumstances, menacing, harassing, or seriously offensive. Now, at the same time, the seriousness requirement is strengthened. Material must not merely just be offensive, it must be seriously offensive, representing a significant departure from the standards of morality, decency, and propriety generally accepted by reasonable adults. Now, this is rebalancing that we need. It lowers one limb and raises another. It maintains an objective test, and that's what experts have been calling for. It preserves safeguards. It ensures that the scheme captures genuinely harmful conduct without sweeping in robust debate. Colleagues, this is not theoretical or fanciful. We know from eSafety's own research that 70% of adults have experienced at least one negative online experience in the past year. Women, First Nations Australians, culturally diverse communities, LGBTQI Australians, and people with disability are disproportionately targeted. Organisations across this country see the consequences every single day. Phoenix Australia works with victims of sexual trauma, including those who experience sustained harassment and threats that create ongoing psychological harm. Women's legal services report increasing numbers of clients whose online abuse escalates into fear for their safety. Headspace and Lifeline speak about the impact of digital harassment on young people's mental health. And mental health organisations are telling us time and time again that online abuse is not just words on the screen. It has real-world consequences in the form of anxiety, hypervigilance, depression, and withdrawal from public life. Now, advocacy organisations such as Collective Shout have warned that women are increasingly silenced by fear. Disability advocates speak about targeted harassment campaigns designed to exhaust and intimidate people. This is the environment that Australians are navigating every single day, and I know what it's like to stand in that environment. Nearly 2 years ago, I crossed the Senate chamber on a matter of conscience. I knew it would generate anger, but I did not anticipate the volume and persistence of threats that has since followed. You know, you can grow accustomed to the criticism because it's just part of public life. But what you do not grow accustomed to are the threats to kill you. Threats against your husband, your 5-year-old nephew, or even your British short-haired kitten. Messages describing how someone will shoot you, the routine contact with the Australian Federal Police about individuals making credible threats is not just exhausting, but it's time-consuming, and it's just something that we should never have to subject our teams and our officers to have to deal with. And the vicarious trauma that impacts our staff is definitely something that needs to be addressed. But going back into the online world, it's not abstract when you see your address circulating or your family members' names mentioned. This isn't about politicians feeling uncomfortable. It's a broader pattern of behaviour that we're seeing, which is disproportionately affecting women, especially those who choose or have the bravery to speak up. So when Caitlin Roper told my office that eSafety dismissed the material because it referred to an organisation rather than an individual, even where individuals were specifically tagged in threats to murder them, it exposed how the current threshold can operate in practice. The regulator is constrained by the legislation we have written. So if we want a different outcome, we must change the law. The amendments in the bill do not criminalise speech or the freedom of speech. They do not remove the reasonable person test. They do not eliminate safeguards. They adjust the threshold so that the targeted abuse can be addressed before it escalates further. The amendments also apply to material provided before commencement. Again, this does not create criminal liability. It simply enables the regulator to issue takedown notices for material that meets the recalibrated threshold, regardless of when it was posted. Again, we see that as a protective measure rather than a punitive measure. Freedom of expression is fundamental and it is protected under Article 19 of the ICCPR, but it is not absolute. The same covenant recognises that restrictions may be imposed when necessary and proportionate to protect the rights and reputations of others. The right to dignity, the right to safety, the right not to be subjected to unlawful attacks on honour and reputation. So, colleagues, I see this bill as being proportionate. It maintains a high seriousness bar. It ensures that the only material representing a significant departure from accepted standards is captured. And I implore each and every one of you to look into the bill that I introduced yesterday, because in 3 months' time, I will become a mother and I will bring a baby girl into this world. I think often about the world she will grow up in. Will she feel that participating in public debate is worth the risk? Will she believe that her voice matters? Will she inherit an online environment where threats of rape and violence are dismissed as the cost of speaking up? Or will she grow up in a society that clearly says this crosses a line? We cannot control every individual who hides behind a screen and acts as a keyboard warrior. We cannot control every individual who hides their identity and continues perpetrating the harassment online. But we can ensure that our laws reflect the reality of digital life. We can ensure that when someone reports targeted abuse, that they're not turned away because the threshold is unrealistically high for a civil scheme. We can ensure that our regulator has the tools necessary to act. We often speak in this chamber about the kind of country we want to build together. We speak about respect, equality, and safety. The online world is no longer separate from the real world. It shapes reputations, careers, relationship, and mental health. When threats to rape and kill are normalised in comment sections, when deepfake pornography circulates without consequence, when victims are handed pamphlets instead of protection, trust in institutions erode. The statutory review has given us a roadmap. The recommendation is clear, the evidence is compelling, the harm is real, and the experts have been speaking to us and making sure that we understand this will not just go away. So the bill I introduced yesterday, like I said, is proportionate, it's measured, and it's evidence-based. It ensures that adult cyber abuse schemes functions as intended, and it sends a signal that this Parliament will not ignore the lived experience of targeted online abuse. Colleagues, we have a responsibility to consider what kind of a digital environment we are shaping. In 3 months' time, when I look at my little baby girl, I want to be able to tell her that when women are being silenced by threats and intimidation, this Parliament did not look away. I want to tell her that we chose dignity over indifference, that we chose protection over paralysis, that together we chose to act to stamp out this harassment and abuse. So I commend the motion to the Senate, and I urge my colleagues, each and every one of you, to support the passage of the bill when it comes to be debated later in the future. Thank you.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. It's my pleasure to rise and speak on what is a very important issue for all Australians, and that is the online safety of Australians. We all want to know that when we go online that we are not going to be subjected to some of the behaviour that we've just heard in Senator Payman's speech. But I do want to firstly start by making a couple of important corrections to the representations that Senator Payman has made. Firstly, I think it's very important to understand that there is the criminal law in this country. So in relation to many of the terrible things that Senator Payman outlined, threats to kill, other threats to menace, deep fake porn and the like, there are already very strong existing provisions in both our civil and criminal law, but of course starting with the criminal law, it is an offence to threaten to kill or threaten to harm or to menace, harass or intimidate someone using a carriage service, and there are very significant consequences for that, and it was never the intention of the Parliament to enact the online safety framework and to cut across the critical role that the criminal law plays in protecting people from those sorts of heinous acts, regardless of whether they are online or on the street or otherwise in the community. I also just want to briefly mention, and I congratulate Senator Payman on her pregnancy, and very exciting that she's about to give birth to a baby girl. But I also just want to reference what Senator Payman has gone through personally. She talks about what she has endured after she crossed the floor, and I would just make the very brief point that I think a lot of what she endured was isolation and condemnation by fellow members of the Labor Party after she exercised her conscience and crossed the floor, and then was forced, of course, she was expelled or forced to leave the party. So I just want to put that on record. But I do want to make the very important point that the adult cyber abuse scheme in the Online Safety Act was designed to target serious, targeted harm, not lawful disagreement. So the statutory test requires that material needs to be intended to cause serious harm, and harm that is serious, not trivial, subjective or merely offensive. And that high threshold is not accidental. It was a conscious safeguard to prevent regulatory overreach. And so I want to flag, and in relation also to the private senator's bill, I want to flag that lowering the definition in relation to adult cyber abuse risks converting a harm-based safety regime into potentially what I would say is a speech policing mechanism. In relation to the first particular example that Senator Payman gave in relation to some of those heinous threats that were made, I am interested to understand the detail, because there is no doubt that any sort of suggestion of criminal conduct or doxing, the E-Safety Commissioner does have very important powers to act in relation to some of those matters. But it sounds to me, Senator Payman, as if they are principally criminal matters. And as I say, there are very important provisions in our criminal law to deal with that sort of conduct. I do want to raise my concerns in the context of the full federal court decision, which was handed down just a couple of weeks ago, where the full federal court ruled in favour of the children's rights activist Celine Baumgarten, finding that the E-Safety Commissioner had improperly issued a takedown notice to X seeking to remove a post where Miss Baumgarten had raised concerns about a queer club at a Melbourne primary school. Now, this was a damning finding against the E-Safety Commissioner, because what we know is that, in fact, the E-Safety Commissioner has been using these so-called informal notices, writing to the online platforms, saying that these are not within the terms and conditions of the platform's operations, and requesting a takedown of that post. However, what the court has found is that those informal notices did actually constitute takedown notices, and they were in fact in breach of the Online Safety Act, because they did not meet the threshold for adult cyber abuse. So what the E-Safety Commissioner has been doing in approximately hundreds of cases every year under the Adult Cyber Abuse Scheme is issuing notices that don't comply with the law. And now, after Celine Baumgarten took that matter to the Administrative Review Tribunal, I do want to put on record that the E-Safety Commission has now changed the way it goes about issuing those informal notices, making it very clear that there is no obligation for the platform to take any action, that it's a voluntary scheme only, and that's in stark contrast to the sorts of notices that were previously being issued, which of course the full federal court found were unlawful. And those notices included a reference to Section 7 of the Online Safety Act, suggesting very clearly that the conduct complained of was in fact a breach of the Online Safety Act and specifically the cyber abuse scheme. So one of the recommendations, in fact, in the Online Safety Act review is recommendation 14, and that says, for the avoidance of doubt, the legislation should make it clear that informal requests for takedown are legal and legitimate, as they lead to quicker results for individuals who are often in severe distress. Well, clearly we've now had this full federal court decision which makes it clear that you can't turn something that's unlawful into something that's legal just by stating so. And so that recommendation 14 is a way of, I would put, trying to circumvent the current law, which the Parliament, as I say, has very deliberately crafted to ensure that the E-Safety Commissioner has powers to act in limited cases. And what I'm concerned about in relation to the Celine Baumgarten case is that she has, in my view, raised very legitimate concerns about extreme gender activism at a primary school. She wrote in her post, in fact, and she took significant issue with the fact that the school she felt was indoctrinating young children aged between 8 and 12 about radical gender ideology. She said children should not be learning about sexualities at such a young, impressionable age. This is foul, leave the kids alone. She certainly did identify a particular teacher. This teacher had actually published some information about the queer club in a school newsletter, and this, of course, ended online. And so my concern about lowering the threshold is that there is a real risk that if we turn the adult cyber abuse scheme into one which prevents someone from being deeply offended, then we are getting into a whole new world of stifling free speech. And we know that this is a fundamental right for all Australians. This is a fundamental right. I have to say we are proud of the intention to combat some of the risks that we are seeing now online. As I say, the online safety of all Australians is incredibly important, but we have seen in recent times a number of decisions by the eSafety Commissioner that I would suggest are really a bridge too far, that are really stepping into the area of stifling free speech. And that is a fundamental right of every single Australian. And I do want to refer to the evidence in estimates that the eSafety Commissioner gave when I was questioning her about this case, and this was, of course, before the full federal court made this decision. And I have said in a statement that I've released on the 25th of February that the eSafety Commissioner should clarify her evidence, because when I asked about Ms Baumgarten's post, at one point the eSafety Commissioner did actually say that she thought this was adult cyber abuse. And then she corrected her evidence, and so it was quite confusing. And then the General Counsel for the eSafety Commission made clear that we didn't see it as adult cyber abuse. That's our assessment. It wasn't adult cyber abuse. So we have got to get the balance right. That is critically important. The Federal Court scrutinised the limits of the eSafety Commissioner's powers under the Act, and I think what this case has illustrated is we've got to be very careful to ensure there are objective legal standards. There's a lot of constitutional sensitivity surrounding the regulation of online speech, given there is an implied freedom in our Constitution to political free speech. And if that threshold was lowered, there are real concerns that in the case such as Celine Baumgarten, that concerns about freedom of speech would intensify. There was another case involving a person by the name of Chris Elston, known as Billboard Chris, and that particular case also demonstrated overreach by the eSafety Commissioner as well, when he took the eSafety Commissioner on, and again the eSafety Commissioner was found to have overreached in her powers, and this was back in 23-24 when the eSafety Commissioner issued a removal notice that referred to an Australian transgender activist. The Commissioner formed the view that the material constituted adult cyber abuse under the Act, and the post was geo-blocked in Australia following the notice, and this was challenged in the Federal Court. And again, the decision was made that this material did not meet the statutory threshold of being intended to cause serious harm. And that is the really key issue here, is the Act provides that there must be an intention to cause serious harm. If we were to adopt the approach of Senator Payman in relation to conduct which causes deep offence, then we are straying into a very, very different world. Someone can say something where there's no intention to cause offence, but by changing the Act quite dramatically to include that and many other recommendations in the online safety review, then I think, as I say, we are facing a whole new world in terms of the government's obligation to protect freedom of speech. I certainly think there is merit in looking at issues where perhaps there are some gaps in the law. So Senator Payman identified that there was no room to act by the eSafety Commissioner because it involved an organisation, not a person. I mean, I'm not suggesting that there is not merit in perhaps having a look at some aspects of the Online Safety Act, but I am concerned that we are entering a whole new world where the eSafety Commissioner is using the Online Safety Act in a way that the Parliament did not intend. And that, as I say, is a bridge too far. We've got to remember that offence or serious offence is not necessarily harm. Democracies can be noisy. Conversations can be robust. They can often be uncomfortable. Political speech can be confronting, offensive, passionate, even harsh. But offence is not the same as cognizable harm. And so if subjective distress becomes the benchmark, almost any controversial view could be suppressed, and this could have a chilling effect on public debate. We cannot lower the threshold to cross this bridge. It is a bridge too far. Thank you.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Will I rise to contribute to this debate this morning put forward by Senator Payman? I want to thank Senator Payman for bringing this issue forward because it is important. And after almost 18 months since this government introduced the social media ban, a very blunt instrument, they have failed to respond to the some 67 recommendations of the Online Safety Act review. 67 recommendations which go to the very heart of what needs to be done to make our online world safer for everybody. Safer for children, safer for adults, safer for young people, safer for old people, safer for women, safer for men, safer for everybody. But the government has been dragging its chain on implementing these recommendations precisely for some of the reasons that Senator Henderson has suggested, that they don't really want to take on those who profit, who use the online space to peddle their fear, to peddle their hate, to peddle their misogyny, all under the false claim of freedom of speech. Now, if you're not allowed to abuse people and threaten people and hurt people in the supermarket, in the street, at your local sporting club, in your schoolyard, in your workplace, why on earth should you be allowed to do it in the online space, which now, of course, is the public square? Now, there are big forces, vested interests, pushing against making those who profit off this hate online accountable. The big tech companies, those that are making massive profits, billions and billions and billions of dollars a year, don't want these types of laws enacted. They don't want the Online Safety Commissioner to be able to do their job effectively because they are making billions of seeing hate, misogyny and abuse circulate and go viral online. The entire business model of social media companies and the digital tycoons, the whole business model is peddled by individuals spreading hate, abuse and nastiness. It is why we need to make sure we not just ensure the Online Safety Commissioner has more powers to do their job, to crack down and hold individuals account, to be able to take down damaging, abusive, dangerous content. But we also need to make sure, as individual users online that we can control what comes into our feeds. The algorithms that power our social media feeds and the online space are all designed to profit from fear, misogyny, racism, hatred and abuse. The tech companies, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, all of those big tech billionaires have monetised fear and hatred. And they do it through their algorithms. And they control how viral it goes, how far that hate and abuse spreads. They turn it up or turn it down. And they don't care about the end user. They don't care about us as individuals online, as people, as humans. All they care about is how much money each post, each eyeball, each click is making for them. They have become merchants of hate, merchants of fear, and they use their algorithms to profiteer. And that is why we need to not just implement these recommendations, and the government needs to stop dragging its feet, but we need to implement laws that allow each individual user to control our own algorithms. We should be able to make the choice as to what we want to see in our feeds or not. We shouldn't have advertising rammed into our feeds even when it's dangerous and harmful. We shouldn't be having young people and kids being bombarded with gambling advertising online, or alcohol ads, or ads that promote pornography sites, or ads that promote young women into feeding their unhelpful and unhealthy body image issues. Quack medicine, phony drugs that help you get skinny, phony drugs that make you happy. We shouldn't have these companies be able to dictate what type of hurtful information is pushed into our feeds. If we don't want to see it, we should be able to turn it off. We should be in control of our own feeds. And you can only do that if we regulate and make it legal for us as customers, as the user, as the individual, as the people, to be able to control what we want to see and what we don't want to see. We should be able to turn off misogynistic posts. We should be able to turn off racist rubbish. We should be able to tune out of content that is unwanted and unwarranted. The tech bros don't want us to have control of our own feeds because they want to be able to push whatever nasty content, whatever viral content, whatever is that is making them maximum profits at the time. They want to be able to control what goes into every single one of our phones, our tablets, our smart televisions. This is about choice. Yes, we need to crack down on harmful and hurtful and abusive information, comments, content. And people who are posting that abuse need to be held accountable. But those who are making money off this hatred are those that really need to be taken on. And we have to hit them where it hurts, and that is their business model. They should not be able to ram advertising down the throats of minors online. They should not be able to control everything that comes into your feed or my feed or our children's feed. online. It is about choice. So when I hear the coalition stand here and the coalition spokesperson stand here and make a speech about make a contribution about freedom of speech, what about the freedom to choose? What about the freedom to have control over our own algorithms and not just have it outsourced to billionaires that are making billions and billions and billions of dollars in profit at the expense of the safety of women, at the safety of people in vulnerable situations, those that are struggling with eating disorders or those that are struggling with racist comments and abuse, or young men who just want to be young men, growing up in the world trying to work out how they fit. They should not be bombarded with misogynistic rubbish that tells them the only way to be a man is to be a bully. The only way to be a man is to be abusive to women. They should be able to opt out of that. They should not be bombarded with misogyny just because it makes people like Mark Zuckerberg millions and billions of dollars. I urge the government to get on with the important steps of reform in this space. They promised to move on a duty of care bill. We still haven't seen it. Where is it? 18 months later, we still got nothing. It's as if they introduced the social media ban for under 16s and thought, oh well, job done. Move along, nothing to see here. Meanwhile, abuse, hatred, misogyny, racism thrives online. But they think they've done something. There's a reason that the social media companies didn't want the government to touch their algorithms. The transparency of how they work, of what data is being used. As an individual user online, we should have control of our own data. We should be able to decide whether it gets sold to advertisers. We should be able to choose who gets to see it, who doesn't. We should be able to choose what's in our feeds and what isn't in our feeds, what we want to see and what we don't. That is freedom. So spare me the tears from the coalition about freedom of speech. How about freedom to choose what is on our phones and what isn't? What Facebook, Meta, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, what they will make money off from our content, our children's content, our young people's content, our mum and dad's content. Australians should have the right to choose whether our data is used for advertising and for what our algorithms show up in our social media feeds. That would instantly make a big difference to the abuse that we see towards women, towards people of colour, towards minorities. It would see a huge decrease in the amount of abuse online because there won't be people making money off it. You want to make online safer? You've got to hit them where it hurts and you've got to stop them. The merchants of hate and fear being able to make money off our social media feeds.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Coalition opposes this motion and is likely to also oppose the private senators' bill introduced by Senator Payman. But I just want to say, having listened to Senator Payman's contribution on this, she presented a very thoughtful and considered speech, and I think what's behind this bill and what you're trying to achieve is notable and definitely worth commending. While I disagree with what it might achieve and how it would achieve it, I do want to seriously commend you, Senator Payman, for the work that you've done. Because you raise a very, very important issue. I've got children. They're through those difficult teenage years. They're older teenagers now, but I've watched them and their friends have to deal with the challenges of dealing with the online world that as a 47-year-old I didn't have to deal with when I was a teenager. And so young people these days are dealing with things that obviously generations before them didn't have to deal with. And so it is important that we tackle this issue. It's important that the government deals with this seriously. It's a global issue and it's something that needs to be dealt with. This issue of online safety was recognised by the Coalition and indeed also by the Albanese Labor government. When it started, the statutory review of the Online Safety Act in November 2023, but that was 2.5 years ago. 2.5 years ago. Ms Ricard was appointed to undertake this work and provide a report to the Minister by the 31st of October 2024, which was done. Ms Ricard's report was extensive and more than 150 public submissions were received. The report, all 200+ pages, made 67 recommendations, and the report, while the report was completed in October 2024, the Minister sat on it for nearly 6 months before tabling it publicly in Parliament in February 2025. Now that was over a year ago, and despite receiving the report over a year ago, the Minister's most recent statement notes that the government is continuing to carefully consider its recommendations. Now, you could be critical of the government for taking so long. You could be critical of the government sitting on this and sitting on its hands. There is rightfully criticism is due to be put onto the government, but the government is right to carefully consider these matters, because matters of freedom of speech are, of course, critical to a functioning democratic civil society, and this is a vexed issue. Of course, we must protect children. Of course, we must put in place measures that provide that protection. I mean, no one wants to see children and teenagers put at risk online. But if we overreach when it comes to restrictions of speech, then of course we who knows what the consequences could be. So I'm pleased that the government is carefully considering it. They shouldn't use that as an excuse not to take action, proportionate action that's required. But I urge them to carefully consider these things, because if we just run a million miles an hour into implementing some of the recommendations that were in that report that would have maybe unintended consequences and have a chilling effect on freedom of speech, then of course the consequences for this country, and indeed we're leaders in the world on this, are significant. So we absolutely need to deal with these things carefully. But we do need digital duty of care. The government has called on the public to have their say, but what's happened since? What's the government actually doing? And I think it's right for Senator Payman, even Senator Hanson-Young. While I disagree with a lot of what she was saying, there were some elements which I'll come to in a moment that I do agree with, particularly when it comes to choice. I absolutely agree with. But we're right, I think, though, to be critical of the government. Just we want to know what you're actually planning to do, and we want to see action. Parents want to see action. Parents want to understand what it is you're actually going to do. And of course, freedom lovers want to understand it too, because we know that there's a propensity, particularly of this government, to overreach when it comes to impinging upon our rights and freedoms of speech. And so we want to make sure that what you're going to do and what you're going to implement is appropriate and proper. Children are, of course, the ones that are most vulnerable to cyberbullying, to grooming and other nefarious online abuse. It's not just children though. Adults, of course, and particularly vulnerable adults, are particularly susceptible. And so it is right that responsibility is put upon the platforms to prevent this online abuse from happening in the first place. Now, while the Minister for Communications is busy attending sporting events and jetting off overseas on promotional tours, Australians at home are still waiting on the Albanese Labor government to take appropriate steps in action. Now, I want to go to something that Senator Hanson-Young said about choice. I think she's actually right when she says that users of these platforms ought to have choice over what they are fed on their feeds and what information they have that is then shared and then used. I think that's actually right. In fact, I don't think I'd absolutely agree with that it should be the domain and the right of the individual, of the user. I worry that if we're giving that choice to the platforms themselves, or dare I say to government, or to the e-Safety Commissioner to determine and make the ruling on what information can be shared and spread on people's feeds. I think that's where we start to go into dangerous territory. But we absolutely should have these platforms enabled to give greater choice and transparency to the individual users. I mean, that actually is the epitome of freedom of choice and freedom of speech, when we as individuals are empowered to make those choices about what our information is used for and what information we receive. And absolutely the rights of parents to be able to have a say, or more than a say, actually put in place the controls that are necessary to support, to prevent information that's been passed on. Now the review acknowledged that freedom of speech must be protected in order to preserve online safety. The Coalition has called, and Senator Henderson, my colleague, has called for a full investigation into the e-Safety Commissioner after the Federal Court ruled that the regulator exceeded its powers by issuing a takedown notice to X, Twitter. And the case Senator Henderson was referring to involved the children's rights activist Celine Baumgarten, I hope I got that pronunciation right, who posted concerns in 2024 about a Melbourne primary school teacher promoting gender ideology. Now, despite an internal finding that the post did not meet the legal threshold for adult cyber abuse, the e-Safety Commissioner sent X a complaint alert resembling a formal removal notice citing the Online Safety Act. And both the Administrative Review Tribunal, the ART, and the full Federal Court found that the Commissioner acted outside of her statutory authority, leading to the post being reinstated. Now, this raises serious concerns about free speech, the misuse of regulatory powers, and whether the Commissioner attempted to suppress views about gender activism in schools. Adult cyber abuse is significant and a serious issue, but if a post does not reach the requisite threshold, then what the e-Safety Commissioner did was effectively stifle free speech, when we know free speech is, as I've already discussed, one of the most important and fundamental rights that we have in this country. If we undermine this, we actually undermine the very fabric of our society that we live in. you only need to look countries across the world, no more so than what we're seeing on our televisions right now as I stand here, and where we see that oppression at its extreme when it comes to freedoms of speech, where you see a country eroded. And so it is, of course, of great concern. It's something that the Minister needs to answer. The Minister needs to answer how often the Commissioner has improperly used takedown notices. She needs to answer whether individuals have been properly informed of appeal rights, and importantly, we really should have an answer to understanding what is the total cost to the taxpayer for the legal proceedings. Now, the government, in conclusion, should not just shove this report in the bottom drawer. They should respond in a considered way, absolutely, as I've outlined. The report raises serious concerns around online safety, particularly as it pertains to children and young people. This government needs to be accountable, though, in how it stewards the safety of the next generation. In the same breath, we cannot hide censorship behind the mask of safety. Now, the Coalition will always seek to protect Australians' freedom of speech and is committed to ensuring that the measures implemented by this government do not encroach on this very important and fundamental right. Thank you.
Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy, there was a change on the schedule, my friend.
Senator Tyrrell, you have the call.
Okay. I'll start by saying I'll be supporting Senator Payman's amendment bill, which makes it easier for people to take action on online safety concerns without damaging freedom of speech. We need to take a proper look at our Online Safety Act and make it better to reflect the independent review's recommendations. The government has taken great strides in improving online safety over the last few years, like fast-tracking the legislative review of the Online Safety Act, increasing funding to the eSafety Commissioner and committing to a digital duty of care. But we do need to acknowledge that Senator Payman's private senator's bill is fixing a problem that the government has failed to fix. It's been more than a year since the release of the report of the independent review of the Online Safety Act, providing the government with 67 recommendations on how to keep Australians safe online. And that means it has been more than a year since the government was handed an easy win how to guide on how to help Australian safety. Yet the government hasn't even provided a formal response, let alone taken any action to improve our Online Safety Act. It sat on its hands and relied on crossbenchers to follow up and do the work for them. That's what's happening here. Senator Payman is just trying to implement one of the key recommendations from the review. She's now moving a motion to make the point that we need action to protect Australians online, and the government aren't acting fast enough. The one thing we did get from the government off the back of the Online Safety Act review was the commitment to a digital duty of care. But we haven't heard much from Minister Wells since the very brief consultation on last year. Where is it up to? When will it be ready? A digital duty of care is really exciting and we need to have it as soon as possible, whilst ensuring we get it right. It would put the protection on owners back on the platforms, not on victims online. It would use safety by design to actually fix the problem at the source, fixing the problem at the system level. It would overhaul the system to be a proactive one, rather than just tinkering around the edges with our current whack-a-mole regulatory approach. That's real change, not just political speak. And hey, yes, we passed stronger hate speech laws earlier this year, but when are we going to take stronger action on hate speech online by bots? We don't even know when a robot posts or when a human posts. Bots don't need to sleep. They can post 24/7, artificially amplifying hateful and divisive content. That hurts our social cohesion, all without us even knowing who's or what is coming from a human being, or what's coming from a robot. That's why we need to make social media platforms label bot accounts. This wouldn't censor content and it wouldn't silence free speech. It would just let people know who they're really talking to online, who is commenting and posting on their news feeds. It's a simple change that would make a big difference to keeping Australians safe online. We know that on last Friday, the Attorney-General met with all her state and territory counterparts to discuss how to stop online hate. What was even achieved from that meeting? Where's the announcement? Once again, radio silence from the government when it comes to protecting Australians online. For over a year now, you've sat on a report on how to stop online hate. And you know there are easy solutions like labelling bots on social media. So where's the action? Why are you wasting Attorney-General's time? The people want less talking and more action, please. To the government, I urge you to please be bold. Don't leave it to the crossbench to follow up and action reports from legislative reviews. Do your jobs and release a government response to the review that you commissioned. Be transparent about where work is up to on the digital duty of care. And in the first instance, make the platform label bot accounts online. Give the people the information they need to stay safe online.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I want to thank Senator Payman for bringing this motion on and bringing the issue to the Senate. So it was in October 2024 when the Labor government gets the statutory review, which says at its core that we need to do something to keep people safe online. That's what the review says. Things need to happen to keep people safe online. And one of the core recommendations was to implement a digital duty of care and have at least some underpinning for decency and standards and protections online. Now, that was in October 2024. The world is moving quickly when it comes to the online space. I don't know if the Labor government hasn't noticed this, but since October 2024, there's been major changes. You know, this constant rolling maul of technological changes, the expansion of AI, the creep of that into even more parts of our online world. And unless we have a nimble government willing to actually get in front of this, or at least not 10 or 20 years behind this, we absolutely need action from the government. Now, they keep saying that they're doing something on a digital duty of care, on an online duty of care. They keep saying that, but where's the consultation? No effective public consultation, no identifiable public process. Are they going to do what they did 18 months ago when it came to banning children from social media? Are they just going to rush in with a thought bubble into Parliament, which won't achieve its policy outcomes? Is that their plan? To just wait until a further crisis develops and then just rush a poorly drafted, poorly conceived, ineffective piece of legislation in on digital duty of care and say problem solved? I fear that's the actual plan, if you could call it that. Why do we need to be taking this seriously? Why should government be taking proactive steps to protect us from some of the worst risks of AI? Well, because we're seeing those risks happen right now. We are seeing chatbots that are enticing. We're seeing those. Why should we be taking action now? Why should we be expecting the Parliament and the government to be taking steps to protect us from the obvious harms of AI? It's because we're seeing the damage happening right now. We're seeing chatbots that are enforcing delusions on which potentially lead to psychosis. We are seeing chatbots encouraging suicidal ideation and self-harm. We're seeing chatbots, AI-run chatbots, literally facilitating sexual harassment and the grooming of minors. And we are seeing across the online world AI promoting misinformation and extremism. And the government's response is like crickets. Nothing. Some vague statements about a digital duty of care that at some point might perhaps come out at some future time without consultation with the public. Well, I say, and the Greens say, that we need to start this urgently now. A public consultation on duty of care with a concrete proposal before us that will at least put some standards in the online world that we can hold platforms to account for, that we can actually give people some protection and not just do what Labor's doing at the moment, egged on by One Nation, egged on by the Coalition, which say this is just no rules. Whatever the billionaires want, whatever the big platforms want, we're just going to, sit in a frightened little corner and just let the online world descend into hatred, extremism and online violence. That is not an answer. Digital duty of care now. A digital duty of care that works, that holds these platforms to account. And for once, have this Parliament and this government stand up to the billionaire backers of this AI attack on our basic freedoms and liberties, stand up to the backers and stand up for the rights of ordinary Australians.
Senator Whitton.
I'd like to start by saying that I wholeheartedly agree with the E-Safety Commission's goal of removing child exploitation material online. This is absolutely what we want to see as a nation, and I believe that harsher punishments are needed for those that produce or access this material. However, the scope of the E-Safety Commissioner, Julie Inman-Grant, has been expanded well and truly beyond the safety of children online. She has turned the agency into a worldwide censorship machine that is being used to target political enemies. Free speech is a fundamental value of the Australian culture. It should be in the Constitution. But the Uni Party does not want the Australian people to have the protection of the Constitution. After all, it was the Coalition that appointed Julie Inman-Grant to patrol the Australian public under the guise of protecting them. The Uni Party is not for the people. It is not for the rights of Australians to say what they think. For them to see the events of the world and judge for themselves. It is a blight on our country that we allow bureaucrats to decide what Australians are mature enough to see. And this hasn't gone unnoticed around the world. The US Congress has demanded that the E-Safety Commissioner, a US citizen, present herself before Congress to give evidence in their review of worldwide censorship regimes. In his request, Jim Jordan, the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, refers to the E-Safety Commissioner as a noted zealot for global takedowns and cites her travel to the US in September 2025 to be a keynote speaker at Stanford University event. I would like to read a passage from the letter from the Congress around how they viewed the event. The stated purpose of this event was to bring together policymakers, academics and experienced Silicon Valley experts to discuss the state of compliance and enforcement of existing regulations related to online trust and safety. Put plainly, the roundtable sought to facilitate cooperation with global censorship by bringing together foreign officials who have directly targeted American speech and represent a serious threat to the First Amendment." End quote. This clearly shows the antagonistic effect that the E-Safety Commissioner has had on one of our most important allies, an ally that has much more regard for the freedom of its people than the Government of Australia. So what has the E-Safety Commissioner been ordering taken down that has prompted such strong language from the US? The stabbing of Bishop Marmarie, an Islamist attack on a Christian bishop, an example of the government's complete failure to address the Islamic extremism that they decided should be censored, not only in Australia, but around the world. The slaying of Irina Zautska and the assassination of Charlie Kirk were geo-blocked in Australia. Once again, both videos that were the far left of politics found inconvenient to their cause. I asked about the blocking of these videos during estimates. I was told that they were blocked due to the National Classification Scheme, stating that the content was unrelatable and therefore it was not suitable for anybody to view. There is important work to be done by the Office of E-Safety. However, the scope needs to be limited and monitored closely. We have seen an appetite for this office to reach beyond their duty to protect children into the realm of ideological censor. Adults do not need a government guardian to tell them what is and is not safe for them to view. If they knowingly view anything that is child exploitation material, they should be subject to the full force of the law. and it is up to parents, not the government, to decide what is suitable for their children. No one loves kids more than their parents, certainly not the government. I have no issue with education, but taking away parents' rights to choose what is right for their children is gross overreach. Provide parents with the tools and leave the parenting to them. Last of all, I would like to point out the ridiculous costs of eSafety's failed litigations. Extending the ban on the stabbing of Marie, they were made to pay out over $600,000, not including their own legal costs. Australian taxpayer money spent to have themselves censored. Billboard Chris's criticism of transgender ideology used on children. eSafety ordered it taken down, a criticism that most Australians would agree with. Complete ideological censorship. That cost the Australian public $66,000 in legal costs. Or the recent case of Celine Borgenton, who raised issue with a queer club being advertised in a child's school, estimated cost of $250,000. What a waste of taxpayer money that should be used to prosecute the eSafety Commissioner's real objective of removing child exploitation material. The recommendations of this report do not address the need to severely limit the scope of this office to what it needs to be focusing on and away from government censorship. One Nation would completely reform the eSafety Office to this purpose. We would scrap it and start again if necessary. Australians do not need censorship. We do not need the government to parent our children. If you don't like what's online, switch off. Stop the censorship now.
Senator Roberts, you have the call. We have a short amount of time before 70 minutes expires. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Senator Payman's motion calls on the recommendations of the review into the Online Safety Act to be fully implemented. One Nation agrees in part. We agree with supporting the work of the Online Safety Commission, Office of eSafety, which was in place long before Julian Inman-Grant took on a position of Global Internet Cop or Commissar. We do not support the eSafety Commissioner's crusade to become the world Internet policeman.
The question before the chamber is the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Yeah, let me just seek advice from the clerk, but the motion is moved. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Two voices. Division. 4-minute division, please. That's right.
Jackie.
Lock the doors. The question is that the motion as moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I support Senator Payman as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. We're done. There being 13 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I seek leave to move a motion relating to consideration of government amendments to formal business as circulated.
Is leave granted? Senator Cash.
Thank you. Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the consideration of government amendments to formal business. And, President or Deputy President Acting, you all know why we are here. Day after day now, hour after hour, what the government is doing is delaying the Senate by deliberately moving amendment after amendment after amendment, buying itself more time in relation to notices of motion. Well, it is important today that we suspend standing orders to have a good look at this motion and then I would hope pass it. Why? Because the government is wasting the time of the Senate. When you waste the time of the Senate, quite frankly, you abuse the privileges that the taxpayers of Australia have given us to come in here and actually deal with the matters that are of most important concern to them. This motion represents the Coalition's determination to step up take control of the chamber because the government is losing complete control of the chamber, and to ensure we cut through the fog of delay, because we all know when we look at the notice paper, here's the notice paper, this now is hours and hours and hours this afternoon, doing nothing more and nothing less than in relation to each amendment to a motion dividing and the government buying itself time to, quite frankly and quite disappointingly, Acting Deputy President, do what it should be doing, and that is debate the issues, the very important issues that matter to the Australian taxpayer. So, quite frankly, if the government won't be disciplined with its time, we will join with the crossbenchers to take control of the chamber and ensure we put back in place some form of procedural rules. Motion after motion after motion, hours and hours of delay, this government has seen fit to amend rather than progress. Motion after motion amendment, delayed, shuffled around the notice paper, as though, quite frankly, the Senate's time is just something that we just play with. The taxpayer sends us here and says, do what you like. Spend hours crossing over backwards and forwards, doing, quite frankly, absolutely nothing but pandering to a government agenda that is nothing more and nothing less than delay, 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 because we don't want to provide the Australian taxpayer with transparency. It's not often that I try and suspend standing orders on important items, but this is an important item, and that is why we need to suspend the standing orders to ensure that, as I said, if the government are not going to debate the issues that matter to the Australian taxpayer, we will help them to actually do just that. We've got a government here not willing to stand at the dispatch box and argue for its program. It's not willing to stand here and actually answer questions on its legislation so that the Australian people properly understand what this government is doing to them. Instead, procedural motion after procedural motion after division after division. And then, you know, when people say to you, what did you do in the Senate today, I say, well, I have to say, we shuffled paper on behalf of the Australian taxpayer, courtesy of the Labor government that, quite frankly, have no respect for the Australian taxpayer. So again, it is so important today that the Senate unite, pass this motion to bring a little bit of decorum, a little bit of procedural fairness back to the chamber. The motion is actually very simple. It's very simple. All it says is the government has to make the amendments to the motion. We accept that. We're not going to stop the government from making the amendments. But what we will do is, instead of wasting the Senate's time, our time, the Liberal Party, the National Party, the crossbenchers' time, there is limited time in this place to often put your case, and of course to the people in the gallery. We're actually doing this on behalf of you, the taxpayer. I'm assuming you don't want us to spend hours of the day just sitting on each side of the chamber because the government doesn't have the guts to come in here and actually answer questions in relation to transparency. So the motion is simple. You'll get to put your amendments. No issues at all. However, you're not going to divide on each one. What you are going to do is you're going to put one amendment. We're going to put them all together. So if you want your amendments to get up, they will, but then we're going to ensure that we dispense properly of the business of the Senate. As I said, the government aren't prepared to be the adults in this chamber and to actually properly respect the Australian taxpayer. The opposition will be.
Senator Wong.
Yeah, well, I will perhaps start where the Leader of the Opposition. Chair, please.
Order, please. Senator Wong.
I know
has
they're
the call.
your side, but it would be good to call them.
Senator Wong. Senator Wong.
I
ask that you respect the chair.
Yes,
I do
respect the chair, and I'm asking you to exercise your authority.
I've just asked to restore order. Senator
Thank
Wong,
you.
you have the call.
I will start where the Leader of the Opposition left off, which is about who are the adults in the room. Well, we've seen this opposition, this Greens party, this One Nation party, about how adult they are or they are not. We have conflict in the Middle East. Conflict in the Middle East.
Order. Please allow Senator Wong to be heard in silence. Senator Cash was heard in silence. Please allow Senator Wong to be heard in silence. Order. Please allow Senator Wong to be heard in silence. Senator Wong, you have the call.
We have conflict in the Middle East. We have 115,000 Australians in the Middle East. We have Iran attacking not one, not two, not three, but 10 countries. 10 countries.
Order. Order. Senators, I ask that Senator Wong be heard in silence. That courtesy was extended to Senator Cash. Senator Wong.
We are dealing with a consular crisis 24 hours. And I hope I can have some updates for the chamber.
Order. Order. Senators, I ask that you listen to Senator Wong in silence. If you want to continue a conversation, please leave the chamber to do so. Senator Wong.
I hope we can have some updates on that later today for the chamber and for the public. We have an opposition that has not asked a single question on the economy. It says something about their priorities. The leader of the opposition in the Senate is here arguing about some Senate procedure, but is not interested in asking a question about the economy. We have the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party who still hasn't asked a question. And what I would say to, who's not even, what I would say to you, through you, Chair.
Senator Wong, Senator McKenzie on a point of order. Senator McKenzie.
Direct relevance to the suspension motion in front of the Senate. As the Chair has previously ruled, you must speak to the motion before the Chair, which is on the suspension, not on matters in the Middle East or why the government is or isn't focused on what it's doing, but the suspension order motion that is in front of the Chair.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. I'm listening closely to Senator Wong. I believe she is referring to the relative priority afforded to government business. So, Senator Wong, please continue.
I appreciate that, Acting Deputy President, because that is precisely what I'm pointing to. That is precisely the point I'm making. This is all happening in the world, and this is all happening in the Australian community, but you are focused on issues of Senate procedure. And I would invite the opposition, if you want to be the adults in the room, maybe do some of the reflection that your election review, which was tabled.
Senator Cash on a point of order.
Again, direct relevance, with all due respect to the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. Again, you're failing. You're doing exactly what you say you don't like done in the Senate, which is not address the question and give a speech. I would ask you to direct the Leader of the Opposition to actually answer and reflect on the government before the Chair.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Just one moment. I'm just going to seek some advice from the clerk. Senator, the Leader of the Government, Senator Wong, is referring to the relative importance of business before the chamber, which is pertinent to the motion. Senator Wong may continue.
That is precisely the point I'm making, that those opposite, the opposition, are much more focused on their internals and matters of procedure, as is evinced by both the questions that they are engaging in and by this stunt. Now, I accept that the crossbench is going to engage in these sorts of measures. I think the Senate, if I could finish, Senator Cash, Senator Cash, I did listen to you with courtesy, actually. I think that the crossbench, and the manager I'm sure will say something about this, is using OPDs in a way that, as a senator who's been here for over 20 years, I have not seen. And I think there deserves a collaborative discussion about that. If people don't want to engage in that, that's a matter for them. But I would say to the opposition There was a time when parties of government who actually thought of themselves as parties of government behaved like adults. This opposition is not behaving like adults.
Senator Bell.
Thank you. One Nation will be supporting this motion because it is entirely appropriate to deal with what is going on. The Labor government is intentionally wasting the Senate's time. That is abundantly clear. There are very important things that we should be dealing with, and the government is wasting this chamber's time. And you can say it's a procedural issue, but at the heart of it, you are intentionally wasting time. And this has to stop. It is so disrespectful to the taxpayer. It is so disrespectful to the Australian people to engage in... it's childish. It is a childish way you are behaving. You are dragging things out intentionally, and it needs to stop. So One Nation is prepared to assist anyone who wants to resolve this. This is a perfectly reasonable motion, and I am glad that Labor acknowledges that we need to speed things up. Because if you want to speed things up, then I would hope that you support this motion too. Yeah, and... Chair.
Senators, come to order. Senator Bell.
Because it's so obvious what you're doing. You are intentionally dragging things out, and then at the end of the week, you'll come and you'll say, we are out of time. And then you will move a guillotine, and then you'll seek to rush legislation through. You will shut down debate. You are wasting time now, so you give yourself an excuse in the future to shut down debate, ram through legislation. That is inappropriate. So we must resolve things now, so you can no longer use the excuse of being out of time. You have the time now to fix this. Let's fix it, and let's get on with the business of the Senate that we should be dealing with.
Senator Gallagher.
And I welcome the opportunity to talk about orders for the production of documents and the way that they're being used in the chamber. And I think it requires going back and having a look at what has happened, and I've spoken about that in the chamber before. But in the past, in the early years of the Senate, orders for production of documents were used sparingly, and for a period of time in the 60s and 70s and 80s, they weren't used at all. In 2006, there was one that passed the Senate. It was seen as the most significant power available to the Senate to call for documents. And as Senator Wong just said, that has changed, and it's changed most dramatically in this parliamentary term, where on Monday we had 32 orders of production of documents in one day. And if we think back to how they were handled, and it was the way that the opposition used to handle it when they were in government, not when there was that many, the practice was to let orders of production through. And then, which was the approach that we took for a period of time, and then we were criticised for and misrepresented by saying the Senate, everyone's agreed to this order of production of documents and they're not complying. And so we decided that, yes, we would put our vote on the record every single time where we did not agree with an order for production of document and have that recorded as a division, as is our right, so that it could be very clear that while the rest of the Senate was deciding that documents that had already been published online should be produced for the Senate, or documents that maybe covered 130,000 documents should be provided tomorrow, that we didn't agree with that. And that is why we're dividing, and that is why we're amending. And we have every single right to do so, just as all of you have a right to move amendments to anything in this place, and we respect that right. But don't come in here and say that this is a problem of the government's making. It is not. It is the way formal business is being misused and abused by this Senate. And I will continue to say that.
Senator McKenzie, your interjections are disorderly.
I am a big supporter of transparency and open government. I am a big supporter. If you look at questions on notice, if you look at the materials that are being released, you will see, well, compared to your record, Senator Cash, compared to your record, this government outdoes you on every single measure. So the standards that you applied in government are not the standards we apply. But we will not accept that 42 orders of production of documents for Senator Bragg to find out whether Housing Australia has purchased any furniture is the correct use of that power. Because that is what is happening in here, and if we oppose it, if you put them on the notice paper and we oppose it, we have the right to divide on it. If we want to amend it, we have the right to amend it and have that amendment considered. And yes, it affects everyone in this chamber, but it is our right to divide, and if you are going to load 20 OPDs and 30 OPDs, then yes, it will take a considerable time in the afternoon to deal with that. But we need to be on the record that we do not agree, and the history books will show that we do not agree with the abuse of the power for the order of production of documents. Now, I've been trying to reach agreement with people around the Senate about how to deal with OPDs, acknowledging that it's not working for anyone, and then this motion gets
Senator
put
Gallagher,
without discussion or debate.
I will just interrupt you for a moment. Senator McKenzie, before I recognise your point of order, may I just make the observation that you have repeatedly interjected in this debate? And so while... No, sorry, Senator's on my right too. So you have a point of order, but while you avail yourself of those rules, I would appreciate if you would listen when I call you to order when you're interjecting.
I accept I've been disorderly in my interjections. My point of order is on direct relevance. The minister has the opportunity, if this suspension motion gets up, to actually debate whether the Labor Party has been wasting the Senate's time
Sorry,
or not.
Senator McKenzie,
I would ask
Senator
you to draw her to the question about suspension.
Senator McKenzie, I will take the call back. I have understood your point of order. There is no point of order. The minister is being relevant to this debate, however much you may not agree with her. So I've ruled on that point of order. Minister.
Thank you, President. And the debate is around whether we should suspend to consider a motion around the order for production of documents. Now, in my conclusion, if we look at the 46th Parliament, over 39 sitting days, there was 198 orders moved, which is much higher than previous parliaments. In the 47th Parliament, there was 435 orders of production moved. And in 32 sitting days in this parliament, and probably if we include today's and this week's, there is more than 200. More than 200. And you cannot say that this part of the program and that orders for production of documents are being used appropriately. They are not. They are being used as formal motions and it's not appropriate, and we will continue to oppose and continue to divide.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, can I just say, if you listen to what the government just had to say, there's this claim that we're preventing the government from voting on questions of orders for production of documents. If the government had read the motion, it does precisely the opposite. Correct. We are voting on government amendments. We're just doing it as a job lot, because I'll remind senators that yesterday, the day before and the last sitting week, we had verbatim repeated motions to amend orders for the production of documents, one after another, almost identical in fact. And so to that end, we thought we might assist the government, allowing them to have more time to actually get on with government business and do the things that the leader herself came down to talk about, deal with matters foreign affairs, their belated response to assisting Australians caught in the Middle East. It was interesting that the leader did come down here to actually speak to this motion rather than dealing with those urgent matters. But there is no prevention of the government's right being exercised here to vote against an order for the production of documents. And for those in the gallery and those listening at home, an order for production of documents is just transparency. Correct. It is us wanting to see a document that belongs to government relating to you, relating to how we spend your money. They're voting no to those things. They don't want you to know. So that's what an order for the production of documents is, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to make that clear when it comes to what the government has been saying. Over the last 4 sitting days, would you believe, limited time to do very important things, deal with national security, deal with foreign affairs, We have spent 6 hours and 31 minutes dealing with formal business, getting our steps up from one side of the chamber to the other, so there's good fitness benefits there, but 6 hours and 31 minutes voting on questions before this parliament, half of which could be dispensed with, which is the point of this motion. These amendments to delete all words after that and replace them with whatever the government want to put in, which is exactly the same every time, could be done away with if senators support the motion that Senator Cash wants to bring on for debate today. We want to be able to deal with the issues this government says are important, as voiced by the leader just before. We don't want to stand in the way of that. And it is not us who has been seeking to divide on every single amendment this government puts forward. They're the ones who are doing this. They're the ones who are stringing out formal business. That could end if this suspension is supported and this motion is passed. Because as stated, when it comes to transparency, and remember, this is a government that said we are going to be more transparent than that evil last former government. The coalition government would hide everything and make sure the public saw nothing. No OPD was ever responded to under them. Look at what's happening here. And when you do get a document, Acting Deputy President, it is just black ink because everything has been redacted. It's not light reading. There is no reading because this government don't want you to see what they're doing on your behalf. This is why they are tying themselves in knots for the last few sitting days to make sure that the Senate, in particular the crossbenchers, the manager of government business alluded to, who have limited resources and need to be across everything, they need access to this information, hence the number of orders for production of documents, requests for transparency, a bit of disinfectant, natural light being applied to the business of government in these motions. That's what we support here. Now, if there is room for reform, then let's get on and talk about it. Let's talk about how we can actually refine how this process works. But every day that goes past, 6 hours and 31 minutes of bells ringing and senators crossing back and forward, and I can tell you now, if there was a productivity measure for how we spend our time during formal business, I can tell you now the people of Australia, the taxpayers of Australia, have gained nothing from it. The government have voted no every single time, and they are on their own. They have united the entire Senate against the government when it comes to matters of transparency. Everyone from One Nation to the Australian Greens has been voting against the government's approach here. It's got to tell you something. Something is very wrong with the process this government is adopting when it comes to provision of information and how they're managing this chamber. And sadly, it does paint a picture of loss of control. 6 hours and 31 minutes of lost, wasted time. That is not good for Australia. It's not good for democracy. It's not good for transparency. And so to that end, how can a government continue operating this way? There is no solution in sight. We've put forward a solution. It makes sense. It will cut the amount of time we're wasting with this down by half so we can get on and do the job Australians want us to do.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. I rise in support of this motion to ensure that the Senate can free up some time to debate and deal with important business. It's my sense that the increase in OPDs actually reflects the nosedive in transparency that we've seen from this government, a frustration of crossbenchers and others, and to some of the comparisons with the Morrison government. If we can compare the Morrison government and their term of the last term of Parliament with the first term of the Albanese government, and we look at compliance rates with OPDs. In the 46th Parliament, it was I'll take that interjection.
Senator McAllister. Sorry, senators, come to order. Senator Pocock has the call. He is entitled to be heard.
I'm very happy to take that interjection about comparing apples with apples, because I'm in fact comparing the compliance rate with OPDs with the compliance rate with OPDs, which seems to be a fairly similar comparison. So under the Morrison government, 48.7%. Under the Albanese government, 32.8%. And one of the frustrations from those on the crossbench is that even when we do successfully move an OPD, we're often getting back this, you know, blacked out pages.
Senator Pocock, you are not permitted under the standing orders, as you know, to bring a prop into the document. No, absolutely, but you cannot use it as a prop.
Sure.
So, Senator Pocock, you're entitled to rely on the document and describe it, but please don't hold it up for the purposes of the visual.
Thank you, Chair, for the correction. I was just holding up an OPD that we received back, and curiously, there was a bunch of reductions to the talking points for a public event that the minister was giving, which just seems extraordinary by any measure. And so I do think there is so much urgent stuff that this parliament should be dealing with. There are Australians struggling out there under housing pressures, cost of living pressures, and yes, we've seen this sort of ridiculous approach to essentially double the votes that this chamber takes. I don't know if you're looking for a sort of record defeats in a week or what it might be, but I welcome this. I think that we should move forward. Yes, there's potentially a debate about the scope of some OPDs, but I think they're an incredibly valuable thing and an important part of the Senate. And you have to ask the larger question in the context of a government that at the same time brings forward an FOI bill to reduce transparency, brings forward an FOI bill that actually goes against a recommendation of the Robodebt Royal Commission to actually reduce transparency. And that doesn't cut it. You can't just keep pointing to the Morrison government and say, well, at least we're a little bit better than them. Australians want better, and I think rightly they deserve better. So I'd urge you to do better on this. I think you have a Senate that wants more transparency. And in fact, we read in the media, and I've spoken to some of these companies, you have local AI companies who have solutions that are ready to go, that will cut down your processing time. They can actually help you with your OPDs. It seems to me that the problem we're facing is not actually the time it takes to gather the documents, but the time it takes to go through and redact the talking points for a public event. That must take a lot of time. That must take a huge amount of time and a lot of ink. Well, what's Microsoft? I'll take that interjection. I'll take the interjection quickly from Senator McAllister. She's very happy for Microsoft, a multinational, and with some serious data concerns with the Trump administration, to have all of our data, all of our emails. But when it comes to a sovereign tech AI company based here in Australia with safeguards that can do it offline, there are questions raised. That doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut on transparency. It doesn't cut it when it comes to how we treat small Australian businesses.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Mackenzie, I see you on your feet, but unfortunately the time for this debate has just expired. So we will move to a consideration of the motion moved by Senator Cash. The question is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Is a division required? Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative, and I remind advisers, particularly at the back of the room, once a division is called, you are not to move. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. I move that a motion relating to the consideration of government amendments to formal business may be moved immediately, have precedence over all other business and be determined without amendment or debate.
So the question is, the motion as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President, and I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion moved by Senator... I've done that. So what are we doing? Okay. I call the clerk.
Business order for day number 1, Defence Amendment Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the third reading.
Senator McAllister.
Yes.
So the question is that the motion as Senator McKim. Sorry, Senator Kim, just wait a moment. Can senators just clear the floor quickly? I can't. I've got a senator on his feet. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. There was quite a bit of noise in the chamber, as you'd appreciate, and I'm just confirming that we are still... The question before the chair is that the bill be read a third time.
That's correct, and the minister's just moved that it be put.
No. You've moved the question be put on the third reading.
Yes, the minister was on her feet.
Well, I'm just going to, on a point of order, I'm just going to indicate that I wish to make a contribution on the third reading, and I'm asking for the minister's indulgence to withdraw.
Thank you, Senator Kim. You've made the point of order. Senator Kim, as you are aware, it is the minister's prerogative that the question be put. You can vote either way on it, but the minister has moved and the motion is before the chair. So the question is that the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. So do you want me to come?
Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put on the third reading. The ayes have moved to the right of the chamber, the noes to the left, and I appoint Senator Rogan, for the ayes, Senator McKim Teller for the noes. Sorry, Senator. Nick, I'm here too. Nick, did you include me? The result of the division is 29 ayes, 18 noes. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bill be read a third time. All in favour say aye. All against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a third time. Ayes move to the right, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan Teller for the ayes, Senator McKim Teller for the noes. The result of the division is 30 ayes, 18 noes. The question is resolved in the affirmative, and I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Defence Act 1903 and for related purposes. Government business, order of the day number 2, Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025 and a related bill, second reading debate.
This one, so we've got, yeah. Thanks. Senator Stewart.
No, I'm okay, thank you. I rise today to speak in support of the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025. This bill reflects the Albanese Labor government's unwavering commitment to the safety and security of all Australians. It is about strengthening our justice system, building a stronger, fairer and more effective federal parole system. A system where critical decisions are made with the utmost expertise, objectivity and a clear focus on protecting our communities. A system that Australians can have confidence in. Parole plays a vital role in our justice system, and when decisions are administered properly, when the decisions about parole are made by people with knowledge and expertise, parole actually keeps communities safer. This includes legal and law enforcement, corrective services, victims of crime advocates, psychologists and community safety experts. The combined interdisciplinary knowledge of these professions helps with rehabilitation, reintegration and public protection. With support and appropriate conditions, we can minimise reoffending. Of course, this would never be at the cost of public safety. Expert decision-making ensures that robust controls, supervision and safeguards are imposed where necessary to protect the community. Despite this, the Commonwealth remains the only jurisdiction without an independent parole board. As it currently stands, decisions regarding federal offenders are currently made by the Commonwealth Parole Office within the Attorney-General's Department in coordination with the Attorney-General. While the Office of the Attorney-General is one of immense responsibility and integrity, the current model places an undue burden on a single entity. It risks politicising a process that demands specialised knowledge and dispassionate judgment. In a liberal democracy like ours, the separation of powers is a cornerstone of good governance and legal systems. The current model is vulnerable to breaches of procedural fairness, a fundamental principle that holds our justice system together. We do not ask the Attorney-General to determine who should be prosecuted. That responsibility rests with the Department of Public Prosecutions, precisely because we believe in the separation of powers. We expect the DPP to act independently, apolitically and in accordance with the law and evidence. The same principle must apply across the board. As the Attorney-General, Michelle Rowland, has articulated so clearly in her second reading speech on this legislation, decisions about whether convicted federal offenders are released into the community on parole and the conditions under which they are released should be made by law enforcement and other community safety experts, not by politicians. This bill aligns the Commonwealth with best practice approaches across states and territories, as well as international partners including Canada, the United Kingdom and New Zealand. Calls for an independent Commonwealth Parole Board are not new. Governments have been talking about how this could happen since 1975. I am proud to be part of the Albanese government, a government who is tackling these long-standing challenges. In my role as Chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee, I have the privilege of working on these overdue elements of our legal system. These are reforms that strengthen our institutions, and the need for reform has never been clearer. The nature of federal offending has evolved significantly. Historically, federal offences often comprise of matters like social services fraud. Today,
Federal offences include complex matters and serious offences including terrorism and child sexual abuse offences. The makeup and complexity of the federal offender cohort has changed over time. This shift demands a more sophisticated and specialised approach to parole decision-making. In 2024-2025, there were over 530 federal parole and parole-related decisions. This number has been consistently increasing each year by 5 to 15%. The current model is no longer fit for purpose. What this bill puts forward is a statutory independent Commonwealth Parole Board. The board will have complete discretion in performing or exercising its functions or powers and is not subject to direction from anyone when doing so. The board will consist of a chair, a deputy chair and at least 3 sessional members. Importantly, this bill mandates that members hold experience and expertise across a broad range of relevant disciplines. Members will possess expertise in law, law enforcement, corrective services, victim advocacy, psychology, social work, criminology, and even medicine and mental health. Parole decisions are complex, and this breadth of knowledge ensures every aspect of an offender's circumstances are considered and lead to genuinely risk-informed decisions. This is how we truly depoliticise parole and foster a greater public trust and confidence in the federal parole system. The legislation also delivers transparency and accountability. This also brings the Commonwealth in line with best practice models already successfully implemented across Australia's states and territories. So this should really be non-controversial. Decisions will be documented and subject to review. The chair will be required to provide an annual report to Parliament detailing the board's activities, caseload, emerging issues and ensuring ongoing scrutiny. And importantly, those who live and breathe the work of implementing the legal system support the implementation of an independent parole board. The Australian Law Commission, the Law Council of Australia, the National Legal Aid have all recommended the establishment of an independent Commonwealth Parole Board. The Law Council have stated that parole decisions are complex, they require expertise and resourcing to facilitate procedural fairness where community safety, effective rehabilitation and human rights of prisoners, as well as the experience and perspectives of victims, all require respect and consideration. And this bill delivers exactly that. Finally, it is important to address concerns raised in light of recent events. The Attorney-General has stated that this bill will not change the statutory prohibition against parole for terrorist offenders. There is a very high threshold that must be met for a terrorism offender to be granted parole, and parole can only be granted if there are exceptional circumstances justifying the release. That won't change. Community safety remains the overriding principle, particularly for the most serious offences. By passing this bill, we are strengthening community protection, restoring confidence in the parole system and ensuring that critical decisions are made independently, expertly and fairly. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I rise on behalf of the Greens to indicate we'll be supporting the Parole Board bill and very much looking forward to an independent Commonwealth parole authority. If we only needed one reason to support this bill, well then the reason I'd give would be David McBride. David McBride is a political prisoner in Australia, in jail under a Commonwealth offence for breaching a secrecy offence for telling the truth about war. And David McBride in the next 12 months will come up for parole. And I can tell you what I don't want to see happen. I don't want to see David McBride as a political prisoner have his parole application decided by an Attorney-General, a politician from any one of the war parties. I don't want that to happen. And I want to see an independent parole board actually look at the merits of not just David's parole application, but every parole application from anyone who's in jail for breaching a Commonwealth offence. Now, I've heard some pretty remarkable contributions in this chamber, but rarely seen one stray so far from reality as the one we heard from the Shadow Attorney-General, Senator Cash, yesterday. Senator Cash suggested that having an independent statutory parole board at a Commonwealth level was some kind of political smokescreen, some terrible lack of accountability, a wicked political ploy from the Labor government to avoid accountability for parole decisions, suggested that it was indicative of a collapse in political standards that we're finding, and suggested it would be an incredibly dangerous thing for community safety. As I said, rarely have I heard a speech stray so far from reality than that contribution from Senator Cash, and I haven't really done it justice. There was invective and passion that she also added to her attack on this bill. But what Senator Cash forgot to say was that every other jurisdiction in this country has a parole board. Every state and every territory has an independent parole board. The UK, the overwhelming bulk of jurisdictions that follow a common law tradition like us across the world have independent parole boards. And that is because the public expects decisions about criminal justice, about whether people go in jail or stay in jail, not to be decided by politicians, but to be decided by independent bodies, courts making decisions about criminality. In fact, our Constitution requires that at a Commonwealth level. Courts making decisions about criminality, and then independent parole boards making decisions about whether people should be released once their minimum sentence time has been reached. That's what happens across the Commonwealth. We then saw the Shadow Attorney-General say, this is outrageous because an independent statutory parole board will be making decisions about people who have committed serious Commonwealth offences, offences such as terrorism, child sexual abuse, very serious criminal offences. They are incredibly serious criminal offences, and whether or not someone gets parole should be decided by an independent statutory body. That's what the Greens believe, not by a politician. But again, what the Shadow AG, who wants to be the AG in the future, frightening thought that we would revisit that past, what the Coalition forgot to mention was that at a state and territory level, parole boards in their daily work across this country are deciding whether or not people who have been convicted of manslaughter, serious sexual assaults, serious even state-based terror offences, some of the most appalling crimes you could imagine, state and territory parole boards are making these decisions on a daily and weekly basis right across the country. And they're doing it without the involvement and without a political veto from politicians at a state and territory level. And that's how the public would expect our criminal justice system to work. So what we currently have at a Commonwealth level, and it's the only jurisdiction in the country, is we have a politician in the form of the Attorney-General who can make pretty much pluck any parole decision away from the bureaucrats in their office and make a political decision on parole. Now that is an incredibly dangerous political role in what's meant to be an apolitical criminal justice system. How it works in practice is that the Attorney-General delegates the bulk of the parole-making decisions to bureaucrats inside the Attorney-General's office. So that is another thing the Coalition forgot to mention, that under their preferred model, the overwhelming bulk of Commonwealth parole decisions under the status quo aren't even made by a politician. They're just made by bureaucrats in the office with no statutory controls, no statutory independence. You don't even know who's making the parole decisions. Nameless bureaucrats making parole decisions whose careers depend on keeping in favour with the Secretary, whose career depends on keeping in favour with the Attorney-General. That's the current Commonwealth parole system. Now, if the coalition had been honest about wanting that, nameless, faceless bureaucrats who owe their careers to the Secretary, who owes their careers to the AG, that's what they want to be the ongoing parole system for the Commonwealth. They should at least be honest and talk about the truth of it. So, what does this bill do? Well, it creates an independent parole board, which will have people appointed to it based upon relevant expertise. Parole is a really hard decision. And I can tell you now, having spoken with people who've been on parole boards in my home state of New South Wales, members of statutory parole boards take their job incredibly seriously. They look at the evidence about the offence. They look at a person's record inside the criminal justice system, rehabilitation programs they have or haven't done, their stated intention. They consult, most times, with victims, and they inform victims of decisions being made. I will get to the guidelines in due course, Senator. They do that in a respectful way, because I can tell you now, not every victim, not every survivor wants to be part of a parole decision. Many victims and survivors want that to be dealt with by an independent statutory body, and they want the emotional and psychological distance from that decision being made. But some do. Some do want to be involved. They want their hurt, their pain, their experience to be before the parole board. And that I believe should and needs to be part of an effective parole system, allowing that voice to be heard on parole. But it's part of an array of complex decisions, or complex material. As I said, the nature of the offence, the response by the person seeking parole to their time in prison, evidence from the corrections authorities, evidence from psychologists, evidence sometimes about a person's basic record inside the corrections system. Complex series of facts and expert evidence that is best assessed by an independent board, an independent body, not by a politician who's doing it on a part-time basis for a political reason, and not by a nameless, faceless bureaucrat who isn't controlled by any identifiable guidelines or controls. And I've got to tell you, an independent parole board will be significant for some, especially for some cohorts of the community, some parts of the community. For example, First Nations people in federal custody. They deserve a fair and impartial process, not to have their parole decision decided by a coalition Attorney General or a Labor Attorney General. They deserve, like I think all people deserve, a pathway through the criminal justice system that is based upon the merits of the matter, not the politics of the matter. It has been a long-standing recommendation at a federal level, going back 5 decades, for the Commonwealth to establish an independent parole board. It's been recommendations from multiple parliamentary committees, from the ALRC, the Australian Law Reform Commission, and it's about time it happened. We did have concerns with the initial draft presented to us by the government. We had concerns that Clause 24 of the bill allowed the departmental secretary to sit on the board when the chair or the acting chair was unavailable. The Greens firmly believe that a parole board should be genuinely independent from the government of the day. And a departmental secretary who owes their job and their political future to the Attorney General and the government of the day is not independent. It's a part of the executive government. And as drafted, that clause significantly undermined the board's independence from the government of the day. I am very grateful for the assistance we've had from the Law Council, their detailed submissions, their detailed engagement with the bill, including on this issue about the independence of the Parole Board, and I am glad that we've been able to reach an agreement with the government for an amendment on Clause 24, which will remove the Secretary's role and will instead put in place an arrangement where an acting chair can be appointed and to ensure that there's the independence of the Parole Board. We have had a series of submissions, and there'll be a series of amendments being moved, which are proposing to put in express provisions about how the Parole Board should operate. I think, save for the Coalition's amendments, the amendments that are being brought forward by other senators, I think are coming from a good place. They are, for example, suggesting that natural justice needs to be applied by the Parole Board. They are proposing that the Parole Board must conduct interviews before making a parole decision, and there have been propositions that we should expand the jurisdiction of the Parole Board to also include reconsiderations. I understand, and the Greens understand, where these recommendations come from, where these amendments come from. But can I say on the amendment that would require the Parole Board to conduct interviews, that may be good, and it may be, and I believe, and the Greens believe, that would be essential if the Parole Board is intending to refuse parole. But there would be many circumstances where a Parole Board might be well satisfied of giving a grant of parole without an interview, and you wouldn't want to limit the ability of that. I would hope, and the Greens would expect, that kind of process would be adopted in the guidelines once the Parole Board is up and running. But as currently drafted, that amendment would potentially prevent some people who are entitled and worthy of parole from getting parole in a timely fashion. The amendment proposing the rules of procedural fairness, again, we understand the effect of that and the intent of that. The common law makes it clear that people have a right of procedural fairness in decisions such as the Parole Board. And under common law, unless there's some statutory statement to the contrary, there is a right of procedural fairness, which will be part of the Parole Board as established. And for that reason, we don't believe it is necessary to include that statement in the legislation because it's implicit in the board as established under existing common law principles. And of course, the guidelines would not be able to limit the right as to procedural fairness. They may be able to articulate how it occurs, but they would not be able to remove the right to procedural fairness. And I'll say finally on the issue of victims, I would expect the guidelines to include the role for victims that I've articulated in the second reading speech. The right for victims to be advised, the right for victims, if they wish, to have their voice heard in a parole decision. And I believe that we will see that in these guidelines, and it will be a significant improvement from the current system that the Coalition are trying to defend, where there is no rights for victims. They are not engaged with, they are not heard unless a politician decides it's in their political interest to do so. We want to depoliticise the criminal justice system. We want experts, well qualified and independent, to decide parole, not politicians, and we support the bill.
Collins.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Commonwealth Parole Board Bill 2025, which is a deeply flawed proposal, and unlike the Greens' Senator Shoebridge, we want accountability in our criminal justice system. And this bill would strip the decision-making responsibility about parole for federal offenders from the Attorney-General and enshrine a parole board that would then make decisions about parole instead of the Minister. Now, this parole board would be unelected and it would be fundamentally unaccountable. And most importantly, right now, elected by a very left government that has a poor track record of keeping Australians safe and protecting our way of life. It will also be made up of people who don't need the relevant legal correction or law enforcement background. That's very, very important. And as it stands, the Attorney-General is an elected member of the House of Representatives, accountable to the Parliament and answerable to the people. The Attorney-General is not just another minister. The Attorney-General is the first law officer of the Commonwealth. The minister's decision as to whether a criminal goes free or remains in prison is a critical one. And currently, the Attorney-General has the final say over these decisions. And we, the people of Australia, can hold the minister accountable for their decision. The crux of why this proposal is so flat out wrong comes down to accountability. Who holds the blame at the end of the day if that parole decision goes badly wrong? Who decides whether egregious criminals walk free early or not? Under this new bill, Labor is trying to take the easy path, the easy response. They will say, it was the decision of an independent body, don't blame us. Under this new bill, this parole board would be appointed by this left-wing government but answerable to no one. This is a predictable step from a government addicted to shifting the blame. Just think about their response to Australia's record high inflation. It's outpacing the rest of the OECD because of the government and its spending. And according to the Prime Minister and his Treasurer, the government is not at fault. The RBA begs to differ. The Coalition's and testimony and that of many experts shows that this government is hiding the truth, that the Labor government is degrading your standard of living, and of course it is a coalition Liberal-led government that will restore it for the Australian people. Immigration, that has seen over 1.5 million new arrivals to this country in 3 short years, that's not the fault of the Prime Minister, that's someone else's fault. But we all know the truth that Labor has lost control of the borders. The ISIS bride's coming back. Don't blame me, says the Prime Minister. They are Australian citizens and Minister Burke must roll out the red carpet to these terrorists who seek to divide us or worse, try to kill us on our own streets. Always remember, the Liberal-led coalition will restore our standard of living and protect our way of life. There is a pattern here. The Prime Minister is refusing to accept responsibility for his government's decisions, and federal prisoner releases are just the next step in a long line of abrogation. Federal offenders are not just people who have done the wrong thing. They include people guilty of the most serious and complex crimes. Terrorists, including offenders with ongoing ideological networks. Child sex offenders, including those involved in large-scale abuse material networks. People smugglers and transnational facilitators. Serious organised crime figures. Cyber criminals with international reach. Foreign interference actors and those linked to hostile state activity. These are heinous and damaging crimes that destroy the fabric of Australia. Releasing these prisoners is not a box-ticking exercise. Now, the government tells us that more than 530 parole decisions were made in the year 24 to 25, and that the workload is only increasing. But a growing caseload is not the reason to hand this responsibility off to a panel. It's a reason to make sure that the decision-maker has the authority they need, the information they need, and the accountability direct to the community. These decisions often touch on classified intelligence, frontline policing operations, and sensitive international issues. And in our Commonwealth system, only the Attorney-General can bring together the highest levels of advice from across the government and ensure that every relevant agency is engaged with the seriousness and seniority that these decisions demand. This board, acting inside tight legislative restrictions, would have nowhere near the reach an Attorney-General does regarding national security, nor would it have the same capacity or accountability. This is why these decisions should be kept at the highest level with the first law officer of the Commonwealth. When drafting this bill, Labor has also made one serious omission. They gave no serious considerations to victims. The government would rather placate victims with discretionary language rather than organise a sensible way for victims to have their say. What you do not see in this bill is any kind of mandatory requirement where the victims of these criminals are consulted before a parole decision is made. There would be no legislative requirement for any notification that an offender is due to be released, nor a hearing being held or that a parole decision is imminent. How is that fair? How is that fair or just that a victim of sexual abuse or organised crime or exploitation, terrorist act, should remain unaware that the person that damaged their life so terribly would be released to the community? This bill neglects the rights of victims and treats them more as a matter of procedural consideration rather than honouring their right to feel safe in their own country. Victims don't need platitudes. They need enforceable rights, to be notified, to be heard, and to know their safety is being taken seriously. The Coalition has strong concerns that the appointed members of this parole board will reflect the diversity policy of this government rather than merit. There is no requirement that the members of this board have the legal, corrections or law enforcement background. This sounds more like the judging panel for an Archibald Prize rather than a serious, community safety-focused parole board. Appointments to this board must be based on merit, demonstrated expertise and experience based in law, intelligence, victim advocacy and risk assessment. Labor would be taking the safety of victims and Australians more broadly on decisions not made by experts, but rather by diversity hires. I wholeheartedly support the amendment proposed by Senator Cash that would allow the Attorney-General to object to decisions made by the Commonwealth Parole Board. This is a principled change that keeps accountability firmly in the court of the Attorney-General. Public safety is taking a back seat in this bill. If this board is to be inaugurated, the board members must be qualified. You can only think of the most horrific potential scenarios. A serial child abuser was jailed and considered for parole just years later. An inexperienced and inept board, or a weak left-leaning one, grants parole without any oversight or accountability, which may result in that abuser reoffending. I know there is always risk in these decisions, but this risk must be weighed, and the judgments made by experienced men and women who are held accountable by you, the Australian people.
Senator Collins, sorry. Senator Shoebridge, we are getting into the end of the speech, the reading, and I would ask to show some tolerance because we heard you in silence. Senator Collins.
Largely.
Oh, well, for the time I sat in the chair. Okay, thank you for clearing that up. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We cannot afford to make mistakes in this area, as the safety of the victims and the community more broadly depends on it. I do not trust this Labor government to appoint a board that is fit for purpose, and that is why the proposed amendment from Senator Cash is absolutely essential. This bill comes from a government focused on making its job easier, not Australians safer. It comes from a government focused on delegating the hard decisions, not making them. It comes from the most secretive Australian government of the last 50 years, from FOIs to ISIS brides. This government is incapable of being transparent with the Australian people. I am proud to stand with a coalition that opposes this bill as it is currently drafted. Only a Liberal-led coalition government will protect Australians' way of life. It will ensure that victims are heard and consulted in these decisions and accept the responsibility of our actions, unlike this Labor government hiding and ducking from every warranted criticism. I do not commend this bill in its current form to the Senate, and I urge all other senators to do the same.
Right,
Thank you.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. For serious offenders, community safety is non-negotiable. The question is not whether we take risks seriously, the question is how we manage that risk when release occurs. That requires judgment, it requires experience, and above all, it requires independence. That is why the legislation before the Senate today matters. These bills establish an independent Commonwealth Parole Board and transfer federal parole decisions making to an expert statutory body, replacing the current ministerial decision-making framework with an independent statutory model. At its core, this reform is about aligning the Commonwealth with what Australians already expect. Decisions about whether a convicted federal offender is released into the community and on what conditions should be made carefully, consistently and based on evidence and risk. At the moment, parole decisions for federal offenders are made by the Attorney-General, working with delegates within the Commonwealth Parole Office inside the Attorney-General's Department. That arrangement has existed for a long time. It developed in a very different context when the federal offender cohort was small, relatively narrow, and largely made up of offences like social security fraud and regulatory breaches. That context has changed. The number of federal offenders has grown. There are now around 1,200 federal offenders serving sentences across Australia. That is more than the combined prison populations of the ACT and Tasmania. More importantly, the nature of federal offending has changed. The cohort now includes people convicted of terrorism offences, serious organised crime and child sexual abuse material offences. These are complex cases. They involve real risks and they demand deep expertise. Yet until now, the structure for making those decisions has not kept pace. Every state and territory in Australia has an independent parole board. The Commonwealth is the only jurisdiction that does not. That makes us the exception, not the standard. Australians expect parole decisions to be made independently of politics. They expect consistency, they expect transparency, and they expect that community safety will be taken seriously at every stage. This reform responds directly to those expectations. The Albanese Labor government is establishing a statutory, independent Commonwealth Parole Board made up of people with experience across law, law enforcement, corrections, psychology, psychiatry, social work, rehabilitation and working with victims of crime. This matters because parole is not a box-ticking exercise. Assessing risks requires understanding patterns of offending. Understanding rehabilitation requires insight into treatment, behaviour and support structures. Understanding community impact requires listening to victims and considering the broader consequences of release. These are not skills developed through politics, they are developed through practice. This reform reflects Labor's values of fairness, security and responsibility. Fairness because parole decisions should be made on the merits of each case, not shaped by political pressure, media attention or fear of criticism. Security means putting community protection first. Parole is not a concession, it is a control mechanism. It allows authorities to impose strict conditions, monitor behaviour and act immediately if those conditions are breached. And responsibly, because governments have a duty to modernise systems when they no longer reflect best practice. Parole is often misunderstood in public debate. It's not an automatic release. It's not a reward. It is not leniency. Parole is a conditional release under strict control. It allows enforceable conditions to be imposed. It allows supervision. It allows authorities to monitor behaviour closely. And if those conditions are breached, parole can be suspended, revoked, and the person returned to custody. It's structured oversight. A system that manages the transition from custody to community is safer than one that ignores it. That is why parole decisions matter so deeply, and that is why who makes those decisions matters just as much. Under the current system, the Attorney-General is the decision maker. This is a question of a system design. Ministers are elected to make laws, set policy and be accountable to Parliament and the public. Individual parole decisions should sit with an independent expert body. That arrangement potentially exposes decision. The current arrangement potentially exposes decision to political pressure and undermines confidence, even when decisions are made carefully and in good faith. This legislation draws a clear and appropriate line. Ministers set the laws, experts apply it. The Commonwealth Parole Board will make decisions independently. The board will not be subject to direction. Members will be statutory office holders. Decisions will be made collectively with reasons recorded. The board will be required to report annually to Parliament, and its operations will be reviewed after commencement. Importantly, decisions will remain subject to judicial review, and existing procedural fairness obligations will continue to apply. That is accountability built into the system, not bolted on after the fact. The board will also have the flexibility to make better decisions. This legislation allows the board to defer decisions in limited circumstances where more information is genuinely needed. It allows reconsideration periods to be set in a way that reflects the time required to complete rehabilitation programs or secure stable accommodation. That flexibility is not about delay for its own sake. It's about making decisions at the right time rather than the wrong time. Good decisions made later are better than poor decisions made early. This reform does not make it easier for serious offenders to be released. It does not weaken the law. It does not lower the threshold for release, and it does not reduce protections for the community. The bill strengthens the integrity of the system by ensuring decisions are made independently, consistently, and on the basis of evidence. The legal framework for parole remains in place. The criteria remains the same. The standards remain high. The purpose of parole are unchanged: rehabilitation, reintegration where appropriate, and the protection of the community. Community safety is not a secondary consideration here. It is central to the system. It always has been, and it remains so under this legislation. The statutory prohibition on parole for terrorist offenders remains unchanged. The threshold for release remains extremely high. Nothing in this bill alters that. What changes is not the standard. What changes is the decision maker. Decisions will be made with greater independence, greater consistency, and greater credibility. This reform also stands in sharp contrast to the former coalition government's approach. For years they resisted the establishment of an independent Commonwealth Parole Board, and it appears they still will, despite repeated calls from the Law Council of Australia, the Australian Law Reform Commission, the National Legal Aid and victim advocacy groups. They were content to leave parole decisions with ministers while criticising outcomes they disagreed with from the sidelines. Labor has chosen a different path. We have listened to experts, we have listened to victim advocates, and we have acted. This legislation is the product of extensive consultation with various stakeholders across Australia, including state and territory justice agencies, correction authorities, legal bodies and advocacy groups. It reflects best practice, not political theatre. For Tasmania, this reform has real and practical significance. Federal offenders are held in Tasmanian prisons. They are supervised by Tasmanian correctional staff. Decisions are made at the Commonwealth level, have direct consequences for the Tasmanian community. Tasmania already operates under an independent parole board model at the state level. We understand the value of independence in maintaining consistency and public trust. The government has committed $28.3 million over 4 years to establish and operate the Commonwealth Parole Board, with ongoing funding of around $7 million per year. That is a serious investment. It reflects the seriousness of the task and the importance of getting it right. Success will not be measured by headlines or slogans. It will be measured by better decisions, by safer communities and by greater confidence in the justice system. At its heart, this reform is about responsibility. Responsibility to victims who deserve a system that takes their safety seriously and treats their experiences with respect. Responsibility to the community, which expects decisions about release from custody to be made carefully. Again, I'll say independently, and again on the basis of evidence. And responsibility to the integrity of our institutions, which depends on power being exercised properly, not politically. This is careful reform. It's overdue reform, and it's the right reform. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I did listen very closely to Senator Brown's comments and remarks in relation to this bill, as I have listened to other senators in this place in relation to their remarks. At the outset, I'd like to state that the position of Attorney-General is quite unique in Australia's political system. The Attorney-General is not just an elected official appointed a minister. They also have all sorts of responsibilities connected with their role as the first law officer of the country. And that brings significant obligations upon the Attorney-General with respect to our system of justice, with respect to rule of law, with respect to different discretions that they're required to consider very carefully as to whether or not they exercise. So I think the first point that needs to be made in this debate is the position of Attorney-General is quite unique in terms of ministerial status and responsibilities linked to their role as the first law officer of the country. The second point I want to make is this. I have no doubt that Attorneys-General from both of the parties of government, supported by experts within the Attorney-General's department, have been operating to make the best possible parole decisions they can in all the circumstances. And whilst people can say or allege that decisions were being made for political reasons or may be made for political reasons, I haven't heard any evidence of that. I haven't heard any evidence that any Attorney-General from any party in any government, certainly during my time in this place, has made a parole decision on the basis of political considerations. Not one example has been given. Not one example has been given. And I have no doubt that my friend and colleague Senator Cash, Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, when she had those responsibilities as Attorney-General, would have carefully considered, in her diligent way, would have carefully considered the evidence given to her by the departmental officials, by the experts, and made a decision in accordance with the law with respect to parole. I have absolutely no doubt about it, and we have not heard any example of political interference or the exercise of decision-making power with respect to parole being influenced by political considerations. We haven't heard one example of it, not one, during the whole debate. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing because there shouldn't be political considerations given with respect to parole. So I really think people need to be careful before alleging that colleagues in this place have exercised powers for political considerations. And I underline the fact I'm sure my friend and colleague Senator Cash would have performed these powers extremely diligently, as her predecessors would have. So there's a corollary. You want to take the power away from the Attorney-General, you want to give it to an independent board? Well, let's look at the independent board that you're proposing. Let's consider what's actually being proposed here, because there is a benefit in terms of the Attorney-General being an elected official, having this power and being responsible for the exercise of this power in this place and in the other place. There is a benefit in that, in terms of that public accountability, because when they make the wrong decision, they can be held accountable for that decision in this place. So you want to move it to an independent board. Okay, well, let's look at the mechanics with respect to this independent board. First point I want to make is I think the position of chair of this parole board under this piece of legislation is extraordinarily powerful, is very powerful. And this will be an official who's appointed once and will be in this position for 5 years. And it is an extraordinarily important professional position. Now, if you were to think about the sort of qualifications you'd expect for the chair of the parole board to have, I would have thought most reasonable people listening to this debate would think there would need to be something more than someone enrolled for at least 5 years as a practising lawyer. 5 years? I wouldn't feel competent to do this job as someone who's been admitted some 25 years ago.
Order.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with it in that context either, Senator Shoebridge. So this is a person who is going to have the power under this bill to issue guidelines, as you would well know, Senator Shoebridge, that don't even have to be published. The bill doesn't even require the guidelines which will be promulgated by the parole board to be published. What an extraordinary situation. They don't even have to be published. And Senator Shoebridge, I've got no doubt sincerely, believes that the guidelines will contain a regime for the points of view and perspective of victims of crime to be considered. I have no doubt he has that sincere view. It may well be the case, but there's nothing in this bill that requires it. In every single jurisdiction, those opposite keep telling us what's happening under the state and territory jurisdictions. Well, something that has happened is statutory recognition of the rights of victims to be consulted with respect to a range of matters involving parole. And there is no statutory obligation in this bill recognising the rights of victims. None. We're totally dependent upon what the guidelines say. And the guidelines don't even have to be published. So going to my home state of Queensland, there are requirements for a victim of a crime to be consulted, informed, advised, treated with respect and compassion, all the way through from when someone someone initially, the victim of a crime, reports the crime, all the way through to the making of parole decisions. That's actually in the law, but there's nothing of that in this law. None of it. So when those opposite get up and tell us best practice in states and territories, the bill reflects that, it doesn't with respect to victims of crime. There's nothing in it. So in my home state of Queensland, and Senator Shoebridge did recognise it's a voluntary right, but a victim has a right, not an obligation, a right to be registered as someone who wants to be kept informed through the whole process. So they're actually advised of what sentence the perpetrator of the crime of which they are the victim. They're actually informed what that sentence is. They're actually informed when a parole decision, that time period is expiring in terms of their custodial sentence and they're coming up to a parole decision. They're informed of that. They're actually given a statutory right to make a submission. Not something dependent upon guidelines which may or may not be published, but a statutory right to make a submission to a parole board so that their voice is heard, so that the voices of the victims of crime are heard. Under this system, there is absolutely no obligation upon this new independent parole board to actually be required to hear the perspective of the victim, and that is not good enough. So don't come into this place and tell us you're introducing this fantastic reform that has been mooted for many years, and I understand the rationale. I understand the rationale, I understand the argument, I will understand the argument, but don't come into this place and say this is a fantastic reform that replicates the best of the systems across other states and territories, when the fact of the matter is there's a gaping hole in terms of the voice of the victims of crime. We're better than that in this place. We're better than that in this place. It didn't take me long to look at a number of jurisdictions from Queensland, from South Australia to New South Wales to find that the law with respect to parole board decision-making has moved on, and the victims of crimes, their voices need to be heard. In my home state of Queensland, a victim actually has rights to seek redress in the event that their right to be consulted isn't complied with by parole boards in Queensland. So it's not just a paper right, actually there's some teeth to it as well. There are consequences if victims aren't consulted. But there's nothing in here about those processes. All there is this extraordinary power given to the chair to issue guidelines. The chair may, in writing, this is clause 13 of the bill, the chair may, in writing, issue guidelines not inconsistent with this or any other act relating to the procedures of the Commonwealth Parole Board, including but not limited to the arrangements for meetings, procedures to be followed, arrangements for managing conflicts of interest, any other matter required or permitted, etc., etc. The guidelines aren't a legislative instrument, so that means they never come back to this place. We never get the opportunity to say those guidelines are inappropriate, those procedures are inappropriate. We never get the opportunity to disallow those guidelines because they're not a legislative interest. And here's the kicker: the chair may publish the guidelines if the chair considers it appropriate to do so. How ridiculous. Why is it up to the chair to decide whether or not to publish the guidelines? That's extraordinary. Why shouldn't these guidelines be public? If, as Senator Shoebridge suggests, and I don't doubt his sincerity in this regard, that the guidelines will include procedures for victims to be consulted, why wouldn't those guidelines be published? Shouldn't the guidelines, the procedures and processes for the operation of this independent parole board be on the public record? Don't you all have a right to know what those guidelines are, including with respect to how victims are consulted? There've certainly been, over the last few years, cases, including victims of sexual assault from my home state of Queensland, where survivors of assault, of the gravest type of assault, have been absolutely devastated that the perpetrator of the crime against them has been released either from prison or from immigration detention, and they weren't informed. And they've only found out because a journalist has rung them and told them. How would you feel? I can't imagine. I can try and imagine. I can try and put myself in the position of a victim of crime subject to that. I can try, but how would you feel if the first time you hear that a perpetrator of a crime, such a dreadful crime against you, has been released, and the first you hear about it is when you get a phone call from a journalist? Extraordinary. Extraordinarily, and not good enough. And that's why, across states and territories all around this country, the rights of victims of crime have been incorporated into legislation. So they are enforceable rights. And if the victims choose to be kept abreast as to whether or not offenders are going to be released or whether or not they're coming up for parole. Given an opportunity to make submissions, offenders are coming up for a parole hearing and victims want to exercise their right to have their views heard by a parole board. Those rights are embedded in legislation. And that is missing from this legislation. It's missing from the current system. I take Senator Shoebridge's comment in that regard. It's missing from the current system as well. But it's also missing from this legislation. And that's not good enough. If we're going to introduce a reform like this, we should be good enough to be able to consider all aspects in terms of the policy issues relating to parole and make sure when we go through this process, the bill that's passed at the end of the process represents best practice in all respects. However, in this respect, there is a gaping hole in relation to the rights of the victims of crime, and that is very, very disappointing. I want to make some other comments with respect to the qualifications of the members of the Parole Board, and there is a section that deals with the sorts of qualifications that people have to have, but you then have this problematic overlay that you need someone with experience, knowledge of law, someone knowledge of matters relating to victims of crime. I would have thought the best people are the actual victims themselves, and that's why I think they should be heard. And then you have this overlay with respect to the demographics of Australia. I'm not sure what that means. Now, I'm in favour as much as anyone in terms of making sure that we have equality of representation across government boards of women, etc., and seeking that. But what does reflecting the demographics of the country mean? Does that mean you've got to have someone from rural area, a regional area? How do you actually dovetail that with the qualifications?
Senator Scarr, your time has expired. Senator Ruston.
I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition.
Is leave granted?
Thank you. I table the petition which calls on the government to establish the long-promised proton beam therapy here in Australia for children like Evelyn, signed by over 27,000 people, and I acknowledge the family members of Billy and Evelyn here in the chamber today.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. It being almost 12:15 now, we will move to Senators' statements. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements for speaking times agreed by the whips. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. Australians are struggling under Prime Minister Albanese. Under Labor, inflation continues to rise, power prices are out of control, insurance premiums are skyrocketing, and the dream of home ownership is dying, if not dead, for young Australians. So what is the government doing to address these issues? Nothing. Zip. Instead, Labor now think it is the perfect time to increase the size of Parliament and create jobs for more politicians. It has been reported 40 more politicians at a reported cost of $100 million a year. It is frankly ludicrous that Labor and Prime Minister Albanese are wasting precious taxpayer resources on this fanciful idea. Labor should instead be focused on fixing their cost of living, healthcare and housing crises that are crippling our economy and crippling the livelihoods of Australians. Sadly, Prime Minister Albanese's Labor Party continues to put politics before people. Rather than lifting Australians up, Labor would prefer to spend hundreds of millions of dollars employing more politicians and continue on with their merry agenda of creating laws that make this country worse. Australians do not want more politicians. It is as simple as that. And this has been made very clear to me on my travels around Queensland. Over the past few weeks, I've been to places like Rocky and Cairns, Nambour, Toowoomba, St George. You know what people are saying to me? When I raise the issue of whether we should have more politicians, well, they get pretty cranky about it because they don't want more politicians and they especially don't want more Labor or Green politicians. So we don't need more Labor and Green politicians, we need better politicians, and we need politicians who work hard, like those on the coalition side, who understand and deliver for the people they represent. So my message to the left side of politics is, please get out of your offices and engage with your constituents, because I'll tell you this for free, none of them want to pay for more politicians. But they do want real action on the cost of living. They want cheaper electricity. They want affordable groceries. They want better access to education and healthcare. And they want to be left alone by the government to live their lives on their own terms. Australians are sick of being dictated to by Anthony Albanese and Labor, because they want smaller government. They want smaller, effective government, not bigger, bloated government. Labor continues to push Australia in the wrong direction, and adding more politicians to the mix will not turn our country around. So I stand firmly against any plans to increase the size of Parliament and create more jobs for politicians, because I want our country to be a happy place, and I don't think Australia will be a happy place if you have more politicians cluttering up the joint. Deputy President, last week I visited Rocky and I met with the local state MPs, Donna Kirkland, Nigel Hutton and Glenn Kelly, because excitement is building in central Queensland, because in Rocky, on the Fitzroy River, rowing is going to be held in the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And let me say this clearly, as the Shadow Minister for the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, rowing belongs in Rockhampton. As Deputy Premier Jared Blay likes to say, if it's good enough for Marshall from Mara to row on the Fitzroy River, then it's good enough for Pierre from Paris to row on the Fitzroy River. Because the Fitzroy River is one of Australia's great river systems. It offers the length, conditions and community backing required to deliver a world-class regatta. Local leaders, businesses and volunteers have worked tirelessly to put Rocky on the map as an Olympic city. And I really want to acknowledge the advocacy of Matt Canavan as the locally based senator in Rocky and Michelle Landry as the federal member for Capricornia, who have been champions, indeed Olympic champions, for, like what I did there, Senator Cadell, for their advocacy for rowing to be held in Rockhampton. So that's why it's pretty outrageous, Deputy President, to hear suggestions that rowing should be held anywhere else other than in Rocky, particularly when those suggestions come from the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, who has suggested that rowing should be shifted out of Queensland and into New South Wales. The 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games are Queensland's games. They were secured by Queenslanders. They must be held in Queensland and benefit the people of Queensland first and then Australia secondly. So, as the Shadow Minister, I'll do everything in my power to ensure that Olympic events, whether rowing or even tennis, stay in Queensland where they belong, because we've already seen what happens when Labor dithers and delays. Under the former Labor state government, Queensland squandered a considerable head start when it came to planning and preparing for the Games. Years were lost to indecision and internal division. The very future of the Games was at risk. When David Crisafulli and his team were elected at the end of 2024, they moved immediately to conduct a 100-day review and release their 2032 Games delivery plan. This plan has provided certainty for communities, industry and athletes, because it ensures that all of Queensland, not just Brisbane, shares in the economic opportunity. So take Yeppoon, just outside of Rocky, for example. It's home to the Keppel Bay Sailing Club. Now, I visited this club with Nigel Hutton, who's the member for Keppel, and they're already looking towards 2032, hoping to attract international sailing nations for training camps and lead-up regattas. Out in Roma, which is the capital of the Marinara Regional Council, Mayor Cameron O'Neill, Deputy Mayor Cameron O'Neill and Mayor Wendy Taylor are looking to hold swimming teams there in their new 50-metre Olympic swimming pool once it is built. This means all of Queensland can benefit in the Olympic Games and in the lead up to the Olympic Games, because all of us in Queensland should benefit. Rockhampton is ready to go, the Fitzroy River is ready, Central Queensland is ready. And so I say to the Prime Minister, please bear this in mind when he continues to speak out about shifting the rowing from Queensland to New South Wales. Deputy President, in recent months, Queensland has once again been tested by severe flooding across large parts of the state, from the far north to the northwest and now into the southwest, where great swathes of water are slowly travelling across Queensland. And at the same time, communities along the coast are remaining on flood watch and looking out to sea as a tropical low decides whether or not to form into a cyclone. So over the past few months, homes have been inundated, roads and bridges cut, businesses disrupted, and primary producers hit hard. For many families, for many Queenslanders, this is the latest in a long line of natural disasters they have endured. But in Queensland, we're used to that. We're used to droughts, we're used to cyclones, we're used to picking ourselves up. And so I just want to say thank you as a Queensland LNP Senator to all those State Emergency Service volunteers, to all of the police, to the AMBOs, to all those people who've gone out there and helped their local communities, because it's their professionalism and courage that has saved lives and brought comfort to many. And I also want to thank the Queensland State Government, in particular the Premier, and also Anne Lay as the relevant Emergency Management Minister, for the work they have done to ensure communities immediately get the support they need. Deputy President, in this last week, we've seen the death of an evil man, and I say good. It is good that Ayatollah Khomeini has been killed. That man ordered the deaths of tens of thousands of people. And while I don't rejoice in the death of anyone, I do pay homage to the victims of his barbarous crimes against humanity. And the world is a safe place with his death. And I hope that he is in hell, and I hope that he is in the hottest part of hell, and I hope that he stays there for eternity.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I rise to speak on the national housing crisis. This country is at breaking point. The great Australian dream of owning a home is dead, thanks to Labor. Barely a day goes past without new horrific housing news. There are no affordable houses for first-home buyers in any city across this whole country. It's now more challenging to get into the market than it has ever been. But rather than fix the housing crisis, this government is spending more on housing investor tax breaks every year than on social housing, homelessness services and rent assistance combined. And it's a national housing accord that it's promised us of 1.2 million in new homes in 5 years. Every month is falling behind further and further. So shame on this government. Housing affordability is a political choice, and we can choose much better. It used to be that if you worked hard, got an education, saved, you could afford a home and support a family. This is no longer true. Home ownership rates among 25 to 29-year-olds have fallen from 50% to 36% in the 50 years to 2021. Young people face house price growth which outstrips their wages, forcing them into too many years of renting under precarious leases. For countless people, owning a home is no longer a realistic milestone. And this means moving every year, living with uncertainty and constantly putting off goals like starting a family. The prices of entry-level houses have grown 3 times faster than wages in the last 5 years. And it's not just buying a home. National rents have increased 2.5 times faster than wages over the same period. So our housing system is now a generational lottery, and it's no accident. It's by design. It's by policy and government failure. It's working exactly as the major parties have designed it to work. They have built an economic system where working people pay, on average, 24% of their wages in tax. Meanwhile, very wealthy people sit on multi-million-dollar land and home portfolios, watching their value surge, getting richer every day, gains that are lightly taxed or deferred for tax for years. So our economic system taxes effort and rewards speculation. We tax work so much more than wealth, including speculative housing wealth. And Labor's tax breaks help investors come armed with deeper pockets, on average more than $100,000 in their pocket than a first home buyer, to auctions every weekend, ensuring they outbid hard-working first home buyers who have scrimped for years to save their precious deposit. So wages crawl, assets explode in value, taxes aid wealth concentration, and politicians act confused about why young people are angry and can't afford to save harder to get to those auctions successfully. So working Australians are fed up. They're fed up watching banks and wealthy property investors profit from a housing crisis spiralling out of control while wages stagnate and basic shelter becomes a privilege instead of a right. The social contract is broken. Labor has responsibility to stop rewarding the wealthy and start ensuring every Australian can afford a home. And it's not just Australians who are concerned about our housing crisis here and its historic nature. It's drawn the attention of the international community. Just this week, the UN has published a major review that says Australia must do more to protect our basic rights, highlighting poverty, housing, social security failure, climate impacts and ongoing asylum concerns. In particular, the UN called out Australia's, quote, persistent shortage of affordable housing and the insufficient availability of social housing, resulting in very long waiting lists and increased homelessness. When did we become this country? When the UN is telling a rich country like us to do better on housing, the government needs to take a long, hard look in the mirror. And surely that's a wake-up call. Even the UN telling Labor to get on with its National Housing and Homeless Plan, which we're still waiting for, and to make sure we adopt a human rights-based national approach to housing. That we need to invest more in social housing. We need to strengthen rent regulation and enhance tenant protections and prevent excessive rent increases in public and private housing. We need to prevent the speculative misuse of housing to ensure adequate housing for Indigenous Australians and other disadvantaged groups, and to increase the levels of Commonwealth rent assistance. These are practical reforms that the Greens have been fighting for years. And what are Labor for, if not to deal with this basic issue of a roof over your head, if not to fix this incredible crisis affecting so many millions of Australians? To make housing truly affordable, we need more public housing. If you look around the world, countries with affordable housing all have one thing in common. They have a large role for the public sector in housing, as we have had historically when we weren't in the kind of crisis we face right now. The declining role of government in building housing stock in Australia, both for sale to home owner-occupiers and for affordable rent through the public housing system, is driving the decline in housing affordability both for renters and for home buyers in our housing market. In this housing crisis, the supply of homes cannot be left to private developers, whose profits increase the more that houses, prices and rents go up. Over the past 30 years, the major parties together have worsened housing affordability, grown public housing waiting lists and turned housing from a human right into a commodity. According to ACOS, social housing now makes up less than 2% of dwellings built annually. Public housing making up less than 2% of houses built annually. This is down from 22% in the 50s and 15% in the 1970s. In Australia, there are now 190,000 households on the public housing wait list. That's an increase of 50,000 houses just since 2018. The wait lists exceed 10 years in every state and territory. As a consequence, homelessness levels have risen to the worst in living memory, and they're deeply shocking to many of us in Australia who think homelessness should not be a scourge of every Australian city. As a consequence, That homelessness is putting so many children, so many women at risk, and this is a national shame. It's a scandal. But both parties have played their role in creating it. Now it's on Labor. With more than 4 years in power, it has failed spectacularly to address this crisis, and indeed many of its measures have made the problem worse. This government must directly build more quality, public and affordable homes. So I say to every Australian struggling through the housing crisis, if you feel like you can't get ahead, you're not alone. The system is rigged, it's stacked against you. Where we're now is the result of successive governments, but it is fixable. Our history tells us we are a country that can fix this. We can live differently. We can put a roof over everyone's head. We've fixed it before. Politics should deliver for all of us. Instead, politicians from the major parties are delivering for the banks. Just look at their profits in the last few months, record levels, billions of dollars rolling in because of growth in very expensive housing lending. We've got big developers making a mozza out of the housing crisis and the ultra-wealthy growing their wealth without doing anything other than speculatively invest. So our government is spending more on tax breaks for wealthy property investors than on the neediest members of our society. While so many Australians work harder than ever and have never been more time poor, big banks are making record profits, ripping us off, and the ultra-wealthy are getting richer than ever before. It's intergenerational inequality on steroids, and it's inequality between workers and the wealthy on steroids, like we have never seen before in what we used to think of as the lucky country. A lucky country now where you can't afford a home as a first home buyer. Unless we do something different, it'll keep getting worse. But it doesn't have to be like this. If the crisis was started through government choices, it can be fixed through government choices as well. We need to put a roof over everyone's head. We need a national housing and homelessness plan. We are waiting on Labor to deliver it. No more band-aids, a proper national plan. And we need to stop treating housing as an asset class that serves only the wealthy few and to reclaim housing as a human right.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Deputy President. It is an historic week for all freedom-loving people of Australia and indeed the world. The occupation of Persian Iran by the despotic Islamic Republic is being shattered by the joint forces of Israel and America. For 47 years, the people of Iran have been subjected under a brutal regime with little sign that their suffering would end. This decisive military campaign from the United States over the past 5 days is in the interests of the Iranian people. It is in the interests of the Australian people, who under this Labor government are watching social cohesion and basic safety deteriorate. We in the Coalition will protect Australians' way of life, because protecting our way of life is in the interests of all democratic and freedom-loving people right across this wonderful world of ours. The goal of the military intervention in Iran to stop this Islamic regime murdering women, men and children with impunity and to instead install a democratic government is a noble goal, and a goal I wholeheartedly back. Over 30,000 innocent Iranians have been murdered by this regime just in the past few months for daring to challenge the now dead Ayatollah for their freedoms. Thousands more face executions. Millions more face suppression, and yet the good Persian people continue to rise up. The moral clarity of both Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President Donald Trump has allowed them to put the safety of their peoples, the security of Western liberal values, and the United Nations principle of the responsibility to protect at the forefront of their foreign policy. If only we had such conviction at home. While American and Israeli warfighters put their own lives at risk to defeat the Islamic Republic of Iran, to obliterate its nuclear ambitions, and to free its people from oppression, we have seen remarkable scenes of jubilation and relief from everyday Iranians. And what I've found most uplifting from all these scenes of joy, from a people who have known little hope for 47 years, is the accounts of women at the forefront of these celebrations. Women have been the most persecuted and repressed by this abhorrent regime. They have had their freedom of religion, freedom of self-determination, and even had their freedom to choose their own clothes, the clothes that they wear and the jobs that they hold, be crushed by the Ayatollah and his mullahs. Let us not forget who these Persian people are fighting against. The extremists of the Islamic Republic of Iran want to turn back the clock on women's rights right back to the 14th century. These extreme fundamentalists, running one of the world's oldest civilizations under extreme religious principles, believe that rape of a wife is not a crime. These evil dictators believe child marriage is sanctified by their religion, and sexual slavery is the price of losing a war. They believe Jews should be killed wherever they can be found, and that little girls and boys are the property of old men. These are extremist, misogynistic, and evil tyrants. The world is better off with the Ayatollah and his most senior officials dead. And now, thanks to this decisive action, we have seen women gathering en masse on the streets of Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz. They have been throwing off the burqa, ejecting morality police from their trains, burning portraits of their dictators. They have screamed with absolute delight at the destruction of their enemies. These actions risk imprisonment and death. These women are brave beyond belief, and they have my utmost respect and admiration. May God bless them as they throw their shackles free. At home on the streets of Sydney, we have seen our own Persian communities celebrate the undoing of their oppressors in Iran. And hasn't it been fantastic to see them waving Australian flags as they protest the brutal Iranian regime and celebrate freedom? That is modern Australia on display, the Australia that I love, and it is a breath of fresh air from those other protesters who would divide and disparage Australia. The Iranian regime has sought death and instability for decades. Australians have suffered directly as a result, both at home and in the Middle East. Firebombings and terrorist attacks in Sydney and Melbourne followed the murder of an Australian citizen alongside thousands of Jewish people in Israel on October 7, and they weigh on the souls of those Iranian dictators. For years, Australian Defence Force personnel have been attacked by Iranian forces across Iraq and Syria, causing injuries both physical and psychological. The end of the Islamic Republic of Iran cannot come soon enough. This is very important to the coalition. Under a coalition government, we will protect Australia's way of life. While this action is underway, in the air by the brave men and women of the Israeli Defence Force and the United States military, and on the ground by the Iranian people rising up against their captors, I pray for the safety of both. I pray that the civilians marching for their freedoms find a quick and decisive victory against the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. I pray that the brave servicemen and women return to their families safely and know that their actions help destroy one of the world's most evil governments. And I pray that the future of Iran is bright, that its best days are ahead, and that the sacrifice of those that we have lost in the past 47 years have not been in vain. The Australian Persian community, particularly in Sydney and my home state, have added an enormous amount to the great Australian story. Their contribution to what Australia makes has been remarkable. It is well recognised and it is celebrated and appreciated. And while the Australian Persian community suffer through this challenging time, it's important that they know they're not alone. You are not alone. The Coalition, above all others in this place, support you in your struggle for democracy, for your values, and for your freedom. Thank you for all that you give to Australia, and we support you.
Senator Mulholland.
Deputy President, the modern Liberal Party might be struggling to find an identity, but there is one thing that will always remain true about those opposite. They never learn from their mistakes. Not after work choices, not after net zero, and not after the work from home debacle at the last election. We've been promised a new start with this new look leadership team, a deputy leader in this very chamber who is not allowed to ask a single question in question time. Not one. We've had 2 days, not one question from that deputy leader. But we are told things have changed, but the old guard are still very much in charge in this place, calling the shots. It feels a lot like a new direction while standing very firmly in the exact same spot, doing the exact same old tricks, offending migrant workers and refusing to rebuild trust with female voters in this country. Instead of reflecting on the now very leaked Liberal Party election review, the Liberal Party has rewarded the 2 central figures responsible for your massive loss, promoting them to your leader and your deputy leader. The people who brought us billions of dollars of taxpayer money on nuclear power plants, on boozy subsidised lunches for bosses and banning working from home. Those 2 are the ones that you have promoted to your new deputy leadership. That is not renewal. That is not reform. You cannot set fire to your own credibility and ask Australians to admire the smoke. And nothing is more reflective of how the Liberal Party has lost its way than their behaviour this week, talking about ISIS brides instead of talking about the issues that matter to Australians. Not one question has been asked this week about the economy. Not one question this week about jobs. Not one question about housing, which I can tell you is a top concern in Queensland. That's the things that people expect you to ask about in this place. So I compare that track record to the track record of this government. We had the Housing Minister, Minister Claire O'Neill, in Queensland last week. The member for Petrie, Emma Comer, the member for Dixon, Ailey France and I, we asked the Minister to come and host a Moreton Bay roundtable of housing stakeholders in Redcliffe. She immediately said yes. Yes to listening, yes to collaboration, yes to rolling up her sleeves and working with the community to build more homes. That roundtable brought together the Mayor of the City of Moreton Bay, Brick Housing, Common Ground, Q Shelter, BHC and Coaster Bay Housing. And all of those organisations were enthusiastic about Labor's efforts to shift the dial on the current housing crisis that's been created by a decade of Liberal inaction. They were enthusiastic about our 5% deposits, which have helped over 250,000 Australians purchase their first home. And more than 50,000 of them are Queenslanders. People that the Liberal Party and the Greens would prefer not in a home of their own because it doesn't suit their rhetoric. They would prefer that they were forced to pay a 20% deposit and forced to pay up to $20, $30, $40, sometimes $50,000 in lender's mortgage insurance. That's their alternative on housing, and it's a disgrace. But when we talked to those housing community providers, what they said to us is that they have absolutely welcomed the HAFT funds that have been rolling out housing projects across Queensland. And I was really pleased that we were able to take the Minister to 2 housing projects. The first was in Sutton Street. It is a new tower that has delivered 82 new homes. 59 of them are social housing and 23 units kept as affordable homes. This means quality housing specifically for older residents. But it didn't stop there. We also visited a construction site in the suburb of Margate, where we are building 60 new homes. And I can tell you, the member for Petrie is absolutely pushing for more. And we know that to continue to build houses, we must continue to invest in our tradies. That's why this government is delivering free TAFE. We're also delivering $10,000 payments to tradies in construction, so we can continue a pipeline of housing while those opposite continue to talk about themselves.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I wanted to reflect on some of the feedback coming in from people here in Canberra, people in the ACT that I represent. And I wanted to start with the cost of living and the price of petrol in particular here in Canberra, which has just topped $2 a litre. This week, the Prime Minister celebrated 30 years in the Parliament. That is a huge contribution in terms of public service, and he's clearly achieved a lot. But it's also 3 decades since he's had to pay for his own tank of petrol on any kind of regular basis. And I think we need to keep that in mind as parliamentarians. I worry that some in the government have lost touch with how acute the day-to-day cost of living concerns are of the people that we're here to represent. I know that Minister Bowen's advice to Australians was not to panic buy petrol. It's easy to say, harder to do when you see the price of petrol climbing as it is. And I really welcome the comments from the Treasurer today that he's written to the ACCC asking them to monitor the situation, but would respectfully ask the government to please do more. We have to do more for Australians. And I'll preempt the argument from the government and say, yes, we know that the Australian government can't single-handedly solve the crisis in the Middle East, but I think there are things that we can do here, and we can do them now. We're being warned that petrol prices could jump up to 40 cents a litre due to the conflict in Iran, with prices increasing even before wholesale costs have risen. And that should concern us in our concentrated market. That is some serious profit if you're increasing costs now before you're even passing on the added wholesale costs. Canberra and Darwin already have the highest petrol prices in the country, on average paying 4 cents or so more per litre to fill up. Now, that's almost $20 million a year in Canberra. So let's look at some of the solutions to these, I think, very legitimate grievances. Firstly, we could commit to implementing a national open real-time fuel price reporting standard and taking enforcement action if companies exploit this crisis. In an environment ripe for price gouging, we know we have a competition issue in many sectors of the Australian economy. Markets only work when they are transparent and competitive, and companies face swift and severe penalties from profiting unethically. We could also do more to support the creation of an affordable second-hand EV market. One of the biggest risks of the energy transition is the risk that it entrenches the growing wealth divide and inequality in this country. There will be thousands and thousands of Australians at the moment driving past the local servo smiling because they have an EV and they can charge it at home for $10, $15, or they can charge it off their solar for free We have to make sure that we leave no one behind here, and we're actually ensuring that low-income households can actually benefit from the transition. We could also impose a 25% on gas exports. Prices are about to go through the roof. If you look at the gas futures market, huge increases. We should get a return on that gas. These gas companies have done nothing special to command that extra profit. Australians should get a cut of that. That's revenue that is desperately needed here in Australia. Just finally, on the energy transition, I want to talk briefly about artificial intelligence. Seems every day we've got a new story about jobs being lost to AI, the opportunity that the government talks about. But while there might be opportunities, there are also risks to privacy, risks to job, risks to water, risks to energy. We see that water demand for data centres in Sydney alone will exceed the total drinking water used in Canberra within the next decade. And we are seeing more and more data centres being built. And I'm not hearing anything from the Labor government about safeguards and about how we ensure that we're not increasing the price of electricity, that we're not using valuable drinking water. These are very legitimate questions, and they deserve answers from the Albanese Labor government.
Senator Deliga.
Thanks, Deputy President. And I'm rising today just in support of the Australian Union's campaign, It's for Everybody. This campaign calls for 10 days of paid reproductive leave to be embedded in the National Employment Standards. This leave would give all workers, regardless of their sex or gender, the time that they need to manage reproductive health matters, including menstruation, pregnancy, breastfeeding and lactation, contraception, miscarriage and pregnancy loss, perimenopause and menopause, chronic conditions such as polycystic ovarian syndrome and endometriosis, hormone therapy, fertility treatments, IVF and assisted reproductive health services, hysterectomy and vasectomy, termination, and private health care such as screenings for breast, cervical and prostate cancer. Deputy President, these issues are widespread, they're deeply personal and they're often invisible in the workplace, yet their impact is significant. 1 in 7 Australian women suffer from endometriosis, 1 in 6 Australian couples experience fertility issues, 1 in 18 babies are born via IVF treatment, and 1 in 6 blokes are affected by prostate cancer. These numbers tell a story, one of resilience, silent suffering, and a system that is yet to catch up. It's time for our workplace standards to reflect their current reality. For many working women, especially those juggling caring responsibilities, the workday never truly ends. Women still perform 40% more unpaid labour than men. Cooking, cleaning, caring for children and elderly parents, the invisible load is heavy, and when women take leave, it's rarely for themselves, it's to care for others. This campaign is about changing that. It's about recognising that the body deserves care too. It's not just a women's issue. Reproductive leave and reproductive health affects everybody. Blokes undergo vasectomies and have prostate treatment, and the grief of miscarriage affects both parents. Reproductive health leave must be inclusive because dignity, healing and support should never depend on your gender. Late last year, I heard directly from a great bunch of union delegates who had travelled to Canberra to tell us about how important reproductive leave would be for them and for their members. It would be transformative for someone like Sasha from Tasmania, who lives with polycystic ovary syndrome and has experienced 12 pregnancies, 9 of which ended in miscarriage over 10 years. And without access to leave, Sasha had no time to grieve or recover. She had to return to work immediately to keep up with her mortgage. Reproductive leave would have given her the space to rest and heal without stigma. And also Rachel from Tasmania, who has experienced a great deal and tremendous pain and debilitating pain due to reproductive health. And she's been renowned by doctors for her incredible uterus. Rachel she's fought tirelessly for women to be recognised and for people to be recognised and treated with dignity in the workplace, because this is often a silent matter and she's calling for people to have fair access. It would be transformative for someone like Cara from Queensland, a young professional with endometriosis who pushed through work while battling debilitating pain and nausea. Cara hid her condition, afraid of being seen as unreliable. Reproductive leave would have allowed her to manage her health openly and without fear. It would have been transformative for Jono and his partner, who underwent IVF while juggling full-time work, invasive procedures, emotional highs, and then time and compassion needed to pursue parenthood. Everyone deserves the right to care for their body without fear of judgment. Other countries are moving forward. They're recognising that reproductive health is a workplace issue. But here, our employment standards still imagine the ideal worker as someone with no bodily needs, no caregiving responsibilities, and no interruptions. And that's not real life. And when we ignore reproductive health, we don't just hurt individuals, we hurt our economy. Untreated reproductive health leads to absenteeism, unemployment, career derailment, and even early retirement. These are not rare conditions, they are widespread and they deserve recognition. That's why Australian unions are calling for reproductive health leave, a dedicated paid entitlement that covers reproductive health needs. And just to be clear, it's not sick leave, it's not carers leave, it's not compassionate leave. It's a standalone leave of entitlement reflecting the lived realities of millions of Australians.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you. There are plenty of people in this place and outside of it who want to talk about immigration. But the way you talk about migrants, we know which migrants you are really talking about. We are talked about as literal aliens, as outsiders, as problems to be managed, never as people who live with you, who are your neighbours, who are your colleagues, never as people to be heard and listened to. We are, as Rennie Eddo-Lodge so perfectly put it, Schrodinger's immigrant. We are simultaneously lazy and a drain on welfare, while also stealing jobs and undercutting wages. We are not successful enough, yet also too successful, taking opportunities away from so-called real Australians. We live in ethnic ghettos and refuse to integrate, while also taking over housing in every corner of this country. The absurdity of the media and the political establishment is genuinely mind-boggling. Migrants are not some small group either. Unless you are First Nations, you have a migrant story, whether you like it or not. To talk about this community the way it is talked about is quite frankly appalling. We came to this country for a better life, but we also wanted to contribute something to this country to make it better. Engineers, doctors, caregivers, nurses, taxi drivers, cleaners, scientists, and food delivery workers. We work hard. We are the glue that keeps this country going. Some might think I'm too loud, too migrant, too Muslim, but our belonging cannot be conditional. Our belonging cannot be conditional on keeping our heads down and keeping our mouths shut. We have as much of a right as anyone to speak up on issues that we see as unjust and unfair, without being abused and vilified every single time. And here is something that might just blow your mind. Migrants are living through the exact same housing crisis, the same inflation crisis, the same wages crisis as everyone else. Because migrants did not cause these crises. Decades of political failure did. Decades of sucking up to billionaires did. Let's be honest about who has been failing. It is not just a one-nation problem. Labour and Liberals have spent years creating the conditions of this anti-migrant environment. Instead of showing leadership, they have dabbled and continue to dabble in far right-wing talking points and policies, trying to outright the right. It was Labour that introduced some of the harshest anti-refugee and anti-immigration laws. They pointed the finger at international students for a housing crisis built entirely on their own policy failures. They created the scapegoat, and now they act surprised when one nation picks it up and runs with it. And even when they think they are defending migrants, they do it in the most warped ways imaginable. South Australian Premier Malinauskas thought it was clever to pitch to One Nation voters by asking who is going to feed you and bathe you and wipe your bum when you are 90. Just stop. We are not here to wipe your ass, Premier. Migrants work in every industry in this country, including aged care. But our place here is not conditional on servitude. It is not conditional on wiping the backsides of people who campaign against us. So let me be direct. Stop scapegoating migrant communities for economic pressures that were never of our making, and start investing in real solutions for housing, for cost of living, that are hurting all of us. Every time a politician reaches for the migrant caricature, instead of doing the hard work of fixing the broken system, they are making a choice. They are making a choice to send us further into the hellscape that One Nation is building. And that choice has consequences for real people, for real communities across the whole country.
Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The GST is a tax paid on all Australians on various goods and services, and it's supposed to be designed to benefit all Australians in every state. When it was first introduced in 2000, the Australian Government and all states and territories agreed it would be shared based on the long-standing fair go principle of horizontal fiscal equalisation. That's a fancy way of saying the money raised by the GST must be fairly distributed to all Australians. This was supposed to make sure that every state and territory has the money for health, education and infrastructure, regardless of their own ability to raise their own revenue. So far, so good. But then in 2018, the Morrison government gave Western Australia a special deal on the GST. And under that deal, which by the way was clearly designed to win marginal seats, Western Australia got a much greater share of the GST revenue than it would have received under the old system. But Western Australia already had loads of cash from the mining boom. And in 2025, they declared a $2.5 billion surplus. Whoosh! Wouldn't it be lovely to have that in every state? While most other states, like New South Wales, Victoria, Tasmania and Queensland, have faced budget black holes. The fair go principles of the GST were lost in the pursuit. Both major parties of an election win. They were effectively buying votes from the people of Western Australia, and by goodness, didn't it cost you, and it's cost the rest of us. This naked manipulation of our country's budget is a shameful episode in our nation's history, and it needs to be fixed. The only state that benefited from these changes and still benefiting is Western Australia, the richest state. And since 2018-19, it has received more than $24.2 billion more than it would have done under the crappy Morrison deal. Combine that with the $53.8 billion in mineral royalties over the last 7 years means that Western Australia has cash surpluses totalling more than $18 billion. Wow! And every other state and territory recorded cash deficits over that time. The GST in Tasmania is Tasmania's single largest source of revenue, accounting for approximately 40% of the total general government sector revenue in 25-26. Given the importance of GST for the state, it is critical that Tasmania secures its fair share on an ongoing basis. When this dodgy deal was done by the Morrison government, all the other states rightly howled, and so they should, because this deal was blatantly unfair. So instead of fixing the dodgy deal, the federal government chucked more Australian taxpayer money at the problem. This gave states like Tasmania a no worse off guarantee. This guarantee has protected Tasmania from the dodgy GST deal, which would have otherwise reduced states' GST revenue by $318.6 million. By chucking money at a problem of your own making is not the answer, and you're following pursuit over on this side. That's the government today. It has been estimated that a no worse off guarantee will cost the federal government budget $8 billion over the 9 years to 26-27, and it is now expected it will have costed the federal budget almost $60 billion because you won't fix the dodgy deal of Morrison. which is scheduled to expire in 29/30. And apart from the National Disability Insurance Scheme, this is the biggest cost of any single policy decision. This $52 billion blowout from the GST carve-up is a massive drain on the federal budget, especially at a time when there is a huge demand. Demand for money for our hospitals, money for our schools, money for infrastructure, and money that must be shared equally and fairly if the Treasurer is looking to save money and he has the courage to do so. Does Minister Chalmers have any courage? That's what we want to know before the May budget. Is he going to have the courage to overturn the dodgy deal done by the Morrison government? Does he have the courage? I want to see what the man's made of. Does he have the courage? And what about the Tasmanians sitting over there in the Labor Party? How are you going with the dodgy deal, the GST? You going to get up and start telling your own to give us back the money that's ours? Or are we going to keep taking money out of the budget that we shouldn't have to because it should be coming from Western Australia? You've got to be kidding me in here. You've got to be kidding me. I can tell you there is nothing fair about the politicians using the GST money, which is our money, to bribe voters in other states, because that's all you're doing. It's bribery money, it's disgusting, and you should be ashamed of yourselves, and you're still going down that lane. Surely. Give Tasmania back its money.
Senator Polly.
Thank you. Cybercrime is no longer distant or abstract. It's happening in Australia to Australians every single day. It affects families, it affects older Australians, it affects small businesses, large businesses, and our children. And it's becoming more organised, more targeted, and more cruel. Cybercrime often starts quietly, with a message that feels personal, with a call that sounds legitimate, with a promise of help, reassurance, or connection. Romance scams devastate lives as well as finances. Bank scams exploit fear and urgency, and their strategies are orchestrated to make people panic. But we know when those calls come from legitimate banks that you bank with, when they say don't transfer the money, it's very suspicious. You need to heed that warning, because if it is legitimate, people will wait and will understand. Sexual exploitation weaponises shame. These crimes are designed to isolate people, they're designed to rush people, to make them do impulsive reactions online and when they're speaking to people on the phone. They're designed to silence people. Too many victims stay quiet, not because they're careless, but because they feel embarrassed, ashamed, or afraid that they won't be believed. That silence protects criminals. These are simple steps that really do matter. Slow down when something feels too urgent, unknown to you. Go to directed trust sources like your banks. Report early, because if you report that early, you've got a chance of getting your money back. Those 3 steps matter because scammers rely on panic and they rely on isolation and they rely on silence. But this cannot be burden placed on individuals alone. We cannot expect people to outsmart criminals' networks by themselves, and we cannot solve this by blaming victims. Labor believes in collective protection, in government stepping in where people cannot, in building systems that support Australians before harm escalates. That's why Labor has been leading the way in our world, globally as well. We are when it comes to protecting our kids. Our social media ban to protect our kids, leading the world. We have countries following suit now because they know the damage that social media is actually doing, what damage can be done to our children by cybercrime and organised crime, because everyone deserves to have a fair go. And we really do need to protect our children. And I want to give a shout out to the Australian Federal Police and the JPC3 for their coordinated efforts to disrupt cybercrime across Australia as well as globally. Because cybercrime does not happen in isolation. Criminals, they share their tools, they share information, they target together. They bring agencies and industries together. That's what the AFP do to combat organised crime. They identify patterns, and the whole point of it is to disrupt early. So that's why you really do need to report. Now, we know some great work that's been done through JPC3 and the AFP, and that is focusing on young people. Young people are being extorted, exploited sexually, because when they are groomed in many of these online platforms, they are too ashamed to tell their parents, teachers, or anyone in authority because of the shame and guilt that they fear. We need to ensure that the message gets out to these young people that they can talk to people about this. They will be heard, they will be supported, and that everything will be done to support these. The unfortunate thing is that there are too many young men that are being exploited through chats, through online gaming, as well as young girls. We all need to take responsibility for this. It's not just the AFP, it's not just police, it's a community issue, it's a parents' issue. It shouldn't be left just to schools. We need to get the message out that if you are compromised, if you feel like there's something not right in the chat rooms and the rooms when you're online playing a game, you have to say no and stay within that proper format.
Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. I've often said this terrible Albanese government is the most secretive in Australian history. No issue demonstrates this more than the Prime Minister's lies about his secret plan to bring the ISIS brides, and never forget they are terrorists or sympathisers, back to Australia. Do any have dual citizenship? If they do, then strip them of their Australian citizenship, denying their right and their children's right to come back to Australia. The Australian people have been deliberately kept in the dark. Only that last week the Prime Minister told the media in Werribee, what we aren't doing is providing repatriation of these people. Well, this week, revelations made to my office by New South Wales corrections officers have blown his lies out of the water. It turns out the Prime Minister and the Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns, have been preparing to accept these women for quite some time. Renovations are underway at the Windsor Women's Correctional Facility to create a new wing designed to house female terrorists. Corrections officers in New South Wales are currently undergoing a new training module called Women in Violent Extremism. This module is designed to train officers to deal with Category 5 female inmates. At the moment, New South Wales has no Category 5 inmates. I'm told that any ISIS brides, terrorists, who arrive before the new facility at Windsor is completed will be temporarily housed at the Silverwater Women's Correctional Centre. I'm also told that perhaps not all of these women will be headed for New South Wales. That raises yet more questions to which we know the Prime Minister will never give a straight answer. Where else will these women be held? Victoria? South Australia? Who knows? Have Jacinta Allen and Peter Malinauskas also been covertly working with the Albanese government to prepare the welcome mat for these ISIS terrorists? And at what cost to the taxpayer? My rough figures would put the cost at $1,800 per day, per prisoner in New South Wales. That's more than $650,000 per year per prisoner. If these women face life sentences, then taxpayers will pay tens of millions of dollars for the Prime Minister's secretive plans to bring back these ISIS terrorists. Let us never forget what these women did. People around the world reacted with shock and revulsion at the depravity of the so-called Islamic State Caliphate. These maniacs burned people alive. They enslaved and raped thousands of women. They murdered thousands more, along with their children. They inspired acts of terrorism around the world which killed many more people, including here in Australia. They continue to inspire acts of terror, including the massacre of Jewish Australians at Bondi. These women volunteered to join this depraved cult. They were enthusiastic. They were happy to be part of it. And when it all fell apart, when the Islamic State was destroyed, they had to experience something they never thought would happen: consequences. Thrown in a refugee camp in Syria with all the suffering that goes with it. That's where they should stay. I'm confident I speak for many Australians in saying they should be left there to rot. But that's not how Labor and the Greens think. Labor and Greens snub their nose at the Australian people and pulls out all the stops to accommodate these traitors. Labor are embarrassed enough to hide it under a veil of secrecy. They've thrown a burqa over their plans, hiding these women and the assistance they're giving them. Labor is despicable. They cannot be trusted with the safety of the Australian community. They cannot be trusted with national security. They cannot be trusted to stop radical Islam. They cannot be trusted to stop anti-Semitism. These failures, culminating in the Bondi terrorist attack, will define the Prime Minister's time in office forever. It's time for Australians to stand up to the worst Prime Minister and the worst government we've ever had. Australians want their country back, minus the terrorist brides and radical Islam.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We are seeing a hotly contested race to the fringe of politics. A race to the bottom and a race to the far right. There was a time when the Liberal Party had the courage to draw a line. Former Prime Minister John Howard had the courage to dis-endorse Senator Hanson in 1996 and the courage to put One Nation last in 2001. But somewhere along the way, that courage has been lost. They once understood that some rhetoric has no place in mainstream Australia. We all have a responsibility to lead with example, to behave in a way that reflects the standards that the vast majority of Australians expect from their representatives, to refrain from stoking fear and spreading misinformation in the way that Senator Hanson has just done in this place, to refrain from pitting Australians against one another in the pursuit of political gain. And never has this been more important than it is right now. But instead of showing the leadership that this country needs, the opposition are so committed to outflanking One Nation on the far right that they could not bring themselves to support our motion to censure Senator Hanson on Monday. And so the question must be asked, are they so afraid that they'll face electoral obliteration if they lose this race to the fringe, to the far right wing? Senator Cash and the opposition say that they condemn the rhetoric of Senator Hanson, but they will not take decisive action to really show it. Because for them, the political calculation remains the same. I'm sure we'll see more of the same old playbook at the upcoming Farrer by-election, a backroom preference deal designed to wedge the independent. They might say they're against Senator Hanson's words, but I am sure they will still rely on her preferences at the ballot box. Condemning the rhetoric here in Canberra while relying on the politics of division in the electorate is not true leadership. In Western Australia, we see Senator Hanson's colleagues are no different. What they say is actually dangerous misinformation and often dangerous conspiracies. There are an endless number of ways that we can get this wrong. One Nation's divisive rhetoric doesn't stop at attacking our country's social cohesion. While this government is working to keep energy prices down to reach our target of net zero, One Nation is also spreading misinformation about our clean energy transition, claiming that Australians are footing the bill subsidising wind turbines. But the fact is that renewables like solar and wind are the cheapest form of new energy. In recent weeks, we heard from Senator Whitten in this place that the science isn't settled and that only bureaucrats and ideologues fear debate. But that is a line that climate deniers use when, in fact, denying climate change is the ideology at play. Senator Whitten, in a further attempt to pit Western Australians against each other, accused a hard-working local shire of deceiving its community after it established a Clean Energy Action Group, describing the initiative as a front for synergy and as suggesting that that local government and its officers are taking a cut of supplier contracts, accusing them of corruption. These are extraordinary claims and outrageous claims made in this place by Senator Whitten. And picking fights with local governments like the hard-working shire of Augusta Margaret River is just another way that One Nation, Senator Hanson and Senator Whitten seek to stoke division in communities. But while One Nation spreads this misinformation, our government is getting on with the job. We're investing in cleaner energy, we're strengthening the grid, and we're making sure that Australian households and businesses have access to reliable and affordable power. And I congratulate the local shires like the Shire of Augusta Margaret River and many others in my home state of Western Australia who are working hard to bring renewable energy to their communities. Right now, Australians deserve serious leadership, and they expect our leaders, they expect the alternative government to bring Australians together. And it's a responsibility we must carry.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. 2 weeks ago, I spent the day at the University of Western Australia's O-Day. If you've ever been to O-Day, you know the energy. Stalls everywhere, clubs recruiting, students with tote bags and big dreams. It reminds you of what hope and possibility feel like. But behind the excitement, I kept hearing something else. Worry. Not about exams or which majors they were going to choose, but about housing. A nursing student said to me, "Senator, I just want to know if I'll ever be able to buy a house." A law student told me he's already assuming he'll rent for the rest of his life. Another said she's thinking about moving back with her parents, studying part-time, and taking up another job just to cover her daily expenses. Now, these are not young people looking for shortcuts or handouts. They're working hard, they're studying, they're planning their futures, but they're looking at a housing market that feels completely out of reach. Right now, the median home in Perth is just over $989,000. That's almost $1 million. Now tell me, which student can afford that? In January alone, prices jumped by more than $22,500, and that's around $5,000 a week. According to Cotality, home values in WA are rising about 10 times faster than wages. Now, you can do everything right, study, work, save, and still watch the goalposts move further away every single month. Data from Real Estate Institute of WA shows units are selling in 7 days, houses in 8, and listings are nearly 44% lower than this time last year. People are feeling rushed and pressured, as though if they don't jump in now, they'll miss out forever. But Western Australia cannot simply build its way out of this housing crisis. Economist Gary Stevenson, a former Citibank trader and now known as the People's Economist, makes this point clearly. He argues this isn't just about local planning, rules or state red tape. We've experienced a global asset boom. During COVID, trillions of dollars were pumped into economies. That money made its way upwards into the hands of those who already held the most wealth. And much of it was invested in assets, property, shares, stocks, gold. So while wages move slowly, asset prices surge, and that's why home ownership feels impossible for so many Australians. Now, of course, supply matters. Of course, we need more homes to be built. But if we ignore the deeper issue of inequality, we risk creating two Australias. wealthy inner pockets and struggling outer suburbs missing out on services and opportunities. And if we don't look at tax settings like negative gearing and capital gains tax discount, then we're just patching over cracks. So what is negative gearing, I hear you ask? In plain English, negative gearing means if someone buys an investment property and the rent doesn't cover the mortgage and costs, they can deduct the loss from their taxable income. So if a high-income earner loses $10,000 a year on a rental property, they can use that loss to reduce the tax they pay on their salary. In effect, the taxpayer helps subsidise that investment. The investor may accept a short-term loss because they expect the property to rise in value, and when they sell, they receive the capital gains tax discount. Bonus, bonus. So meanwhile, while first home buyers are trying to save a deposit, they're competing with someone who has both a tax advantage and a greater borrowing power. Now, some people will accuse me of punishing success, but deep down they know we should be asking whether our housing system is tilted too heavily towards speculation over shelter. At UWA, these students were asking the tough questions. So let's have an honest conversation about the inequality. Let's show the courage to limit negative gearing and half the capital gains tax discount and give everyday Australians a fair go.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. Recently, I attended the Tasmanian Leaders Program graduation for the class of 2025 in Hobart. More than 100 family members, friends, alumni and supporters came along to celebrate this year's graduates and what they've achieved. For 20 years, the Tasmanian leaders have played an important role in strengthening leadership across our state. Over that time, hundreds of Tasmanians from different sectors and regions have come through the program and remained connected through its alumni network. Many have gone on to lead organisations, serve on boards, contribute to their local communities and mentor others coming behind them. The program is not just about 1 year of workshops and events, but about building a culture of leadership across Tasmania, where people stay connected and continue to work together. The graduation ceremony included speakers who shared their own leadership journeys and practical lessons for their experience. Emma Dixon spoke about stepping up, backing yourself and being prepared to grow. Chair Rob Woolley reflected on the strength of the Tasmanian Leaders Network and the responsibilities that come with being part of it. I also want to acknowledge Nambi Esmi, the MC for the event, a graduate himself. He brought real energy, warmth and humour to the afternoon. He was a genuine highlight and a great example of the confidence and capability this program helps to foster. I thank Tasmanian leaders for their continued contribution to our state and wish this year's graduates every success.
30, we'll move to 2-minute statements. Senator Ruston.
Australians were promised access to life-saving proton beam therapy right here in Australia. Yet years later, this promise remains unfulfilled. The Australian Bragg Centre for Proton Therapy and Research sits empty on North Terrace in Adelaide without the proton beam technology it was built to house, forcing parents like Billy to travel overseas so her young daughter Evelyn could receive life-saving treatment. Proton beam therapy is cutting-edge technology that not only saves lives but also improves patient quality of life, avoiding lifelong repercussions. No Australian family should have to endure the financial, emotional and physical burden of travelling overseas for a treatment that is readily available overseas and could be available here at home, but for the inaction of both the federal and state governments. Today, I was proud to table a petition signed by more than 27,000 people in this chamber on behalf of Proton Cancer Access Australia and the families involved. The Tuckerman family, including Billy and Evelyn, Daniel Johnson, Shona Edwards, the Martin family, the Paul family, the Millard family, the Camerini family, the Marchmont family, the Owens family, the Jackett family, the Markle and Peterson family, the Chihab family, the Tunk and Scott family, the Kelly family, the Fife family, the Suggett family, the Ward family, the Savarin family and the Gallard family. I am calling on the Albanese Federal Government and the Malinauskas South Australian Government to urgently respond to this petition and tell us when the project is going to be delivered. Cancer patients and their families deserve action, not more delays, not more excuses. Hopefully, the tabling of this petition today ensures this issue finally receives the attention and actions it deserves from both the state and federal governments so that these families are not doing this in vain.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. I rise to speak about the Fédération Internationale de Hockey, FIH Pro League in Hobart, and in particular the Hockey Rooms match against China that I attended. For 2 weeks in February, Hobart hosted 8 of the best hockey nations in the world at the Tasmanian Hockey Centre in Newtown. Both our national women's team, the Hockey Roos, and our national men's team, the Kookaburras, competed on home soil, giving Tasmanians, Australians, that rare chance to see both elite women's and men's international hockey in the one tournament. For the first time, Australia brought back-to-back stages of the Pro League together in one city, and that city was Hobart. That is a strong endorsement of Tasmania's sporting community and our ability to deliver events of genuine international standing. I was there to watch the Hockey Roos take on a very experienced Chinese side. The result did not go Australia's way, unfortunately, with China finishing 3-1 winners. But what stood out was the grit and composure of the Australian team. This was a squad featuring fresh faces and emerging talent, taking on an opponent with far greater international experience. China came into the match with almost 1,000 international appearances across their squad, compared to just over 300 for Australia. There were young players, budding national squad players, I'm sure, in the crowd watching every contest, every tackle, every run into the circle. Seeing Australia compete at the international level here in Tasmania sends a powerful message about opportunity and aspiration. Events like the Pro League do more than showcase elite sport. They back local jobs, support small businesses and highlight the strength of the community sport. To the Hockey Roos and Kookaburras, thank you for your effort and resilience. Tasmania was proud to cheer you on.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, yesterday, the Australian Radio Network, the owners of KISS FM, announced that finally Jackie O had enough of Kyle Sandilands' abusive on-air behaviour. After 25 years of putting up with this sexist, misogynistic, abusive rubbish, Jackie O has said enough is enough. Let's be clear here. This breakfast show, Kyle and Jackie O, has made millions of misogynistic, racist, homophobic and plain vile content. It is well past time that the entire show is pulled off air. But of course, like usual, it's the woman who has to leave while the bloke gets to explain himself. Kyle Sandilands has a long history of making obscene comments that disrespect women and minority groups and fuel a culture of hate and division. Now, I don't need to repeat all the disgusting and abusive things that Sandilands has said on air. Misogynistic, racist, homophobic abuse and vitriol. Jokes about women being raped. Jokes about women having sex, not knowing who with. Jokes about their staff being forced to urinate and having it played live on air. Humiliation of a 12-year-old child who was raped, brought to tears under abusive questioning from Sandilands live on air. Now, the radio station has given Sandilands 14 days to remedy this behaviour. The bloke needs to go. Time is up. How many more chances does this abusive bully need? He needs to be sacked and sacked immediately.
Senator Antic.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Sadly, 1 in 3 households in Australia have experienced food insecurity over the last 12 months, which is a terrible situation. The Prime Minister, last sitting period, assured Australians that he was doing everything, in quotes, through his government that he could to help Australians struggling with a cost of living crisis. And to that I say, really? Well, I did a bit of deep diving into where some of our money is going, and I found a whole heap of fairly informative grants that might be of interest to the Australian people. And I wonder which of these the Prime Minister would pull in order to put some food on some Australians' table. Starting with this one, Intercultural Protocols for Sustainable Human Activity in Outer Space for $500,000. Here's another one, Addressing Long-Term Climate Displacement in Australia for $500,000. Not much food going on the table with that one. Change the date, Australia Day, Reconciliation and the Politics of Division for a cool $1.48 million. That's a lot of dinners for Australians right there. The next one is Muldana Burra Yinna Gabra Stories of Yorta Fruit Picking for $1.4 million. Wow. Innovating a new framework for Indigenous-led climate adaptation strategies for $500,000. Not a lot of food going on the table there. What about reducing gender inequalities for women with psychosocial disability for $500,000, Prime Minister? And what about this one? Informal sexuality and civics education pedagogies of LGBTQ plus youth for $500,000. Not a lot of food going on the table for that one, Prime Minister.
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Yesterday morning, Minister Collins and I joined the National Farmers Federation President, Hamish McIntyre, to celebrate Australia's agricultural production value is set to reach a record $100 billion this financial year. It's an incredible milestone, which means we'll meet and exceed the NFF's ambitious 2030 target by 4 years. I acknowledge the NFF for their continued advocacy and for their ambition, which has helped drive this success. The forecast released by ABARES shows agriculture, fisheries and forestry exports will reach a record high of $85 billion this financial year, with more demand than ever for Australia's premium food and fibre. Since we came to office, Australia's agricultural production value has increased by 15%. This reaffirms the work of the Albanese government to diversify trade opportunities for our farmers, support more regional jobs and to strengthen local economies. The Albanese government knows that when our regions and rural communities are thriving, Australia prospers. One of the great drivers of success in our ag sector is a workforce that is skilled and supported. Through the expanded PALM scheme, there are now more than 17,000 workers contributing to our agriculture sector and more than 10,000 in meat processing. The scheme is delivering for employers and ensuring that protections for workers and meaningful opportunities for our Pacific partners is important, and I thank the work that the unions have been doing in that space. At the same time, we're investing in homegrown skills through Fee-Free TAFE, which has now supported tens of thousands of enrolments in agriculture-related courses. Continued success hinges on the strength of our workforce, and we want to back our farmers and producers so that they know the Albanese government has their back. Above all, this achievement belongs to Australian farmers and regional and rural communities. We remain committed as ever to growing our agriculture sector and giving our farming community every opportunity to succeed.
Senator Bell.
Thank you. Australians are watching conflict escalate in the Middle East, and a terrifying truth is staring us in the face. The Albanese Labor government has left this country dangerously exposed on fuel security. When sea lanes like the Straits of Hormuz are threatened, Australia cannot pretend we are insulated. We are an island nation that runs on imported fuel, yet the Albanese Labor government has failed to build the reserves, refining strength and secure supply chains a serious government should have in place. And we are told we have only weeks of diesel, and even that headline number can include fuel at sea on ships that can be diverted the moment global prices spike. And if there is panic buying, if trucking companies are forced to scramble, if supply tightens, then weeks may become days. Diesel is not a luxury. Hospitals rely on it when power fails. Our freight networks rely on it every hour of every day. Farmers, miners, manufacturers, tradies, regional communities rely on it to keep Australia moving. If diesel runs short, shelves empty, medicines are delayed, and rural and remote Australians are hit hardest, and they are hit first. Now, Labor had time. They have had warnings. Over and over again, this issue has been raised in the past. They had the responsibility, but they have dropped the ball. and now Australians will pay the price, not just at the Bowser, but in higher grocery bills, higher freight costs, and a higher cost of living for every household and for every small business. This is now an urgent matter of national security. Labor's inaction has consequences, and Australians deserve better. Labor had the responsibility to be prepared for global conflict. They have been warned on fuel security. Countless times they have failed to act. Well, One Nation is prepared to lead on this issue. Today, Senator Hanson will be introducing a motion into this Parliament to have an inquiry into resolving this urgently. We need to act, and I hope the Senate supports her inquiry later today.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. We've seen the Treasurer this morning indicate his concerns that the conflict in the Middle East could cut Australia's supplies of oil and fertiliser. But this begs the question about why the Treasurer and his government is imposing a carbon tax on the production of oil and fertilisers in this country. If the Labor Party was serious about securing our supplies of oil and fertilisers, they would remove their carbon tax, the so-called safeguard mechanism, from these essential supplies of oil and fertiliser. Right now, we've only got 2 fuel refineries left in this country, in Brisbane and in Geelong, and both of those refineries are subject to Labor's carbon tax. Those refineries respectively emit around 600 and 800,000 tonnes a year in Brisbane and Geelong respectively. And because of Labor's carbon tax, they are required to reduce those emissions by roughly 5%, 4.9% each year, year on year cumulatively. For this year, that means a reduction of 30,000 at the refinery in Brisbane and 44,000 tonnes at the refinery at Geelong. Now, to do that, those facilities have to go and buy these things called carbon credits to offset the emissions as required under Labor's carbon tax. Those cost around $35 a tonne. So the costs to the refineries in Brisbane and Geelong are both over $1 million a year. And it gets a lot worse very quickly because it's a 5% reduction every year, 10% the second year, 15% in the third. By 2030, both of the refineries we have left will be up for a $10 million bill at those carbon prices per year. And so if the government was serious about securing oil, securing our fuel security, they'd remove its carbon tax on the production of oil in Australia for Australians so Australians can keep moving.
Senator De Liga.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Last month I had the great opportunity to visit King Island, our great island, off an island, and it's been one of my highlights of the year so far. It was a great opportunity to meet with locals, with businesses and community groups, and to have a chat about things that matter to people on the island. Started the day with a little walk down the street, talking to businesses, talking to shoppers about some of the important issues happening in the aviation sector. And it was a great way just to get involved in the island, just to have a brekkie at the bakery and to be able to just explore around, as it was my first time on the island. I then had an opportunity to meet with the King Island Council, whose big picture thinking about the island's future was inspiring, and the Mayor's very unique way of presenting to me the great industries and great businesses was a real standout. My next stop was to the CWA, where I met the wonderful ladies who keep the community together, who are constantly checking in on the community and also serving some pretty bloody great scones. I then had a great opportunity to visit Sally at the Phoenix Community House. I love community houses and the service that they do for the community, and heard about what they do, seen their veggie garden and how they are building a sustainable future on the island with fruit and vegetables. I then, of course, couldn't stop by and visit King Island Cheese, which everybody knows King Island Cheese is the best cheese in the country. I then had an opportunity to participate in a stakeholder session at the King Island Regional Development Organisation, focusing on the challenges in the regional aviation sector and giving the locals a chance to raise their ideas and solutions with me. But what struck me most was the absolute kindness, the welcoming nature of the people of King Island, the beautiful fresh air, and I can't wait to spend a lot more time there in the future.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I've written to the Minister for Aged Care asking him to immediately reinstate human oversight into aged care assessments. Before the new aged care rules came into effect on the 1st of November, assessors had the ability to override this integrated assessment tool algorithm if the assessment that it churned out wasn't suitable. They have now lost the ability to do this. And we are hearing from hundreds of older people, their families and care providers that the algorithm is systematically under-assessing people's needs, denying them essential and most often life-saving care and supports. Hundreds of thousands of older Australians are already on a long waiting list waiting for at-home support, and now Labor has added in another barrier to that process. Reducing complex human needs to a set of rules and inputs just so you can save a few dollars is dangerous and it's outrageous. By removing human decision-making, you're leaving the health and well-being of older people in the hands of an opaque and flawed system. And we know that this is a false economy because denying at-home support doesn't save us anything. It costs Australians their health and it costs the government more in the long run. It is always the case that those with the least are asked to carry the burden of austerity and budget repair, and Labor's changes to the aged care system are symptomatic of this, pushing up costs for people on fixed and low incomes and making it even harder for them to access care. Human assessors must have the ability to override under-assessments so that older people can get the support that they need to live safe and fulfilling lives in their own homes.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now, let me make a prediction so blindingly obvious that it barely qualifies as one. Higher taxes are coming. We all know this. You don't spend months and months floating conversations about revenue, fairness and structural pressures unless you're going to prepare the patient for the needle. Now, governments, they don't soften the ground unless they are about to dig. Now, the problem is this. It's arithmetic, that most offensive of political realities for this government. Now, for the better part of 2 decades, government spending per person has grown at roughly twice the pace of tax collected per person. Now, that gap is not going to close itself. It widens. That's what it does. And when it widens fast enough, what does it do? It just swallows you up. We are spending like a country with a mining boom and taxing like a country in denial. The result, a population which is increasingly dependent on government checks, subsidies and services, while at the same time less able to stand on its own 2 feet. Independence, what happens? Independence shrinks as the state expands and productivity takes a nosedive. 2 decades ago, approximately, we had no net debt. Now today, every man, woman and child effectively carries a public debt of tens of thousands of dollars. Our Commonwealth's net worth has evaporated. And who inherits the tab? Not the pollies cutting the ribbons today. It's the young, the ones who are told endlessly that they are the future, while we quietly mortgage that future. When government spends money, someone else eventually pays.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I recently visited Shepparton in the beautiful electorate of Nichols for the Country Labor Executive, also known as the CLX, Northern Forum. And it reinforced why Labor matters in the regions and why regional communities deserve a fair go. And a fair go isn't just a phrase for Labor, it is absolutely our foundation. Born in regional Australia and forged in the shearers' strikes, ours is a movement built on working people standing together for a fair go. Built in union halls and trades councils like the Goulburn Valley Trades and Labor Council, where we gathered in Shepparton, Labor's strength has always come from collectivism, Australian workers organising for change. At CLX, we heard directly from locals about housing, skills, industry and healthcare, and I was really proud to be able to get up and say that Labor doesn't just listen, it delivers. In Nichols, 1,726 people have bought their first home with the 5% deposit through our expanded home guarantee scheme. In Mallee, my old stomping ground, 1,547 people have bought their first home, and in Indi, 1,289 people have got into their first home. That is not just a headline, that is keys indoors. We're funding new social and affordable homes in Shepparton. Across regional Victoria, more than 35,000 free TAFE enrolments are building skills locally. It's also easy to see a GP, with over half of the clinics in Indi, Mallee and Nichols now bulk billing. Indi is at 51%. In the Mallee, it's 53%. In Nichols, it is 61%, thanks to the $8.5 billion investment into Medicare. Thousands of apprentices are training our regions, backed by direct support. And we've extended Home Battery Initiative to help households cap our power bills.
Stewart. Senator Lampy.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The NDIS supports over 700,000 Australians living with a disability and is expected to cost the Australian taxpayer $58 billion by 2028. The government says they are reining in costs and reining in fraud. But a story last week in the Advocate newspaper in my backyard clearly shows there is much work to be done. The story was about Cradle Coast Care, a small NDIS provider on the northwest coast. This outfit has fewer than 50 clients, but they are making so much money that they are one of the major sponsors of the local sport. Last week, the Cradle Coast Chief Executive and Waratah Wynyard Councillor Dylan Roberts confirmed his company has provided over $20,000 in sponsorships to clubs this financial year and further funding expected. The chairman of the Cradle Coast confirmed that this small NDIS provider made $1.9 million from the NDIS in 24-25 and was projected to take in $2.4 million by the end of 25-26 for 50 participants. Goodness me. The Advocate made it very clear that they weren't suggesting that Cradle Coast Care or its directors are doing anything improper. But to me, there is something very wrong with this picture. Why is a small provider making so much cash so they can support local sporting clubs? Meanwhile, veterans on the northwest coast struggle to get access to allied health providers like occupational therapists because DVA doesn't pay the same rates as the NDIS. Recommendation 71 of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide said that DVA's fees should align with the NDIS. Minister Keogh has said that he supports the implementation of that recommendation. Well, why haven't you done it yet, mate? You've had 2 years. I have an amendment that will fix this, and I hope the minister will take this opportunity. The NDIS is a lifeline for many Australians, and I support it, but the money needs to be targeted so that it goes to those who are needed it. And right now, your party over there is failing to get the job done.
Senator Thorpe.
The paper, go read it.
Senators.
It comes from the Cradle.
Senators. Senator Cox and Senator Lambie, you are now cutting into other people's time. Please show respect to other senators. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I want to speak about racism against the Fitzroy Stars netball team. After a recent match, a player from an opposing club directed racist abuse at Stars players, using the phrase, "you people," before making monkey noises and beating their chests in imitation of an ape. The matter went to an all-white tribunal, all blokes, and the player was found not guilty. Horrifically, the young Aboriginal women who experienced the abuse were then required to reenact the incident in front of the tribunal. It's unbelievable that Aboriginal players were made to reenact racism against them just to be believed. Our people should be able to step onto a court, play the game they love and know they will be treated with fairness and respect. Fitzroy Stars is not just another sporting club to me, it's part of my life. I started playing with the Stars when I was 10 years old and spent all my juniors there. My nan was a timekeeper at the club and I've played on those very courts where this happened. I stand with the players and the whole Fitzroy Stars community. Community sport should bring people together, not reproduce the racism our people have been fighting for generations. The sporting fields are meant to be level, equal playing fields. And to have racism, we talk about racism, standing up against racism. When will racism end? Because our babies, all of our babies, are not born racist. They learn it. So stamp out racism once and for all and allow people to live their lives without being treated differently and badly, which ultimately causes so much harm to us.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today's national accounts have confirmed what Australian households already know, and that's that they are poorer today than when Labor came to power. Living standards have gone backwards under Labor. In fact, Australian households have experienced one of the sharpest and fastest falls in living standards than anywhere in the developed world. Australians are working harder, but they're going backwards. Any wage rises are immediately eaten up by rising prices. Mortgage holders are paying thousands of dollars more in every single month, and families are stretched to their limits. They're making do, they're cutting back. Now, Acting Deputy President, I want to, through you, speak directly to those that are watching or listening at home. You were promised that you would be better off under Labor, and we know today that that is a lie. We know that every family, every small business owner, every young person who have had their optimism whittled away by this government will tell you that their reality is very different from Treasurer Jim Chalmers' spin. Why is it that the Albanese government's response to this reality is to spend more? They are making the problem worse. Today's data confirmed in black and white the warning of every credible economist that public sector demand is growing twice as fast as the private sector. While households and businesses are tightening their belts, the government is doing the exact opposite. It's not a one-off, this is a pattern. That this is now the second consecutive quarter in which public sector demand growth has outpaced private sector demand growth. This tells you everything you need to know about the Albanese government. Australians were promised that they would be better off under Labor. Well, no wonder you are angry, because when the government surges its demand ahead, private demand whittles away and it pushes up inflation, keeps interest rates higher for longer. It crowds out the very businesses we rely on to create jobs and to lift living standards. You are paying more, your wages are buying less, and unless the government puts your interests ahead of their own, you will continue to see your standard of living fall while the government grows itself.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Ayres, please take your seat. Senator Ayres, take your seat. Senator Cox. Senator Cash, you're on.
Thank you. And on behalf of the entire chamber, if Senator Ayres would like to move that as a formal motion, I can tell you right now, forget 2 minutes, mate. Let's let Jane go for the rest of the afternoon.
Senator Cash,
so the Australian people.
Senator Cash, you will come to order. That is not an appropriate interjection. Neither was Senator Ayres'. Senator Cox.
20 seconds. Go. They owe me a 2-minute statement out of that. Little rant. Recently, WA welcomed our special envoy on men's health, my colleague from the other place, Dan Rapacholi, and what a great visit he had. From the men's shed in Melville to a round table hearing about men's health, such an important issue, and I'll collect my 2-minute statement later.
Oh, we'll now move to question time, and I shall call Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President.
I would like question time to start in silence. Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Cash. Let's just pretend we're starting on silence. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. In the December quarter, public sector demand grew more than twice as fast as private sector demand. This is the second quarter in which the public sector has outgrown the private sector. That means that over the last 6 months, the period that the RBA has blamed for hiking interest rates, public sector demand grew faster than private sector demand. Minister, at a time when households and businesses are tightening their belts, why is your government pouring debt petrol on the inflation fire, forcing the Reserve Bank to consider keeping interest rates higher for longer?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Chandler for the question. I congratulate her on her appointment into the shadow finance portfolio, and I congratulate the opposition for getting around to asking a question about the economy on day 3 of this sitting week. Now, the opposition have never seen a set of economic data that they don't want to come in here and bag and talk down the Australian economy. That is their setting. That is their standard setting, as opposed.
Minister Gallagher, Senator Wong.
Could perhaps just dial down the volume.
Oh, seriously? Is that a point of order?
Sorry, I apologise. That was a point of order. I wonder if Senator Cash could do us the courtesy of dialling down the volume.
The Minister is entitled to be heard in silence. Minister Gallagher, did you wish to continue?
I did want to continue. Yes, thank you very much. And in this data today, we have seen the strongest economic growth across the economy, broad-based growth, as explained by the ABS, for the strongest growth in 3 years. And I am surprised by Senator Chandler, who seems to be adopting the Shadow Treasurer's hysterical language that he seems to want to use all the time. I am surprised that those opposite want to come in here and argue against defence spending, because that is essentially at the heart of the question that Senator Chandler has asked today. That those opposite, who supposedly want to spend more on defence, would come in here and criticise the public investment that we are making, not only in defence infrastructure, but also in consumption through the recruitment of additional staff to the defence portfolio. And it is clear, if you had read the national accounts, that defence and the state and territory governments spending, primarily on health infrastructure, contributes to public demand in this national account. So I am surprised, because I thought the opposition supported investment in defence.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Chandler, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Under Labor, public sector demand is at its highest level in Australian history. When public sector demand surges ahead of private demand, it crowds out businesses, drives up costs, fuels inflation and makes the RBA's job just that much harder. Minister, when will you accept that it is your government's spending that is contributing to inflationary pressure and pushing up prices for Australians?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Gallagher.
Well, we don't accept that, and that's not that's something that a political point that you're trying to make. But this government doesn't apologise for investing in Medicare. We don't apologise for investing in defence. We don't apologise for investing in veterans and pensions. All of the things that Senator Chandler's party criticised and were going to cut if they were in government. This government, well, you can't criticise the spending and then say you're not going to cut. You cannot criticise the spending and then not accept that that means you are going to cut. Senator Henderson. That is the argument that you are putting.
Please resume your seat. Honestly, Senators Mackenzie, Henderson and Nampijinka-Price, you are drowning out the minister. It is not appropriate. You are being disrespectful to me and the Senate. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. Now, if you look in the national accounts, you can see that the big story across the economy in 2025 is the recovery of the private sector, which is a very good thing, and the pace of annual growth in private demand continued to pick up in 2025. The national accounts—
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. I'm just waiting until there's silence. Senator Chandler, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, why are you happy for Australians to pay the price for Labor's reckless spending through higher prices, high borrowing costs and weaker living standards?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, that's a political point that you choose to make. We do not accept that, and the national accounts do not reflect that. So let's be clear about that. The government has managed the budget responsibly, made sensible investments where they are needed across the economy, And in stark contrast to the way you managed the budget when you were in government, which is you didn't fund things in an ongoing sense to try and make it look better, knowing that those costs were coming. So you couldn't believe the set of numbers that you released, and we saw that. We're fixing the budget, we're making sensible investments, we're finding savings when you found none. We're paying down debt, we're paying less interest on that debt because debt is $176 billion lower than it was under your forecast. And we're doing all of that. At the same time, we are seeing the strongest economic growth in 3 years.
Thank you, Minister. Before I come to you, Senator De Liege, I'll draw to the attention in the public gallery of former Western Australian Senator Chris Back. Senator De Liege.
Thanks very much, President. And my question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. Conflict in the Middle East over the last few days has continued to destabilise an already unstable and unpredictable region. Iran has now attacked 10 countries in the region, with missile and drone attacks continuing daily. Minister, can you provide an update on the Albanese Labor government's assessment of the current state of conflict in the Middle East?
Thank you, Senator De Liege. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator De Liege, and thank you President. Conflict in the Middle East over the last few days has continued to destabilise the region. However, we have had some positive news with confirmation of a plane with more than 200 Australians is on its way from Dubai. However, with 10 countries under attack by Iran, the situation in the Middle East could get even worse, and the conflict is still spreading. Bahrain, Cyprus, Iraq, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the UAE have all been struck by Iran. The US consulate in Dubai, not far from the Australian consulate, has also been attacked, and I can confirm that our personnel across the region are safe and accounted for. I'm also pleased to advise the Senate that Emirates flight EK414 has taken off from Dubai and is en route to Sydney with more than 200 Australians on board. But the government is very clear. We know that there are many more thousands of Australians who are in the Middle East and are waiting for flights to come home. This will be a challenging time for many Australians. Travel disruptions could go on for some time. Commercial flights continue to be the fastest way to help Australians leave the Middle East at scale. Of course, the government has been working on contingency planning, and that continues, and DFAT has continued to surge consular capacity to where it is needed. And I announced before question time today that we are deploying 6 crisis response teams to the region over the next 24 hours. These teams will support on-the-ground consular efforts, as our number one priority remains the safety and security of all Australians in the region.
Just a reminder for all of us, make sure mobile phones are turned off or on silent. That is not the only device I've heard this week, so there are other culprits in here. Had you finished your response, Minister Wong? So, Senator De Liege, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister. And as you mentioned, airspace closures and disruptions to travel have been occurring because of the conflict in the Middle East. Like many travellers around the world, Australians have been experiencing flight delays and cancellations. How is the situation evolving for Australians in the region?
Thank you, Senator. Minister Wong.
Our first priority is keeping Australians safe, and we are working around the clock to help Australians who need it. I'm in touch with our partners in the region to engage on efforts to support Australians impacted by travel disruptions. Prime Minister Albanese spoke to the UAE President yesterday, and I also spoke to the UAE Foreign Minister, who confirmed that the United Arab Emirates is working hard to facilitate flights, the first of which we have seen take off this morning headed for Sydney. However, we have seen many flights cancelled and diverted as the situation on the ground and in the air changes. I want to say to Australians, we are engaging closely with airlines and the travel industry through what we know is a challenging period for many Australians, and I continue to urge all Australians who are affected to ensure that they keep apprised of the information and travel advice.
Thank you, Minister. Senator De Liege, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. And although there have been some positive developments in recent hours, it's said that disruptions could go on for some time. What other actions is the Albanese Labor government taking to support Australians in the region in response to this crisis?
Thank you, Senator De Liege. Minister Wong.
This conflict is unlikely to come to immediate resolution, and obviously that has implications for the people of the region, and it has implications for the global economy, and therefore for Australians at home as well. Around 20 million barrels of oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz every day, the equivalent of about 20% of global oil supply. The crisis will obviously have implications for the global economy, including for commercial shipping and energy. I want to make it clear the government is doing all we can to support Australians at this time. Our nation is fuel secure, and we have more fuel now than at any time over the last 15 years. I can also indicate, the Treasurer has indicated publicly, has written to the ACCC to ask for their assistance. The government has made clear this crisis should not be an excuse for retailers to gouge customers or to increase prices opportunistically above and beyond the impacts of events in the Middle East.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, real wages are 2.1% today lower than the day that Labor took office. And according to the RBA's own forecast, they will continue to fall throughout this year. Under this government, Australians are not treading water, they're going backwards, and many families and businesses are going under. Minister, after 3 years in office, will you finally admit that real wages are lower under your government?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and congratulations, Senator Hume, on your new role as Deputy Leader of the Opposition. I am surprised that the first question you would ask us is around wages, considering your government's considering about your record on wages and the fact that you wanted to sack 41,000 workers, the fact that you've criticised a lot of the investments we've made into aged care and early childhood education and care, into the wages of those individuals, or the submissions that we make to the annual wage review each year to get wages moving again. And when your record was that annual real wages fell for 5 consecutive quarters before we came to office, real wages were going backwards 3.5% at the election in May 2022, and we have turned that around, and we have had strong and consecutive quarters of real wages growth. This government supports people earning more and keeping more of what they earn, which is why, Senator Hume, we took tax cuts to the election too, which you opposed, because we wanted workers to keep more of their earnings and pay less tax on it. And what was the position of the opposition on that? No, we are going to the election promising a tax increase for every working Australian. 14 million Australians. Not only were women bludgers and had to go back into the office and not allowed to work from home, that wasn't enough. Then we would actually increase taxes on every worker at the same time that we are criticising the investments we have made into working people's lives.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Since Labor came to power, Portugal, Poland, Hungary, Chile, Spain, the United States, Denmark, Ireland, Italy, France, the Netherlands, United Kingdom, Canada, Czech Republic, Belgium, Austria, Finland, Germany and Sweden have all managed to grow living standards. So have the G7, so has the OECD. Now, Australia stands alone as the only developed economy in the world where living standards have gone backwards. Minister, what is Labor's explanation for that?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And the senator asked me about living standards, and I'll just remind Senator Hume that the last quarter they were in power, living standards fell by 1.5% in that quarter. That is what we inherited when we came to government, and every decision we have made since then has been to address that and to turn that around. Annual nominal wages have grown above 3% for 14 quarters in a row, the longest streak in more than a decade and a half. And this comes after 8 consecutive quarters of annual real wage growth, the longest period of consecutive growth in more than a decade. Living standards
including real incomes per capita, grew 2.1% through the year to the September quarter, and they are growing faster than every G7 economy. So I accept that it is our responsibility to keep focused on all of the issues facing
the time for
challenge.
answering has expired. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Australians are poorer under Labor and they deserve a straight answer from you, Minister. By how much have living standards fallen under your government?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Hume for the question. As I just said in my earlier answer, which you might not have been listening to, living standards grew 2.1% through the year to the September quarter. We can add in the December data on top of that as well. And I would say that this government's focus
running commentary, Senator
has been
Hume.
on dealing with inflation, looking at how we drive productivity, and now managing some of the global uncertainty we see across the world, and in particular since the weekend with the events in Iran and in the Middle East. They will be the focus. That will be the focus of the government's thinking. How do we help people with cost of living pressures? How do we manage the budget responsibly? How do we make the key investments we need to make, whether it be in defence or on the social services side of the budget, in a world where the global economy is more uncertain? They are the challenges facing the government, and we will deal with them responsibly.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. It is ordinary people who suffer from war, whether it's civilians being killed throughout the Middle East or Australians feeling more economic pain, whilst big corporations make money off that suffering. In 2022, in the wake of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and the global gas crisis that followed, Woodside's profits doubled and Santos pocketed $3.5 billion. Already we've seen Woodside and Santos's share price rise more than 7% in just 4 days since the illegal strikes on Iran. And investors expect more windfall profits for gas companies. Your government was the first to support this illegal war. What will your government do to stop big corporations profiteering off Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war?
Good question. Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, the first point I make is I haven't actually been, the numbers I've been focused on has not been anybody's share price. The numbers I've been focused on is the numbers of Australians who are in the Middle East and what we can do to support them and what we can do to facilitate them getting home. That is the first point I'd make. So the second point is, you're right, ordinary people do suffer in conflict. And I'd invite you to consider the number of citizens who have been killed or injured by Iran's actions over decades. This did not start with the strikes on Saturday. This has been a long period of destabilising, aggressive, terrorist sponsorship by Iran over decades, including of Hamas and Hezbollah. And we all know what that has meant. Now, that is a reality that I understand you don't wish to engage with, but it is a reality. And our second point I'd make is you referenced Ukraine. I don't think anybody in this chamber would think that Iran is Ukraine. Right? Iran is not Ukraine. Iran has been a state sponsor of terrorism, including in this country, in your country. It has participated in attacks on Australians in our country. Now, in terms of civilians, from the very first moment, we called for, and we will continue to call for, international humanitarian law to be observed by all parties. And we have done that consistently because we do believe that the protection of civilians matters.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Oil and gas companies profit from war, but they also profit from the elaborate con that is the Petroleum Resources Rent Tax. The PRRT is readily gamed by the gas industry, who are destroying the planet and profiteering off war and global unrest, while the rest of us foot the bill for the damage. This government gives gas exporters more than half the gas they export royalty-free. In the next 5 years, that's $170 billion. Why won't the government tax gas at 25% or even higher?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Well, I would ask that the President consider how that is possibly a supplementary question to the first primary. Senator, no, well, I don't think the government works on with respect on the point of. I suppose it's a point of order, is it? Do you want me to take a point of order?
Yes, sir.
Perhaps I should take a point of order. So, yeah, I did. Well, I'm trying to respect that. On the point of order,
Senator Waters.
The fact that the Greens political party have a particular view about the motivations of certain companies, it does not make a supplementary question relevant to the primary. This is a different portfolio. We have segued from a national security issue and an assertion about that. I haven't finished. I'm on the point of order.
Senator Hanson-Young, withdraw that. Thank you.
Go to the Treasury portfolio. I'm just making a point about maybe people asking questions in the way the Westminster system envisages.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Just a point of order, Chair. The question was asked to Senator Wong in her capacity as representing the Prime Minister.
Yes, thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. I have sought the advice of the clerk, and the question is relevant to the primary question. Senator Waters, I think the minister's still answering.
I've accepted the ruling and I'm moving on, Senator Waters, and I would say to you that I am advised that the oil and gas industry contributed almost $12 billion in taxes in 2023-24.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Australians' hearts will break from the toll of this war, and so could their wallets. In the extremely likely event that we start to see corporate price gouging as a result of this illegal war, people's groceries and power bills will go through the roof again. Will the government finally agree to work with the Greens and make corporate price gouging illegal?
Thank you. Minister Wong. Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Again, I think that's a topic that I assume would be in the Treasury portfolio, price gouging, and what my recollection is.
You need to come to order. Thank you. The minister has the right to be heard in silence. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
It's a very gendered comment from your colleague you might want to mention to him. Senator.
Order. Order. Minister Wong, I've got another senator on their feet. Please resume. Just a moment, Senator Ayres. I haven't called you. Senator Ayres.
The point of order is that it continued all through yesterday. It's happening again. I just ask you to request that the Green senators just have a little bit of decency.
Thank you. You will note that I did ask for order. I expect there to be order. Minister Wong.
Again, this is probably a matter for the Minister representing the Treasurer. My recollection, Senator, and I will check if I'm wrong, is that the Treasurer has made a series of announcements around price gouging, including working with the ACCC and the Grocery Code of Conduct.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, President. While she's on a roll, my question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Today's release of the national accounts provides an update on the economy at a time of increasing global uncertainty. The data shows that the Australian economy remains strong as a result of the Albanese Labor government's approach to responsible economic management. Can the Minister outline today's national accounts and what they tell us about growth in the Australian economy during 2025?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Dowling for the question on the national accounts and the question around what the accounts tell us about growth across the Australian economy during 2025. Today's national accounts show strong, broad-based growth and an ongoing recovery in the private sector. The Australian economy grew 0.8% in the December quarter to be 2.6% higher through the year. These are really encouraging numbers, and they're a very robust foundation from which we confront some of this intense global economic volatility made worse by the dramatic escalation of hostilities in Iran and across the Middle East. The accounts show that we've seen the strongest pace of annual growth in almost 3 years. They confirm that the Australian economy outperformed in 2025 with faster growth than every major advanced economy. This is in addition to Australia's record of stronger jobs growth and higher labour force participation than any major advanced economy since we came to office. But we also acknowledge there are challenges facing us, but advantages as well. We're not immune from the extreme global volatility, but our unique combination of economic strengths means we are well placed to manage the challenges coming at us. The pace of annual growth in private demand picked up in 2025. Private demand grew faster and contributed over 3 times more to economic growth than public demand in annual terms. Within a year, annual private demand growth more than tripled, but annual public demand growth more than halved. Real GDP per capita increased by 0.4% in the quarter to be up 0.9% over the year. That's, again, the strongest that we've seen in more than 3 years. Whilst we do acknowledge that quarterly movements can be volatile and the job is far from over, productivity is also up over the past year. It was flat in the quarter, but up 1% higher in annual terms, above the 20-year average. These are results that we should welcome.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Dowling, first supplementary.
Today's national accounts show the Australian economy performed strongly in 2025, with the private sector continuing to recover. Can the minister outline what other insights the data provides about the performance of the economy, including trends in dwelling and business investment?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Dowling for the question. Well, the defining story of the Australian economy in 2025, as the Treasurer has outlined today, was the pickup in private sector activity, which the national account figures confirm. It's really encouraging to see more growth in business investment, dwelling investment, market sector productivity and household consumption, even though household consumption was slightly weaker than expected. New private final demand grew by 0.4% to be 3.2% higher through the year. There were contributions from all those 3 components of private demand in the quarter, including household consumption, dwelling investment and business investment. It's really because of the government's housing agenda. It's great to see that for the first time in a decade, dwelling investment has now grown for 8 consecutive quarters. It rose 0.6% in the quarter to be 5.5% higher through the year. This is a substantial turnaround from what we inherited before. You get growing, Senator Bragg, with annual dwelling investment going backwards by 3.6%.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Dowling, second supplementary.
The national accounts data reflect a deliberate strategy of budget discipline at a time when economic leadership matters. Yep. Can the minister outline why the Albanese Labor government's approach to responsible economic management, not the Bernie Madoff School of Economics over there, can the minister outline Labor's approach to economic management and why it's so important during a period of increasing uncertainty around the world?
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for silence before I call the minister. Sorry, Minister, I haven't called you because there's not silence across the chamber. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we will continue our measured and responsible approach to managing the budget, which has seen significant improvement in the underlying cash balance, which has seen debt lower, which has seen interest payments on that debt lower. All of those areas where we inherited a mess from those opposite. And we know from their own election costings documents that deficits would be higher, debt would be higher. The architects of the economic team of the worst election defeat in the coalition history, and now the new leaders of the team. It's unbelievable. Those architects of higher debt, higher taxes, higher deficits, and we know that that was all that was published. What do you do when you have a failure like that? You elect the architects as leader of your party. Well, good luck to all of you.
Senator Henderson, you are one of the first to stand and call for order. You were well and truly disrespectful, pointing, shouting and carrying on. I'm asking you to sit and listen in silence. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Attorney-General, Minister Farrell. The government campaigned on a message of restoring trust in politics, away from the culture of secrecy of the coalition. Yes, yet as the PM conceded last year, quote, "This is a time when trust in governments and institutions is under challenge." This is backed up by data. Australians' trust in government has gone down even more since the 2022 election. Data from the Mapping Social Cohesion report shows that in 2024, 33% of adults think the government can be trusted to do the right thing by the Australian people, all or most of the time, down from 44% in 2021. So I ask the following. What action is the government taking to increase the trust in the community, to increase transparency and to demonstrate it is doing the right thing for Australians and not vested interests like gas companies?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Tyrrell for her question. You can trust us, Senator Tyrrell. We are a really trustworthy government because if we say we're going to do something, then that is what we will do. Can I just give you some examples?
Minister Farrell. Order. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you. I trust you, Senator Farrell, but it was about the people of Australia trusting you.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. The minister is being relevant to the question. Minister Farrell, please continue.
Thank you for that confidence in me, Senator Tyrrell. But look, can I just give you some of the examples of what this government has done to build the trust of the Australian people? Look, I probably should note that at the last election, of course, Labor significantly increased the number of representatives in the Parliament here, which I take as a sign that the Australian people do trust us. And why is that? Well, let me go through some of the things that we have done. We've established a National Anti-Corruption Commission. We have strengthened the Ministerial Code of Conduct. We have strengthened protections for whistleblowers. All of these things done in the Attorney-General's portfolio. We've increased the funding of the ANAO. For instance, one of their inquiries was into the PEM system. I don't know if you recall the PEM system, but it was a system set up by the other side, completely failed to do what it was supposed to do. We restored transparency at the AAT appointments and established the ART. We reinstated a standalone privacy and FOI commissioner. We implemented the recommendations of the Bell inquiry into Morrison's multi-ministries. Is there anything that we haven't done to restore...
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, I'll just wait for silence, particularly on my left. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. These actions clearly aren't working. A near refusal to release the Jobs for Mates report and then this week trying to pass on FOI bill, which is universally opposed by human rights and legal experts for eroding transparency. How is the government being more transparent than the previous lot by expanding FOI exemptions, reintroducing application fees and banning anonymous requests for FOIs?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Tyrrell for her first supplementary question. Look, the problem with the FOI system, Senator Tyrrell, is it's simply not fit for purpose anymore. You might You might recall one of the former senators who was in this place now ran as a candidate for the Lambie Party in South Australia at the last election, Senator Rex Patrick. He has set up a business model where he goes to members of parliament.
He works for all
he goes to members of parliament and say, look, if you pay me money, I can get FOI requests answered for you. This is a complete abuse of the FOI system. We want the
thank you,
FOI
Minister
system
Farrell.
to work,
The time for
but
answering
not this way.
has expired. Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator Henderson, I've called order about 3 times. Senator Henderson, once again being extremely disrespectful towards me. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Point of order, though. I've never used the transparency warrior once. As the Centre for Public Integrity states, the FOI bill would make it harder for journalists, whistleblowers and the public to hold government to account. We're facing a cost of living crisis with rising inflation and income tax being too high. If the government wants to be helping regular working people and be a more transparent government than the last, why are you making people have to pay to access information they have a right to? How does this help the regular working Australian and the health of our democracy?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Tyrrell for her second supplementary question. Well, we are a government that looks after ordinary working people, and I mentioned the number of seats that we won at the last federal election, Senator Tyrrell. One of the reasons we did so well at that election was because, unlike the opposition, we were focused on cost of living issues that affected ordinary Australian voters. And so all of the things that we did, I mean, I could list them all, but there are so many. And in the 24 seconds that I have left to answer the question, I couldn't go through all of them. But Australia, well, we can just read the report of the Liberals report, which has now finally been released. Look, talk about some transparency. What about that, Senator Tyrrell? What about that lack of transparency? They weren't even going to tell the rest.
Senator Farrell.
They weren't even going to tell
Minister
Australia.
Farrell, your time for answering has expired. Senator Duniam.
Thank you. President, my question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. Yesterday, you were asked by Sky News host Andrew Clennell, on the issue of ISIS brides, did you or your office have any involvement in helping Jamal Rifi obtain 34 passports for them? In your answer, you very precisely said, quote, "Look, the issue of passports, I've not engaged with Mr Rifi on this." Minister, did your office engage with Mr Rifi in any way on this issue of passports for the ISIS brides cohort?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I wasn't aware personally of Mr Rifi's engagement in the way that you've described until that had become more public. And I think Minister Burke has made clear he had no knowledge of Mr Rifi's actions and whereabouts other than what he had read in the media. I again say to you, Australians who are eligible are entitled to a passport. That's not a decision by my office, it's a decision under the legislation. There are circumstances in which for security reasons, a passport might be cancelled or suspended. I think you referred belatedly to the appropriate section yesterday, you referred to the appropriate section yesterday, and I made clear to you that the advice from ASIO or another competent authority which enables the minister to cancel or suspend was not provided.
Minister Wong, had you finished your answer? Are you on a point of order, Senator Dunn?
President, and it was just in relation to relevance, and I did ask whether the minister's office had engaged with Dr Rifi or not.
Thank you. The Minister has responded to that. She is being relevant. Minister Wong, did you have anything further to add? Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
All right. Minister, have you engaged with Mr Riffy about any matters in relation to the ISIS brides cohort?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Wong.
No, I have not.
Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Minister, has your office engaged with Mr Riffy about any matters in relation to the so-called ISIS brides cohort?
Minister Wong.
I do not believe so. I have no knowledge of it, and I will confirm.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Murray Watt. Recent reporting suggests the Australian government may be negotiating an enhanced border security partnership with the United States, which could allow US agencies, including ICE, access to Australians' biometric data and identity records as condition of maintaining access to the visa waiver program. Can the Minister confirm whether the Albanese government has agreed to share Australians' biometric information, including facial images, fingerprints, or identity document data with the United States government?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Payman. I don't have any information about that one way or another, so if there's anything that I can provide the Senator with, I'll come back to the chamber and do so.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. While you're at it, I'd also like to know if there isn't any agreement made, are such negotiations underway? Because Australians want to know what legal safeguards and limits are in place to prevent US authorities from accessing their biometric data, and how will the government ensure the agencies like ICE cannot use Australians' personal data for domestic immigration enforcement in the US?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Payman. Since your first question, I've got a little bit of information here. I gather some of these allegations were made in a Crikey article about a month ago. I'm not sure if that was the source of your questions. What I can tell you is that I'm advised the Department of Home Affairs does not share with the United States the biometric data of Australian citizens applying for a US visa. The Australian government has not made any commitments regarding an enhanced border security partnership with the United States. This requirement was introduced by the United States in 2022 for visa waiver program countries. That's the only information that I have.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Given the serious privacy implications, it's obviously good to hear that we haven't committed to anything. But Minister, will you commit to tabling the agreement or any negotiations or conversations around the privacy impact assessments and governing data sharing framework before any arrangement takes effect, so Australians know exactly what personal information may be shared with foreign governments?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Watt.
Well, I'm not able to do so because no such agreement has been made. As all I can do is repeat that the Department of Home Affairs does not share with the United States the biometric data of Australian citizens applying for a US visa, and we've not made any commitments regarding an enhanced border security partnership with the United States.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, President. Let's talk about that great Labor legacy, maybe the greatest Labor legacy, Medicare. A bit controversial, but I think it's a good call. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Senator McAllister. Delivering affordable health care when and where Australians need it is a key priority for the Albanese Labor government. How is the government making it easier for Australians to see a doctor or a nurse when they need urgent care?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you very much for the question, Senator Ananda Raja, because our commitment to the Australian people is very clear, and you are part of that, Senator, as a key advocate for public health in our caucus. We are a government that seeks to strengthen Medicare. We are a government that seeks to rebuild our system of universal health care, and there are now 130 Medicare urgent care clinics open across Australia, and Australians have made 2.6 million visits to urgent care clinics, and they are game changers for families. 1/3 of patients are under the age of 15, and they're giving more and more working families across our suburbs the access to the urgent care that they need. Once we open the full range of urgent care clinics, 4 out of 5 Australians will live within a 20-minute drive of one of these clinics, and these services are making and will make a material difference to people's lives. But it turns out that what some people see as common sense practical policy draws out some pretty notable distinctions across the chamber. So we say that urgent care clinics help free up space in our hospital emergency rooms and local general practices for the people who need help most. Those opposite, and the new leader of the opposition, says that funding for urgent care clinics is wasteful spending. We say that the only card you should need to access the care that you need should be your Medicare card. And those opposite and the new Shadow Treasurer say that we ought to see, and you might want to listen to this, listen to what your Shadow Treasurer has said, we ought to see the transfer of healthcare funding from government to individuals. Now, it's an interesting idea because if the Shadow Treasurer gets his way, the only card that will get you healthcare might be a Platinum Amex. Now, that might work well for the Shadow Treasurer, but it won't work for the vast majority of the Australian people.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ananda Raja, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. 130 urgent care clinics is something to sing from the rooftops. When it comes to getting quality healthcare, all you should need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. How is the Albanese Labor government's record investment in Medicare helping more Australians see a GP?
That's pretty borderline, Senator Ruston. Not only were you rude in interjecting, that's a term we don't use in this place. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you for the question. The Albanese Labor government's historic $8.5 billion investment in bulk billing has delivered a historic result. You can see that the bulk billing rate has gone up in every state and territory across the nation. And again, what would seem to be a common sense policy draws out some really interesting distinctions between ourselves and those opposite. So we say we'll expand the bulk billing incentive across the board. The opposition leader says let's freeze the Medicare rebate for 6 years and extend this approach, advocates for extending this approach to the entire health system. We say more people should be able to access a bulk billing doctor and see a GP. The Shadow Treasurer says people should have an individual health account that they contribute to on a periodic basis with their income. Well, what a marvellous idea from Mr Wilson, treating healthcare like timeshare.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Ananda Raja, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. I note, President, those opposite stare at their phones when we talk about Medicare. That's how interested they are in Medicare and the Australian people. The Albanese Labor government delivered
Senator
cost of
Ananda
living.
Raja, please resume your seat. I need silence because I can't hear the question. Please continue.
Thank you. The Albanese Labor government delivered cost of living relief to all Australians by strengthening Medicare and cutting the cost of medicines on the PBS in its first term. How is the government helping more Australians access cheaper medicines via the PBS? Are there any risks to these important measures?
Thank you, Senator Ananda Raja. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, thanks to the Albanese Labor government, PBS medicines are now the cheapest that they've been for 20 years. The last time they were this cheap, 2004, and that is a 20% cut in the maximum cost of medicines under the PBS. And it means that Australians will save around $200 million a year. But if the Liberals and the Nationals and One Nation had their way, the maximum PBS general patient co-payment would have been more than $50 in 2026. And under those opposite, and they're all very quiet, families right across the country would have been paying twice as much as they are paying now. And again, you can't help but notice the emerging theme. Under the Albanese Labor government, medicines are cheaper, there are free Medicare urgent care clinics and more bulk billing practices. And under those opposite, you'd need to take out some kind of bizarre timeshare subscription to see a GP.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Senator Wong, your government is imposing a carbon tax on Australian fuel refineries under its so-called safeguard mechanism. That impost amounts to over $1 million for each refinery today. And to get to net zero, those refineries are potentially facing a bill of up to $1 billion. Minister, at a time of unprecedented global instability, why is this government making it more expensive and more precarious to refine fuel on Australian soil?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Order. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Canavan, and it does feel somewhat like Groundhog Day and the National Party in the Senate are again asking inaccurate questions about energy, but being very successful in dragging the Liberal Party to the economically irrational right. And so, I may congratulate you. You have certainly managed to get the Liberal Party to pick up your irrational policies. I think that they are irrational and they are not good for the country. But as a political strategy, well, you certainly managed to get them there. Unfortunately, it isn't good for the country, and what we know is that under the uncertainty that your government imposed on the Australian economy, as a result primarily of National Party engagement and National Party campaigning, you had so much policy uncertainty that there was an effective investment strike. You had, I think, was it 22 out of 24 coal-fired power stations? I'll correct that if I'm wrong, but some number. 24 out of 28, thank you, closed.
Minister Wong, just resume your seat, please. Senator Canavan, I haven't called you. I am trying to get order in the chamber. Order. Senator Canavan.
Madam President, just a point of order on relevance. Australians are very concerned about uncertain fuel supplies, and as much as I'd love to discuss coal-fired power stations, the question was about our fuel security and the government's tax on Australian fuel refineries.
I think the minister is being relevant. I will continue to listen carefully. Minister Wong.
Senator, 4 out of 6 refineries closed under whom? Under you. 4 out of 6 refineries closed under you. And then 24 out of 28 coal-fired power stations closed under you. The problem is you have irrational economic policies which do not help Australians. Do not help Australians. And what we see that by the fact that the closure of the things that you care about on this front, refineries, had closed under you just as coal-fired power closed under you because of, and there was a lack of investment. I think Senator Ayres Minister Ayres made clear yesterday that we hold more fuel now than at any time in the last 15 years.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Oh, Senators McDonald and McKenzie, when you've quite finished, and Senator Ayres. Order. Order. Senator Ayres. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, the safeguard mechanism is not free. Its costs are passed on through to transport, to logistics, to groceries, to every good that moves across Australian roads. Your own government's review found that petroleum carries the second highest risk of investment leakage under your safeguard mechanism policy. So the choice your government has made is this: to tax Australian refineries, drive investment offshore and import more fuel from overseas. Can you name a single Australian who's better off because of your carbon tax?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Senator, I'd remind you that Kwinana closed in March of 2021, Kurnell in October 2014.
Please resume your seat. Order. 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 My goodness, I should not have to name senators to get order across this chamber. Senator McKenzie.
Point of order on direct relevance. The minister seeks to continually talk about previous government's policies instead of answering the question.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. 3 times. Senator McKenzie, I had to ask you 3 times to resume your seat. The minister had barely spoken 4 words by the time you stood to call a point of order. There is no point of order. I'm going to request that you listen in silence or leave the chamber. Minister Wong.
I'm asked about fuel. I remind you that the Federal Energy Minister on the 11th of February 2021 said the Altona closure would not negatively impact Australian fuel stock holdings. Who was that? Was it Mr Taylor? It was Mr Taylor. So I do want to remind you, Senator, you come in here now complaining about fuel refinery when 4 out of 6 closed under you. So that the issue is that 4 out of 6 closed under you. You know that. You know what has happened, and you also know that this government and this minister, the energy minister, has ensured that we have more fuel now than we have had in 15 years.
Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thanks, Madam President. I note the ministers made no attempt to defend their government's own policy. Minister, a permanent exemption for fuel refinery from the safeguard mechanism would protect Australian jobs, protect our fuel security, guarantee investment to protect Australian jobs and put downward pressure on fuel prices. Why won't the government do it?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I think you should be upfront, and you generally are. Your position is not a single exemption. Your position is you don't want any action on climate. Yes. Oh, yes, that's true. Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations. You've managed to ensure, and how do you feel, Senator Sharma? How do you feel sitting next to him? You used to argue for action on climate change, and now what we see is the National Party leading the coalition on energy policy, and you know they wonder why voters, Australians throughout our cities and our suburbs look at you and they go, no way, no way. And it would be good if at some point people in the Liberal Party who used to believe in markets and sensible economic policy might stop listening to Senator Matt Canavan.
Minister Wong, I'll wait for silence. I'll wait for silence. Minister, order. Senator Ayres, withdraw that comment.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Minister Wong, you have 7 seconds left. Okay. So, Senator Brown.
Thank you.
If the senators on my right care to look around, you have your own senator on her feet waiting to ask a question. Senator Brown.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Since the election in May 2022, a key priority of the Albanese Labor government has been building new energy generation and storage. How important is it for the government to secure Australia's energy system, and what are alternative views in the community about energy security?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you, Senator Brown. And I think we got a fair bit of exposure to what the alternative views are just a minute ago. Yeah. I think we got a fair bit of exposure to that then. I mean, we say as a government, energy security, fuel security is industrial policy. It is economic policy. It means, for our part, as our unreliable coal-fired power station system collapses around its ears because of the failure of the show over there, that we need to rebuild our electricity system, and in a responsible way, not in the way that One Nation and some of their friends in the Nationals and the Liberals have done, retweeting propaganda that yesterday, while we have got to a position in this country where our fuel reserves are the best they've been for 15 years, scaremongering, far-right extremist scaremongering over there created people lining up at petrol stations when there was no need. People over there talk about war profiteers. This show over here are political war profiteers. They love creating a sense of crisis. They love creating a sense of drama, and they're unashamed about their hopelessly partisan approach.
Senator Nampijinka-Price.
Order, President. Could you please ask the senator to direct his answers through the chair?
I certainly will. Thank you, Senator. Minister Ayres.
And the Morrison government did more than any other government in their leadership under Mr Taylor on energy to undermine Australia's energy policy security. And the dimmest bulbs in that government then came to occupy the front bench during the course of the last term. And the architects of last term's genius economic policy, the low-watt, dim-wattage bulbs, now are in charge. The shadow ERC of last term are the geniuses who are now in charge of driving this show right over a cliff.
Minister Ayres. Senator Mackenzie.
As much as I, want to recall sitting on that side of the chamber, this minister continues. They've got no plan.
Senator Mackenzie, resume your seat. That's twice I've had to call you today. You are well accustomed to the standing orders. You don't just stand up and start to make a statement. Minister Ayres. I think the time's expired. Senator Brown, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Albanese Labor government's energy policy backs in private investment in the energy system. Why is providing investors with confidence important for building a modern energy system, and how does it help ensure energy policy is fiscally responsible?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Ayres.
It is.
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Please continue.
Thank you. It is important, and it's an important question, because if you get that right, it means the cost of investment doesn't fall wholly on the federal budget. The private sector does need policy certainty to invest. And that's something that the Liberal Party's recently released election manifesto or review makes clear. If you decide that you're going to publicly fund a $600 billion nuclear fiasco, well, not only does the market desert you, not only does investment disappear, but the public deserts you as well.
Please resume your seat. Senator Henderson.
Point of order. Could you please ask the minister to address his answer through the chair? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. I will remind the senator to address his comments to the chair. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, President. You would think, President, that the shadow ERC referenced in the election review would have picked up on this risk. That would be until you realise that the shadow ERC included, as former Prime Minister Turnbull said, Australia's best qualified idiot, Mr Taylor, dead cat bounce Taylor, and of course Senator Hume.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. Senator Brown, second supplementary.
Thank you. Building a modern energy system is a major undertaking. The Albanese Labor government is working hard to ensure the Australian people understand our energy policies and our rationale for the policies we implement. How important is it to explain major policies like energy to the public? What are some risks if this does not occur?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Ayres.
Well, this is a question, of course, that goes to coherence when it comes to energy policy and energy policy leadership. And what you need to have, and the review, the Liberal Party review, that you should all read. Mr Taylor, as Ms Sava points out, in a completely immoral and completely foolish and naive, I think the phrase was that she used, sought to hide it from you. But it makes clear that if you're trying to sell a $600 billion nuclear fiasco, what you need as a minimum is communication between the leadership and the party machine. You need a shadow ERC that's up to the task. You need political leadership that's focused not on hard right preoccupations and imported ideologies, but on the interests of ordinary Australians. That's what Australia needs. That's what the Liberal Party needed.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired.
Thank you. I ask that further questions be placed on notice. And if I can...
Oh, yes, sorry, I didn't quite call you Minister Wong, sorry.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice, President. And if I could add to the answer I gave to Senator Duniam, at the conclusion, during question time today, I undertook to provide further information in response to Senator Duniam's question about whether my office engaged with Mr Riffy about any matters in relation to the so-called ISIS Brides cohort. I can confirm that the answer is no.
Thank you, Minister.
Senator Gallagher.
To add further to a question from Senator Hume on living standards today, where I said in my answer they're growing faster than every G7 economy. The latest OECD data shows that living standards in Australia are growing faster than the average of G7 economies.
Minister Watt.
Deputy President, in question time on the 3rd of March, being yesterday, Senator Wong undertook to provide further information in response to questions asked of her by Senator Pocock in her capacity as the Minister representing the Prime Minister relating to international relations. In my capacity as the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, I've written to Senator Pocock to provide additional information, and I table my letter to Senator Pocock for the information of all senators.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of answers to opposition questions from myself and Senator Hume, questions 1 and 2 today. Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I would have thought that today, with the national accounts data being released, that this government would have been prepared to come into this chamber and answer the questions that Australians have on their mind, because Australians know that they are not better off now than they were 4 years ago when this government came to power. They know that they are struggling to pay the bills. They know that the price of everything is going up and their ability to pay for everything is not going up consistent with that. And we heard in the national accounts data today that public sector demand is growing more than twice as fast as private sector demand. Now, that is a very troubling statistic, Mr Deputy President, because that means that this government is merely fuelling its inflation fire by pouring petrol on that fire. And to come in here today as the new Shadow Minister for Finance and ask questions of the government about this issue and to receive the complete lack of response that I did, the complete equivocation, the constant pivoting to talk about what might have happened when other governments were around, or even fail to engage with the substance of the question specifically, is incredibly disappointing. And I'm sure that Australians listening along at home, like me, were disappointed by the responses that they heard from Labor ministers. Because we know, Mr Deputy President, that under Labor, living standards have declined. Australia has had the biggest fall in living standards in terms of household disposable incomes in the developed world. We know that Australians have less purchasing power today than they did 4 years ago. We are facing higher inflation, higher interest rates. Labor's reckless spending is keeping inflation higher for longer. And what I want to see from this government, Mr Deputy President, and what Australians want to see from this government is a plan to tackle that inflation, to get the economy back under control, to get the budget back under control. It seems completely lost on this government that they are sitting on $1 trillion worth of government debt. Now, they will make many comments about where this debt came from. They'll talk about the pandemic. We know that they were unprecedented times that required unprecedented levels of government spending. We recognise that, Mr Deputy President. But this government came into power in 2022. They have had 4 years, and they have gone nowhere near even trying to tackle that government debt. And let's not forget, Mr Deputy President, that during the pandemic,
It was the Labor opposition that wanted to spend an awful lot more money to deal with the problem than the coalition government did. So they really don't have a leg to stand on. But they've been in power for 4 years now, and they have no plan to get that $1 trillion debt bomb under control. And as someone who considers herself still sort of a young Australian, it is disappointing for me and my generation and those Australians younger than me who are going to be left paying the bill on this $1 trillion debt bomb to hear that this government has no plan to deal with it. It has no plan to deal with the inflationary pressures that we're seeing throughout the economy. It has no plan to get its government spending under control, which we know is fuelling inflation. Their government spending is making life more difficult for Australians. It is making life more expensive for Australians. So when Australians are sitting at home, looking over their household budgets, thinking, how am I going to make ends meet this week? How am I going to deal with the fact that insurance is up 39%, energy costs are up 38%, rents are up 22%, the cost of health is up 18%, education is up 17%, food is up 16%, everything keeps going up, and they look at the household budget and they think, how am I going to deal with this? I'm going to have to rein in spending. That's what Australians will have to do. They will have to make sacrifices. But this government shows zero inclination to make their own sacrifices. It shows zero inclination to look at its budget and say, hey, where can we start trimming a bit? Where can we start trying to get the $1 trillion debt bomb under control? And that is going to be a millstone around this government's neck, Mr Deputy President. I know that the Treasurer is talking a big game when it comes to the budget that he will be handing down in May about trying to get government spending under control. But the proof is going to be in the pudding. Myself and the rest of the shadow economic team are going to be looking very closely to see exactly what plan Jim Chalmers has to get the debt bomb under control, because, frankly, Mr Deputy President, I think that plan is non-existent.
Senator Polley.
Thank you. Now, I know quite often those on the other side don't listen to the answers to the questions that they put to our ministers. So I just want to remind you, because when you come in and manipulate the information you have and figures to suit your own political ends, in this data today, Senator Gallagher said, we have seen the strongest economic growth across the economy, broad-based growth as explained by the ABS for the strongest growth in 3 years. So they're actually the facts. But I think what the Australian people understand very much about those opposite was what they say to them in the community and what they do in here is quite often very different things. So for your political playbook, to want to ask questions about the debt, you never actually accept the debt that you left. You never accept the high inflation when you left office. That's the actual responsibility of a good opposition, is to learn from the mistakes that they made when they were in government. But you haven't learned anything, because if you had, in fact, learned anything from the worst defeat of the Liberal Party's history at the last election, if you had learned anything at all during that time about running the economy, about being there for the Australian people, you would not have rewarded the failure of that election campaign by the leaders of that strategy, the economic strategy, who are now the leaders of your party. That says to me, and it says to the Australian community, you haven't learned anything. In almost 10 years you were in government, how many surpluses? I can't remember. How many surpluses you delivered?
Zero.
Zero. And you come in here and remind everyone about 4 great years of a Labor government that's actually providing for the Australian people. How many surpluses in those 4 years has the Treasurer and this government delivered? No response. No response from those over there. Was it 1?
More.
2.
More.
3. 3 surpluses by this Labor government, at the same time paying down the debt that you left behind. And let's also, when we talk about the cost of living, which is an important issue that we are doing and we're working on that every single day. Let's just remind those in the gallery and those that are listening and who will no doubt read the transcripts, those opposite went to the last election promising to increase taxes. What did they do in this chamber when we put through the legislation for each of our tax cuts to be rolled out for Australian workers so they could actually keep more of the money that they earn? What did they do? They voted against it.
Shame.
They voted against it. When they talk about the investment into Medicare and providing real cost of living benefits for the Australian communities so they can go and see a GP, so they can get urgent care at our urgent care clinics. We've reduced the cost of medication so that mums in particular aren't saying, well, no, I can't afford to fill that script because my kids need the medicine more than I do. We have lowered that. They're the real measures of a government that is understanding what's happening in their community. And when we talk about Australian workers, what did you do when we actually passed legislation to pay an increase of pay of some of Australians' lowest paid workers in this country? Aged care. So you come in here bleating about aged care because you want to make political points. What did you do when we wanted to support early childhood educators? What did you do with those just those two pieces of legislation? You voted against it. Because what you are is you're all very hypocritical
Order.
in what you
Senator
do
Polley,
and say.
Senator Polley, please resume your seat. Senator Henderson on a point of order.
President, on a point of order, I did hold off for quite some time, but the senator is continually referring to you, so I'd ask that you direct her comments through the chair. Thanks.
Senator Polley, you should direct your comments through the chair.
And you always know when you're actually talking about...
Senator Polley, you don't stand up and ignore what I've asked you to do.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. What I'm saying is the opposition, through you, Chair, won't accept what they have done when they were in government was not actually appreciated by the Australian people because they made their judgment based on not what you say, but what you do and what you had planned to do.
Your time has expired. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. The question we have to ask is, why is the government spending so much time talking about the opposition? They're the government. They've been the government for the last 4 years, and yet those people listening to Question Time would have heard repeated references to the opposition, to our leadership, to our election review, for goodness sake. What is the Labor government doing, spending time talking about the election review undertaken by the Liberal Party? It's extraordinary. The people in my region, the Greater Ipswich region in southeast Queensland, they're the ones who are going to food banks for the first time in their lives, even people with jobs, because they can't afford to pay their mortgages, they can't afford to pay their rents, they can't afford to pay their electricity bills, they can't afford their groceries, let alone provide for their children to engage in sporting activities and cultural activities. That's what the government should be focused on. They shouldn't be focused on the leadership of the opposition or, for goodness sake, an election review undertaken by the Liberal Party of Australia. It's just absurd, absolutely absurd, and I think it says everything you need to know. And then the second point I'll make is, continually they refer to the level of debt during the height of a global pandemic. I was proud of how the coalition government responded to the COVID-19 pandemic. In my region, there were small businesses on their knees. There were business owners who were having sleepless nights, pondering how they were going to keep their employees on. Having sleepless nights. And under Josh Frydenberg, our then Treasurer, introduced JobKeeper. Took that pressure off businesses, small, medium-sized and large, lifted that pressure. Do people remember? I remember seeing the photographs of people turning up at Centrelink offices around the country, the queues going around the corner. And the coalition government acted. We acted. And sure, there was a consequence, an economic consequence in terms of the debt, but that was something we had to face, and that was the right thing to do. And we make no apologies for that. That was in the national interest. And I hate to think of the consequences there would have been had we hadn't undertaken that action. So that was the fit and proper thing to do in those circumstances. So the government needs to spend less time talking about the opposition and more time talking about the Australian people. And the biggest issue, one of the biggest issues facing the Australian economy at the moment is inflation. And I want to read to you from a book called Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell on inflation. Inflation is in effect a hidden tax. The money that people have saved is robbed of part of its purchasing power. Inflation. And what do we know about inflation? Inflation in this country is now running at 3.8%. And what does that mean? Real wages of Australians today are 2.1% lower than the day Labor took office. 2.1% lower. The purchasing power in Australians' pockets is 2.1% lower today than it was 4 years ago. 2.1% lower. Lower than Poland, Portugal, Hungary, Chile, Spain, the United States, Denmark, etc. That's what the government should be focused on, that inflation figure, which is eating into the purchasing power of every single Australian family. They shouldn't be talking about the opposition. The Australian people don't want senators in this place talking about themselves and issues inside the Canberra bubble for a few laughs, a few gags. They want us focused on the issues of concern to them, and that's inflation, high interest rates, how they're going to make ends meet. That's the expectation of the Australian people. And times are tough out there. After nearly 4 years of Labor, insurance up 39%, energy up 38%, rents up 22%, health up 18%, education up 17%, food is up 16% under Labor. Those are the facts. Those are the facts. And the focus of the Australian Labor Party should be on the Australian people, not on the internal machinations of the opposition. The focus of the Labor government should be on the Australian people.
Sorry, Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. And for those who are watching along in the gallery and those who might be listening at home, this is the part of the day where, after question time, the opposition determines what topics they want us to discuss. And I'm actually delighted that we're actually able to talk today about what's going on matters economic, because this is Wednesday. We've been back for 2 days already, and this is the first set of questions that the opposition has decided to ask about the economy and what might be happening for Australians. I do want to congratulate 2 women in these portfolios who asked the question. It's an honour to serve your nation as a person on the front bench in the shadow capacity. I recall very happily my period of time doing that, so I want to congratulate Senator Chandler and Senator Hugh. But in my assessment, the 2 things they asked that were really important for people to understand was a question about real wages, but also about the public-private spend. And Senator Gallagher, in a response, made very, very clear that unlike the opposition who were in government for 10 years, who left this country with an interest rate at 6.1%, we have responsibly managed the economy and taken on the challenge of turning that economy around, like turning the Queen Mary, to make it work again for Australians, and real wages have been growing. Senator Scarr made a point about the challenge we face, like every nation around the world, with regard to dealing with the consequences of the COVID reality that hit every country across the globe. He said it was the right thing to do to increase spending to cover that period of time. Well, Labor believes that you need to spend on the right things, and our version of what is right is vastly different from those on the other side. And it's become even clearer in this last little period since we've had the love-in and the Liberal National Party have made up and kissed again for the second time. I predict it's going to be like a maths breakdown, though, very soon. Since they've got in, they have given us a few signals that they don't agree at all with many of the challenges that we are facing by responding to the challenges that the Australian people are telling us things that matter to them. So if I can just say, our investment, spending Australian taxpayer dollars for Australians goes to things like Veterans Affairs. No good showing up on Anzac Day with your best clobber on and putting a wreath down when you're not looking after veterans themselves. Veterans aren't something that belongs in a movie or in our memory from history. Veterans need attention from us right now. So let me tell you about one of the things that is public spending that they want us to cut. They want us to cut public spending on Medicare and veterans. This is what the situation was of the way they spent money, the way they didn't handle debt, and the way they selected what money would be spent on. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicides interim report said they had serious concerns about a massive claims backlog. That's what we inherited from the Liberal National Party when we got to government. There were 42,000 veterans, 42,000 veterans in mid-May of 2022 under Mr Morrison, and we knew that they weren't getting attention.
Senator O'Neill, you have your leader on your feet. Senator Wong?
Point of order, Senator.
No, Senator Henderson.
I think actually the duty minister is permitted to sit here and be called. A point of order, Chair. You did call Senator Henderson 3 times and she ignored you. So I'd ask you to, we'll ask, well, my suggestion is Senator O'Neill sits down until Senator Henderson is able to comply with your request.
Senator, thank you for your assistance, Senator Wong. I did call Senator Henderson to order. Senator Henderson, interjections are always disorderly. Senator O'Neill, you have the call.
Thank you very much. And I am used to ignoring a lot of noise that comes from that side because my focus, like the government, is razor-sharp focus on serving the Australian people. And no one deserves our respect and attention more than those veterans who've served our nation and the cause of democracy. 42,000 of them left hanging under the Liberal National Party, and they say they want to cut spending because when they were there and they cut spending, we ended up with that backlog. As of the 31st of January in 2024, the number of claims that were yet to be allocated had fallen from 42,000 to 3,697. That is a good investment of Australian taxpayers' dollars in doing the right thing, and it's just one policy area that Labor is attending to that will increase and continue to increase in the national interest.
Senator Dean Smith.
The Coalition wants Australia to be a place of opportunity, aspiration, of freedom and of safety. An Australia where life is affordable, where young Australians can buy a home, where you can raise a family because you have confidence in the future, and where getting a fair go is the reality of the Australian experience, not a dream. To do this, the Coalition will fight against Labor's bad taxes, Labor's taxes on your house, Labor's taxes on superannuation and taxes on your children's future. The Coalition will require the government to live within its means. If Australian households have to live within their means, why shouldn't the government have to live within its means? And the Coalition will remove Labor's carbon taxes, which are pushing up the cost of food, pushing up the cost of cars and pushing up the cost of housing. Under Labor, living standards in Australia have gone backwards. Under Labor, we have seen the largest collapse in living standards in the developed world. Under Labor, inflation remains out of control, driving up interest rates and hurting Australian families with mortgages. Under Labor, government spending is at the highest level in 40 years, and Australia is on track to tip into $1 trillion worth of debt, a debt that is a tax on the next generation of Australians, a tax that the next generation of Australians will be forced to pay. And Labor says that it's tackling inflation. Well, Labor is failing Australians' households when it comes to inflation. Just today, we had released the national accounts for our country. The national accounts are like a health check on the economy. And the national accounts say that the Australian economy is sick. On a per capita basis, the Australian economy remains poorer than in March 2022 when Labor was elected. The national accounts demonstrate that this results in Australia experiencing the largest collapse in living standards in the developed world. They reveal that according to the latest figures from the OECD, Australia has experienced the largest collapse in living standards amongst all developed countries, and that Australia has made no progress in improving living standards against the OECD average, remaining down 10 percentage points. And Labor likes to talk a lot about wages. Well, let's hear the truth about wages. Real wages are more than 2% lower today than when Labor took office and are falling as I speak. And the RBA expects real wages to continue to fall all year, all through to December 2026. And what is the consequence? What is the consequence of Labor's failing economic management? It means that in times of crisis, the economy is weaker, the economy can't respond, and Australian families and businesses pay a high price. And that is exactly what we're experiencing and living through just this week. Labor's poor economic management has left Australia exposed to international crises. Even before the Iran conflict, inflation and interest rates were rising and forecast to rise further. Whatever impact the Iran crisis may have on the Australian economy and on Australian households, it will be compounded. That economic cost, that economic catastrophe will be compounded because Labor has failed over the last 4 years to get the economy right. And Labor has been warned. The RBA has regularly warned that Australia may continue to suffer from high inflation and high interest rates if it's not suitably prepared for the possibility of growing geopolitical risks and international crises like the one we have seen. The health of the Australian economy is sick. Australian households and businesses are now being forced to pay a very, very high price for that. And the next generation of Australians will be forced to live with higher taxes as a result of increasing national debt.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Waters.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise to take note of my question to the Minister representing the Prime Minister. More than 100 schoolgirls killed by a missile strike. A death toll mounting every single day, now over 800. Hospitals bombed. Homes reduced to rubble. Unilateral attacks by Israel and the US in breach of international law. It is always civilians who suffer from bombing, violence and upheaval. While ordinary people pay the price, whether with their lives or from their own pocket, corporate profits soar. Within hours, share prices skyrocketed for fossil fuel companies. In 2022, in the wake of Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine and the global gas crisis that followed, Woodside's profits doubled to $6.5 billion, and Santos's rose to $3.5 billion, up 160%. Since this week's US-Israel illegal strikes on Iran began, Woodside's shares are up 7.7%, and Santos's shares are up 7.8%. Fossil fuel corporations raking in mega profits while paying no tax on the gas that they get for free. And they're not the only big corporations benefiting. Lockheed Martin, Palantir, drone companies, RTX, the same companies that our government is handing billions to in defence contracts. not to mention Labor investing billions via the Future Fund in the shares of companies like Elbit Systems. This is all happening at the same time as we funnel $368 billion to the US via AUKUS for nuclear submarines that we'll probably never see. War has always made billionaires and big corporations even richer. It is just another business model for them, while everyday people pay with their own pockets and with their life. Yet this Labor government, who's so completely sold out any principles it once had for peace, for people, was the first to support this illegal war. And when asked what they're doing today to stop big corporations profiteering off it, they can only say they've written a letter asking the ACCC nicely to monitor for price gouging. Pathetic. They could just vote for the Greens' bill to stop corporations price gouging, but they voted against that a few weeks ago. Our message to Labor is this: stop backing Trump and Netanyahu's
Senator
illegal
Waters,
war.
your time has expired. Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Deputy President. In the last few hours, senators in the US have come out of a briefing, a classified briefing to Congress, and they've said that it's very clear now that there was no imminent threat, no intelligence, nothing to justify the US and Israel's illegal strikes on Israel. Senators are saying as well that the information that they've been given behind closed doors is actually leaving them more confused than when they went in, as to not only what the justification for this illegal war is, but what the plan is and what is the end game. And they're saying that it's clear that it's not going to make people in the US any more safe. And I would argue that it's not going to make Australians, whose government has tied us to the hip of Trump's US government, any more safe either. The Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency has also confirmed now that Iran was not weeks or days away from having a nuclear weapon. This is sounding very much like a repeat of Iraq. An illegal war started with no justification. And when my colleague asked in question time, what will the government do to stop big corporations profiteering off Trump and Netanyahu's illegal war, the minister said they're not focused on prices, they're focused on, rightly, having to get Australians home. Well, maybe they should have thought about that before they were first out the gate in the world to support an illegal war that is now putting the lives and the travel of Australians at risk. And then the minister went on to say that they agree that ordinary citizens are hurt in conflict. Well, again, maybe that means that they should have been doing absolutely everything they could to stop the conflict escalating instead of supporting an illegal war which is now spreading across the Middle East. And then the minister said, Iran is not Ukraine. That is outrageous. Are we resorting to vigilantism now? We only follow international law depending on the country that is being bombed. Labor has lost its way and the Australian public knows it and they see it.
Senator Allman-Payne, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? I call the clerk.
Mr President, postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. In respect of business with the Senate, notice of motion number 1 postponed to the next day of sitting. General business notice of motion number 373 for today postponed to the 10th of March 2026.
Sorry, was that
373.
Okay, thank you. If there is no objection, the business is postponed. No other absences or no one seeking the call, no absences? No, okay. We'll move to general business and we're dealing with the 359, which is, that's the deferred motion. Yeah, it's standing in the name of Senator Henderson, cost of living. So the question is, because that's a deferred motion, so I'm just going to read it out. The question is that those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yes. Lock the doors. So yesterday and in February, a number of votes were deferred. I understand that it suits the convenience of the Senate that these votes be held now. So I'm beginning with a deferred vote on general business notice of motion number 359, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. That was moved on Thursday, 5th of February. So the ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, I advise if there are further divisions required, there will be 1 minute bells. Pursuant to the order agreed earlier today, I will now put the question on the government amendments to the notices of motions number 357, 358, 361 to 367, 372, 371, 374, 375 and 382 moved yesterday. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Division required. Ring the bells. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I shall now deal with the remaining questions on each motion listed at item 13 of today's order of business. I will first deal with the general business notice of motion number 365, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. The question is the motion agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Oh, what did I say? 356, beg your pardon. So the question is, those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 356, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. Oh. Order. There being 38 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 357, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 357, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 358, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe. The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 358, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Thorpe as teller for the ayes and Senator Kavasic as teller for the noes. Yes. Order. There being 15 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 361, standing in the name of Senator McGrath. Is that you, Senator Askew? Oh, I'm moving them, sorry. So the question is the motion be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 361, standing in the name of Senator McGrath be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kavasic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 362, standing in the name of Senator McGrath. The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 362, standing in the name of Senator McGrath, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kavasic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. text it to me. Order. There being 37 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 363, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. The question is that that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 363, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 364, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 364, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kvasic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 365, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 365, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kavasic as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 367, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. The question is the motion be agreed. Oh, yes, 366, my bad. Yes, my mistake. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 366, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 366, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 367, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Aye. Believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 367, standing in the name of Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 noes and 28 ayes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 371, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the... Oh, didn't I? Oh dear. It's been a long day. So I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 371, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Divisional card, ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 371, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. So the question is, there being 37 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 372, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? And the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 372, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 374, standing in the name of Senator Payman. The question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 374, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 375. Standing in the name of Senator Payman, the question is the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 375, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with general business, notice of motion number 377, standing in the name of Senator Duniam. The question is, the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 377, standing in the name of Senator Duniam, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. No, I've got. Yeah. Order. There being 28 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Rags. So the question is, I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 382, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. And I understand Senator Bragg has circulated an amendment and Senator Askew, who's dealing with the motion, needs to seek leave.
I seek leave to amend general business motion number 382 relating to the Home Guarantee Scheme.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 382, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, as amended, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 382, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, as amended, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, that takes us to today's formal motions. I understand that business of the Senate number 1 has been postponed. So I'm going to start with business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Faruqi. So I have called Senators Thorpe and Faruqi to move business of the Senate. I'm not sure who is moving it. I'm assuming you are Senator Thorpe. Your name's first.
Yes. Oh.
Senator Faruqi.
Yes, thank you, President. I ask that business of the Senate, notice of motion number 3, standing in my name and that of Senator Thorpe's, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as a formal motion? There being none, I call Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator.
Thank you.
Gallagher.
The government agrees that the conduct and behaviour of senators in this place has deteriorated to an unacceptable level. However, we do not believe that the motion simply referring this matter to the Procedure Committee of the Senate is a solution to remedy that behaviour. So we will not be supporting Part A of the motion. The recommendations of the Human Rights Commission set the standard report has been met with broad support in this place, particularly given the concerning findings which indicated that as a parliament we must do better. Over the past few years, in response to this report, the Albanese government has reformed the frameworks that seek to improve workplace culture in this building. We, as elected members of this Senate, have a serious and enduring role to play in setting and upholding these standards, but it also means we must be conscious of the impacts of our behaviour and our words. When a senator behaves in a disorderly way, it's up to the chamber to manage this behaviour. And I would also encourage those who are moving this motion today to reflect honestly about their own conduct towards others in this place.
Thank you. Senator. Order. 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 So, as I understand, the request from Minister Gallagher is that Part A be put separately. So I'm going to begin with putting Part A. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Faruqi, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe and Faruqi, which is business of the Senate number 3, Part A, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Because we've now started new business, I'm going to ring the bells for 4 minutes. So ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that Business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Faruqi, Part A, be agreed to. So the ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. All right. There being 12 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remainder of the Business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Faruqi, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Sorry, Senator Thorpe. Yes.
I seek leave to have the motion circulated in my name that's just been circulated.
Yes. Have you just circulated this? And what are you seeking to do, Senator Thorpe? Sorry.
I'm seeking to move that motion.
Okay. So,
seeking leave.
So the question is that, is leave granted? Leave isn't granted, Senator Thorpe.
To contingent notice, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to cultural safety in the Senate to be moved immediately and determined without amendment.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Thorpe be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 11 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now intend to go to government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. And before I do that, I have a message from the House. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives inviting senators to attend a meeting of the House on Thursday the 5th of March 2026 for an address by the Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Australia. So the question is that government business number 1 be agreed to. No? Minister Chisholm.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 relating to arrangements for an address by the Prime Minister of Canada be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
So the question is that government business number 1, standing in the name of Minister Gallagher and moved by Minister Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business, notice of motion number 370, standing in the name of Senator Cadell. Senator Askew.
I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 370 relating to the Australian National University before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Askew.
I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Oh, yes, sorry. You need to move that.
Okay, I move the motion as amended.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm, you sought leave.
To move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Omit all words after that and substitute orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly. And C, the Minister for Education does not possess the documents which the Senator would
McKim,
know
you are out of order.
if they had used other avenues to seek these documents prior to moving a motion in the Senate.
So the question is the motion, the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? So that will go to the end of today's formal motions. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 373, standing in the name of Senator Payman. Oh, that's postpones. Okay. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 383, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 383 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that and substitute A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I believe the ayes have it. So a division required. That will go to the end.
Thank you.
No, it goes to the end. Yes. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 391, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew. 391.
Okay. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 391 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm?
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Omit all words after that and substitute orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B, senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. That goes down to the end. So I will now go back to business of the Senate number 2. Is that being debated, or is it you moving that? Is being debated? You're moving it. So Senator Bell.
Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Hanson, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Bell.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Hanson and moved by Senator Bell, be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I indicated that I'd do 1 minute, 1 4-minute bell. Yeah. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Hanson and moved by Senator Bell, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business, notice of motion number 368, standing in the name of Senators Lambie and Shoebridge. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Shoebridge and myself, I ask that general business notice of motion number 368 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the motion.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that. Substitute. The Senate notes that the delivering the future estate Defence Estate Audit Report and the government response were publicly released on 4th of February 2026.
Thank you. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. We'll move that one down. Thank you. We'll now move to general business, notice of motion number 384, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
President, I ask that general business notice of motion number 384 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that and substitute. A. Orders for the deduction of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you, Senator. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the noes have it. Division required. We'll move that one to the end. Thank you. We'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 385, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 385 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that. Substitute. A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
Thank you. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. We'll move that to the end. I'll now deal with general business, notice of motion number 387, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 387 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that and substitute. A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. No division required. Ring the bell. We'll move that one to the end. Now deal with general business notice of motion number 388, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 388 be withdrawn.
Thank you, Senator Payman. We'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 389, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 389 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that and substitute. The Senate notes that the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations has advised that they require additional time to consult the Fair Work Ombudsman in relation to order for the production of documents number 313.
So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll move that to deferred. We'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 390, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 390 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that and substitute. A. Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than for fishing expeditions. And B. Senators seeking to order the production of documents should consider paragraph A and refine their orders accordingly.
So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. I'll move that one to deferred. We'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 392, standing in the name of Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 392 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move the motion.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Chisholm.
Omit all words after that. Substitute. The Senate notes that A. Page 662 of Odges, the Australian Senate Practice 14th edition, states, "It has long been recognised that there is information held by government that it would not be in the public interest to disclose," and B. It is not appropriate for senators to propose orders for the production of documents where documents must be produced without redaction.
So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Move that. There are now two deferred votes in relation to urgency motions. No. So I am informed that we will now deal with the deferred amendments. So I'll begin with the general business notice of motion number 368. No. It's been a long day. Pursuant to order agreed to earlier today, I will now put the question on the government amendments to notices of motion numbers 368, 370, 383 to 385 and 387, 389 and 392. So the question... 389 to 392. So the question is that those amendments be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. Division required. We'll ring the bells for 4 minutes. See, I'm being kind to you. Check. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the main questions on the motions moved today. Those are the motions at item 14 on today's order of business. I'll begin with the general business notice of motion number 368, standing in the name of Senators Lambie and Shoebridge. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 368 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 370, standing in the name of Senator Cadell. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 370, standing in the name of Senator Cadell, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 383, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 383, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. There being 37 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business, notice of motion number 384, standing in the name of Senator Payman. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 384, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 36 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the general business notice of motion number 385, standing in the name of Senator Payman. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 385, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Senator Grogan, you need to be sitting down. Order. There being 36 ayes and 23 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 387, standing in the name of Senator Payman. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 387, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 389, standing in the name of Senator Payman. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required? Division required? Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 389, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business notice of motion number 390, standing in the name of Senator Payman. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 390, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with general business, notice of motion number 391, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 391, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 37 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now deal with general business, notice of motion number 392, standing in the name of Senator Roberts. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 392, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 25 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So, Rachel. Senators, I will now deal with the deferred votes on urgency motions moved yesterday. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the urgency motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Collins as teller for the noes. Yep. Order. There being 11 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. It being 6:30, there's no further divisions. We move to the matter of public urgency, and I'll wait for a change in the chair.
Sorry. Three, 4, 5. Okay. Senators, if you're not keen to stick around, can you leave? Senator Dean Smith has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? It is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much. This afternoon we're going to debate this. The Albanese Labor government is presiding over the largest decline in living standards in the developed world, driving up inflation through record spending and nearly $1 trillion in debt. And the consequence is that Australian families are worse off having to deal with falling wages and higher interest rates. And it's worth reminding ourselves, why is it that inflation is such a menace? Why is it that inflation is such a menace? And you would have thought that the Labor Party, traditionally the party of working families, you would have thought that Labor would be highly attuned to the menace, to the risk that inflation causes to families, to businesses and to the economy. It is a menace because it reduces people's purchasing power. It is a menace because it disproportionately affects low-income households. It's a menace because it creates economic uncertainty and makes it harder for families to plan, families to save, for businesses to plan, for businesses to save, and for businesses to grow. Inflation is not an abstract statistic. It is the weekly grocery bill that keeps creeping higher. It is rent and mortgage repayments swallowing more of household income. It's electricity, it's healthcare, it's insurance costs, all rising faster than wages. And earlier this month, it was another interest rate rise. Labor promised Australians interest rates would not need to rise again. Instead of confronting the economic reality, the government prefers to operate in a state of denial. Ministers complain that this is not a high-spending government, and some ministers even try to rewrite history by blaming the Howard government. But their own budget papers tell a stark truth. Under Labor, this government is clocking up record spending. Commonwealth spending has reached 26.2% of GDP under this Labor government. That makes it the highest spending federal government outside the pandemic in 40 years. Just think about that. The highest spending federal government outside of the pandemic experience in 14 years. And let's just think about that by a way of comparison. During the Howard government, spending peaked at 25.1% and falling to 23.2% when it left office. Let's compare this Labor government with the final Keating Labor budget, 25.6%, still lower than this Labor government. And what does the Treasury project? The Treasury projects that spending will rise further to 26.9% in coming years. This is not temporary, this is structural. This is a government who wants to deny that increasing government spending leads to inflationary pressures in the economy, which forces the RBA to raise interest rates. And who suffers? The people that suffer are Australian families and Australian businesses. The very same people who in 2022 and 2025 trusted the Labor Party to look after their future. That trust has been betrayed. That trust has been broken. ABS data confirms what Australians already know from their lived experience. That is that inflation is rising again. Headline inflation is 3.8%. The trimmed mean inflation is 3.3%, above the RBA target. Price pressures are broad. Everyone is experiencing them. Food is up 3.5%. Housing is up 5.5%. Health is up 3.6%. And now the world deals with an international crisis, one that will negatively impact inflation, one that will negatively impact interest rates. 2026 is going to be a dark year for Australian families and Australian businesses. And guess what? If Labor had been more prudent over the last 4 years and worked harder to tackle inflation, our country would be in a better position. It is not in a better position. It is in a worse position, and Australian families are going...
Senator Ananda Raja, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Australia faces a productivity challenge that has been decades in the making. And this obviously has implications. It has implications on our standards of living and on our wages and on our long-term prosperity. And this productivity challenge, Deputy Chair, has a direct impact on the inflationary problem that we're currently facing. We do have a stubborn inflationary problem, and it obviously impacts cost of living, which has a direct effect on Australian households, small businesses, as well as large businesses, in fact, right across our economy. But those opposite would have us believe that government spending is fueling inflation, right? In fact, at the heart of this inflationary problem is a productivity challenge, and they know it. They know it. They know it, but they did nothing about it when they were in government. In fact, the decade of government under the Liberals and the Nationals was the lowest period of productivity in 60 years. That's on them. That's on them. And then they stand here and have the temerity to lecture the rest of us as if we've somehow had a lobotomy and have forgotten about history. Well, that is economic history. In addition, in the first term of government of the Albanese-led government, they had every opportunity to support a huge suite of cost of living measures that we introduced. When we were supporting this economy that we had inherited, that was on its knees after a decade of Liberal dysfunction, delay on a number of fronts, we supported this country as inflation hit 6% within months of us taking government. Has everyone forgotten that? It almost hit 8% at the end of that year. And we brought in a range of measures, and we delivered, thanks to the enormous work of our Treasurer and Prime Minister, a soft landing. But in this second term, we have seen what the neglect of productivity has done over many decades. And that is why it is at the heart of our economic agenda. And our May budget will be focused on productivity. The Treasurer and the Prime Minister have said so. But while those opposite believe that productivity means working longer hours for less, we take a completely opposite view. We see this productivity challenge as an opportunity to invest in our people through skills like free TAFE, which has seen over 725,000 enrolments. 30% of those enrolments are actually in regional Australia. This is a story of regional Australia. Our young people and older people are deciding to reskill in jobs that will deliver secure, well-paid wages that are going to be actually immune to the disruption caused by the AI wave that we know is coming. In addition, we have supported Australians with Medicare by strengthening Medicare. We have seen a historic injection of $8.5 billion into Medicare in November last year. We have seen a huge uptick in the number of practices that are now bulk billing. Before this investment, there were about 1,600 practices that were bulk billing. There are now 3,400. You will find one in your community. Go to healthdirect.com and have a look. You will almost certainly find a bulk billing clinic in your community. But that's not all. There have been 130 urgent care clinics now visited by 2.6 million Australians. Affordable housing is also at the heart of our productivity agenda. There's no getting around this. We have to deliver housing. Businesses cannot function without workers living near their place of work. It has a huge cost of living impact on Australians if they are having to travel, commute from long distances, paying tolls and paying for fuel, etc. And that's why we have invested heavily in a housing agenda which is $43 billion. It's a sprawling agenda. And one of the golden, bright points of light in that agenda has been the 5% home deposit scheme. 220,000 Australians have taken up that scheme. Half of them are, two-thirds of those buyers, actually, I beg your pardon, are under the age of 35, and over half of them are singles. This scheme is delivering the Great Australian Dream, which has been out of range for so many Australians for too long. This is at the heart of our productivity agenda and feeds directly into cost of living relief.
Time has expired. Senator Roberts.
Today, Treasurer Chalmers has taken to social media to claim credit for the 2.6% increase in annual GDP, calling the rise the strongest growth in the Australian economy for 3 years. Has the Treasurer forgotten he's been in office for almost 4 years, meaning the Treasurer took over the economy and made it worse? Putting that aside, how did the Treasurer create this increase? To hold the GDP out of negative territory, the Treasurer has spent like a drunken sailor. Almost all of the increase in employment and economic activity in the last year has come from increased government spending, which has to be paid for with higher taxes. In effect, the Treasurer has taxed everyday Australians more and then spent their money faster than the taxpayers would have. As a result, the money supply has expanded 11% in the last year, and our national debt has now passed $1 trillion. Funny thing about spending other people's money, it eventually runs out. Already the government is looking for ways to raise taxes. Capital gains tax increases and increased taxes on superannuation are on the agenda. Even worse, the government is selling off the silverware. The sale of Defence Force property has already been announced. $3.5 billion in extra cash. What was once a strategic asset, which didn't add to the money supply, will be cash in the bank for the Treasurer to spend. More solar and wind subsidies, more money to the Taliban. Already this government has given the Taliban $320 million. Selling off the silverware to keep the GDP out of recession leads straight to even higher inflation than we have now. To counter this inflation, already the Reserve Bank has been forced to increase interest rates. The result will be a loss of spending power for everyday Australians who will have to spend more of their income on their mortgage or rent. Government spending is approaching 28% of our GDP and is heading over 30%, which offsets the reductions in private sector spending that has resulted from over-regulation and a lack of confidence in this Labor government. In the short term, this approach makes the data look better. In the medium term, inflation spikes and wage growth goes negative, as it has been for much of the Treasurer's term. If everyday Australians feel like they're going backwards and working harder, it's because you are going backwards, especially if you're paying off a home or renting. One Nation will solve this vicious cycle of economic decline with our policy to shrink the government to fit the Constitution, to fit our means. One Nation took a policy to the last election to reduce the size of government $90 billion in our first term. That number, from what we can see from Labor, is now looking much, much bigger than we can save. Our policy will reverse Labor's deficits, stop Labor's inflation, cancel Labor's interest rate rises and leave more money in the pockets of everyday Australians.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, the Albanese government's economic mismanagement has left the Australian economy in a very tricky position, and we had national accounts data out today which confirms just how tricky that position is, and I will go into that in my contribution today. But I want to frame it up within the context of what we are looking at currently. The Albanese government is sitting on a $1 trillion debt bomb, and they have zero plan to start repaying that debt. We found from the data that was released today in the national accounts that public demand is at an all-time record share of the economy at 29%. Last financial year, government spending increased 4 times as fast as the rest of the economy. This financial year, government spending is still increasing twice as fast as the rest of the economy. There is no question, Madam Acting Deputy President, that the Labor government is pouring inflation fuel on the debt fire, and they have no plan to start repaying that debt. They have no plan to reduce the level of government debt to a point where younger Australians, myself included, won't be paying it back with higher taxes, if not now, then later in our working lives. Like I said, the Australian Bureau of Statistics today released the national accounts data for the December quarter 2025, the official snapshot of how our economy is actually travelling. And not long after those figures came out, the Treasurer, Dr Chalmers, fronted up to the media, but listening to that press conference, I did note he barely spent a minute talking about the actual numbers themselves. He pivoted pretty quickly to talk about other issues of concern. He said in that press conference that stronger, broader growth provides the best foundation to deal with what's coming at us. Well, that sounds reassuring, but he focused on the headline figures, not on what is actually going on underneath. So here in this chamber today, I want to look a little closer at those numbers that the national accounts are flashing up at us, because they are a very clear warning of the cost of living pressures that Australians are facing. And these numbers reflect that this financial pressure that they are facing has not yet passed, but the government doesn't seem to be paying attention to that. The household saving ratio climbed to 6.9% in the data released today, which is the highest since September 2022. Now, this isn't the behaviour of confident households. That is the behaviour of families who are putting money aside because they're unsure about what lies ahead. Higher mortgage payments, we've seen plenty of those under this government. Higher rents, again, plenty of that under this government. Rising costs of insurance, again, an awful lot of that under this government. And ongoing global uncertainty. Spending tells the same story. Household spending rose just 0.3% in the quarter. Discretionary spending ticked up 0.4%, which was helped along by various Black Friday, Boxing Day sales towards the end of last year. But spending on essential goods and services grew only 0.2%. So yes, Australians spent a little bit during the sales, as they are well within their right to do. But overall growth in consumption is remaining modest and the rate of savings are rising. And again, that tells us that confidence is fragile. Just look at energy costs. The ABS reports that out-of-pocket spending on electricity, gas and other fuels fell sharply. But again, in the data in the national accounts today, the ABS makes clear that this was largely due to government rebates, which are recorded as government expenditure in the national accounts. Now, that distinction matters, Madam Acting Deputy President, because when government pays part of the bill, the underlying cost hasn't disappeared, it's just shifted. This relief today doesn't necessarily mean lower structural costs tomorrow, and we've certainly seen that in the energy market since the Albanese government has been in charge. And we cannot forget that relief measures manage a symptom. Structural reform fixes the actual problem. If electricity remains expensive to produce and deliver, no amount of short-term assistance is going to fix the underlying problem. If housing supply remains constrained, rents will remain elevated. If productivity growth remains weak, wages cannot sustainably outpace inflation. As I said from the outset, the Albanese government's economic mismanagement has left our economy in a very delicate position. And even before the conflict that we have seen in Iran this week, inflation and interest rates were rising and forecast to rise further. Whatever impact that crisis has on the economy—
Senator Payman, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Cost of living is biting every Australian out there, and we hear it day in, day out from West Australians who I had the pleasure of speaking to outside my office, and they were ranking cost of living and housing to be the two biggest issues that are keeping them up at night. And this isn't just mums and dads who are trying to put food on the table, a roof over their kids' heads, and making sure that they're juggling with various priorities of mortgage repayments, transport costs and fuel prices and energy bills, but at the same time making sure that their kids have a future, a reliable future that isn't subjected to the lack of opportunities that we're seeing, especially when it comes to housing. Now, both the Labor Party, both in state Labor in WA and federally, have massive majorities and can actually push for progressive reforms to ease the cost of living pressures on families, and yet we have seen literally nothing when it comes to any form of relief to combat increasing groceries, housing, power bills and transport. Now, Australia isn't a poor country. We need to be doing more, and we've seen that there's been consistent calls by the Australian Council of Trade Unions calling for a 25% tax on gas exports. I mean, that's one example that the government can actually do something about, and we're seeing really nothing. So, you know, if they want to address cost of living, there's options there. You've just got to be brave enough.
Time has expired. Senator Mulholland, you have the call.
Deputy President, this MPI is another breathtaking example from a coalition who has learnt nothing from its mistakes. Imagine having the gall to come into this place and lecture anybody on economic management with a record as bad as theirs. This MPI comes straight out of the Don't Go There Girlfriend files, but here we are. The Liberals love to call themselves good economic managers, which is impressive, given the amount of debt that they racked up when they were last in government. They stood in front of the Australian people last year and they said, here's our economic policies, billions of dollars on subsidised nuclear plants, thousands of dollars to boozy lunches for the bosses, and let's ban working from home while we're at it. But not content with driving themselves into a brick wall, they said, let's step on the accelerator. They said, you know what, let's oppose the government's tax cuts. That'll be popular. Compare that with this Labor government. The Albanese Labor government has delivered tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, with another tax cut due in July this year. Those opposite opposed those tax cuts. They opposed them. The coalition went to the last federal election with a policy to deliver higher taxes for the Australian people. They talk a big game in this place about economic management, but we've got the receipts. The now very leaked copy of the Liberal Party election review called the coalition's economic policies taken to the last election as completely incoherent. The Liberal Party election reviewers went on to say the coalition's economic policies, and I quote, defied the party's values, such as the opposition to an income tax cut. And they don't like to hear it.
Senator Mulholland, I have Senator Bragg on a point of order. Senator
Reluctantly, a point of order. I think these matters are not germane to the MPI.
Listening carefully, and I believe Senator Mulholland is being relevant. Senator Mulholland.
Thank you very much. Those economic policies defied the party's values, such as the opposition to an income tax cut and the denial of working from home arrangements. It's there in black and white. The review goes on to say, as part of the budget, the government announced it would provide an income tax cut for low-income workers in 2026-27 as part of its cost of living relief. The opposition announced that it would oppose that tax cut on budget night and voted against it when the legislation was introduced. And we all know how that turned out, and I'm not surprised that Senator Bragg doesn't want to hear it, but we've got the receipts and we're happy to, every time they want to talk about the economy, we're happy to talk about their record. But let's look at wage rises for Australian workers. When the coalition were last in government, they said low wages were a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture. Almost 3 million award wage workers received a 3.5% pay rise last year under this government. And across the life of this government, those same workers have received an increase of $9,000. But we haven't stopped there. This government has delivered a historic pay rise for 250,000 aged care workers, and up to 200,000 early educators are receiving pay rises. Those opposite mocked those pay rises. But we know it's making a real difference. You cannot walk into a lunchroom at an aged care facility or a childcare centre without being told by their workers how much these pay rises mean to them. $100 a week extra is the difference between putting sports shoes on your kids' feet and not. And those opposite mocked it. Let's go through some other economic achievements of this government that are working hard to drive down the cost of living. 30% off home batteries to permanently cut power bills. The highest take-up of that in Queensland has been in Liberal-held seats, the seats of Wright, Fadden, Longman, the list goes on. We've also delivered teaching, nursing, social work and midwifery students are now all being paid for their practical placements. 50,000 students are already benefiting from that. We've boosted Medicare with $1.8 million in extra hospital funding, helping Australians get the quality, affordable healthcare they deserve. We've expanded the 5% deposits to all first home buyers. 250,000 Australians and 50,000 Queenslanders are now benefiting from that. But the Liberal Party and the Greens don't like it. We know that they don't like this policy. They would much prefer that they were stung with an LMI of up to $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 rather than being able to get into a home of their own. They opposed our policy because they don't want to see Australians get into a home of their own, but they want to lecture us on economic policy, and it's a disgrace.
Senator Andrew Bragg.
Thank you very much. Well, this is a very good MPI because it allows us to consider the failure of the government to deliver on the economy, and that is measured not by me but by the federal budget delivered by Mr Chalmers, who I think spent more time learning about Paul Keating's communication style than he did about Paul Keating's substantial and positive reforms to Australia. Now, the sad truth is that we're looking at a $36 billion deficit this year and cumulative deficits over the forward estimates of $143 billion as we head towards $1 trillion of debt. Now, today's accounts, of course, show that 38% of the contribution of growth comes from the public sector. So there's something wrong at the Reserve Bank because they don't seem to know this, or they seem to be covering up these facts when they're putting out their statements, but it's very clear that government sector, public sector, is massively contributing to the economic growth in Australia, and that is why it's contributing to inflation and higher interest rates. And this is the reality that Australians now have to live with. And I feel very sorry for all the Australians that have taken out 95% mortgages at the behest of this government that has uncapped it and has been marketing it like a financial product. They will now have to pay vastly higher amounts in interest costs because of the government's forcing up of interest rates because of their failure to contain inflation, because public sector spending is out of control. As I say, $36 billion deficit this year, $143 billion over the forward estimates, on the way to $1 trillion. And Dr. Evil is not even in the building. So we have a massive problem with waste in this country. And if you want to see the waste, come and see this government in action in Canberra. We sit here in the Senate for days in, days out, nothing happens. Passing legislation, you don't do anything. The government tries to obstruct the opposition from getting access to documents. How shocking it is that we are trying to do the jobs that we are well remunerated to do, to get access to information, to expose maladministration, to expose waste. That's the job. Find out stuff. Work for the people. But no, don't do that. Don't get to the bottom of anything. Just try and obstruct and obfuscate. That's what we do here. That's what we do here in Canberra. Huge waste of money. And so I take the points that the government speakers have made about housing. The government have had three gimmicks. And let me remind you of the housing scoreboard. After spending $80 billion on housing, the government is giving the country 30,000 fewer houses each year. They've crashed the housing construction in this country from 200,000 houses a year on average down to 170,000 houses a year on average. That's the value the country gets from $80 billion. That's the value they get. And so they've had three gimmicks in these long 4 years, three gimmicks. First gimmick, Housing Australia Future Fund, $10 billion, and after 2.5 years, apparently it's built about 800 houses, but I'd say most of those have been bought. Second gimmick, 5% deposits, a free-for-all where the government is underwriting the mortgage insurance of even the wealthiest Australians, and what you now see is a massive uptick in prices for entry-level houses. A massive uptick. They are hurting the people who are trying to get into the market with their reckless 5% deposit scheme, just pushing up prices. And in the third gimmick now, they're canvassing the idea of new taxes on housing because they hate the idea of mums and dads providing rental stock to other Australians, because their solution is to get the institutional investors in to provide rental stock to Australians because that's their mates. Ultimately, this is a government for mates. Most of the economic policy is designed for their friends, their vested interests, and so they want mum and dads out and they want the super funds to be the big corporate landlords. They want them to own the houses. So far, three housing gimmicks: Housing Australia Future Fund builds no houses, 5% deposits, which have been a disaster for young people, and now we're looking at higher taxes, which apparently will help build more houses. Now, if you can tell me how more tax will build more houses, then I'm open to that discussion. But so far, this is crazy economics from a government which has crashed the budget, crashed the economy, and the Australian people are now paying a very, very heavy price indeed.
The time for discussion has expired. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Lambie, which has also been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Thank you. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Lambie to move the motion.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion. Last night in the lower house, the Prime Minister made a joke about being asked about transparency, and then he tabled a Liberal Party report and said, and I quote, "I'm asked about transparency, Mr Speaker. They don't get their reports. I'll table it for them so they can read the report," end quote. Well, the Prime Minister should know that people in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. According to the research from the Centre for Public Integrity, in this government's first term, more FOI requests were refused than fully granted. The rate of outright refusals has nearly doubled, and the average processing times for the Office of the Information Commissioner increased from 6 months to 15 months. And then when they were in opposition, the Albanese government promised transparency and integrity. But once again, they got into power and they embraced secrecy. Prime Minister Morrison never promoted transparency as a good thing, but the Albanese government promotes transparency while trying to kill it off at every opportunity. Remember what happened last year? The Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet prepared a document leaked to the ABC. This document gave public servants advice to help them dodge tricky questions during estimates. This document also directed public servants on how to avoid vague answers to questions on notice filed as part of the Senate estimates accountability process. In September of 2025, the Prime Minister told the UK Labor Party that, and I quote, "We all know this is a time when trust in governments and institutions is under challenge," end quote. When the Prime Minister delivered this speech, it was in the context of major parties like Labor in the UK and in Australia responding to the threat of minor parties. Well, they should be worried because their primary vote for both major parties is at a record low, and that would include the Labor Party. So why is the Prime Minister clamping down on FOIs? Why are they blocking documents from the Senate? And why are they pushing an FOI bill that makes it even harder for Australians to know what their government is up to? How is building trust with Australians? How does that do that job? Seriously, you're not helping yourselves. And the sort of games that we see Labor playing in the Senate won't reassure Australians that you are a trustworthy government. You are far from it. An OPD is an order for production of documents. In other words, Australians, it's how the Senate gets access to a document that the government doesn't want us to have. It is one of the Senate's most important oversight powers. So this is how it works. A senator goes in for an order of documents, and if a senator gets enough votes, a majority, only then does the government have to cough up the document and bring it to the Senate chamber. When the politicians come back to Canberra on February the 4th, the Albanese government decided it was going to try and amend every order for the production of documents being proposed to make it absolutely meaningless. In doing so, it inserted a complaint in each of its amendments stating, and I quote, "Orders for the production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers and should be used when other processes have been exhausted rather than fishing expeditions." End quote. The problem with this statement is completely wrong and completely disrespectful of 200 years of history of this power and where it fits into the Parliament's constitutional role. There is no authority to suggest that it is a power to be used after all processes have been exhausted. That is rubbish, and then the point of order for productions is to go fishing into the affairs of your government, especially when your government doesn't want the Senate to look. This is the Albanese government arrogantly seeking to be the sole decision-maker of the Senator's inquiry topics. The power to order a production of documents is not one that can be used by a single senator. The order can only be made when the order is supported by the majority of the Senate. It is the Senate that decides what documents the government must surrender, not the government. If a senator is being reckless playing politics, the proposed order may not get up. So this is what they were up to last night, Australians. The government attached these same time-wasting amendments to each OPD, wasting hours of the Senate's time and treating senators like annoying school kids. We are a house of review and we are elected to hold you to account. It is that simple. Minister Gallagher told the Senate again this morning that the Coalition and the crossbench were using OPDs as a fishing exercise. She accused us of all abusing our power and wasting the Senate's time. What absolute hypocrites you are. If the government would just release these documents in the first place, then we wouldn't have this problem. The reason there are so many OPDs is because your government keeps blocking them, not to mention the way you drag your feet on FOIs. To be clear, this government is saying to the Australian public, you don't deserve to know what is in these documents, that you don't deserve transparency, that you don't deserve accountability, and you sure as hell don't deserve the truth. And that we should all just let the government get on with it, ram its crap through, and that's it. That's what they're here for. Well, I'm sorry, but you are not.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And Senator Lambie is right when she says one thing, and that's that the order for production of documents is one of the Senate's most serious powers of scrutiny and accountability. It's a power intended to be used sparingly, in good faith, and only when every other avenue for information has been exhausted. Yet what we have witnessed by senators is not a principled use of that power, but an unprecedented abuse of it. In the 47th Parliament, 436 OPDs were proposed and 336 were agreed to. In this 48th Parliament, 190 OPDs have been proposed in just 32 days. With the addition of this sitting week, that number is now well above 200. Compared this to the 198 OPDs proposed in the 46th Parliament under the previous Liberal National Coalition government. So in just 35 sitting days, we have now well surpassed that number, more OPDs in 35 days than in 139 days of the 46th Parliament, an average of 4.6 per sitting day in contrast to just 1.22 previously. This is not scrutiny, this is an abuse of the OPD process. Not only has this quantity of orders exploded, but the character of orders are now completely removed from the power's original intention. And the consequences are real. We have seen orders demanding responses within timeframes that are not just unreasonable, but impossible. I remind the Chamber of the OPD of former Senators Hughes and Davey, an order covering 1.85 million documents with a mere 8 days to comply. Meanwhile, freedom of information requests and questions on notice processes designed for transparency are afforded 30 days as a matter of course. We have seen OPDs seeking documents that are already public available, reports that can be found online, reports that have been discussed at press conferences, in media interviews, in this very chamber. We have seen OPDs used where a simple briefing request, a conversation, or even a Google search would have sufficed. So what is being demanded here? That public servants abandon their core work, that they drop their policy development, service delivery, regulatory oversight to chase down documents that are already in the public domain, that they work around the clock to meet arbitrary deadlines on expansive, unfocused requests that do nothing to advance the interests of everyday Australians. This government takes transparency seriously. We respect the constitutional and legislative role of the Senate in holding the executive to account, but accountability must be meaningful and appropriate and proportionate. It must be grounded in the conventions that have guided the chamber for decades, conventions clearly articulated in ODGES. There are countless avenues available to senators seeking information, from briefings, questions on notice, question time, estimates and FOIs. These mechanisms exist precisely to ensure transparency without overwhelming the system. Yet senators opposite choose to flood the chamber with OPDs, then feign outrage when the public service cannot meet impossible demands. I ask those across the chamber to reflect on what you're asking. Reflect on whether Australian taxpayers should fund overtime for public servants to expedite requests that have little meaning to the public. Reflect on whether this is truly about accountability or whether it is about political theatre. The amendments that the government has made to OPDs reflect the very fact that Senator Lambie identifies. They put on the record for all to see that those across the chamber are engaging in a ridiculous misuse and abuse of the Senate's most serious power. On the question of transparency of the Albanese government, the answer is simple. Over the course of the 47th Parliament, the government complied with the most amount of OPDs in a single term of Parliament on record. That is the record of this government.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, it's pleasing to be able to speak again on this very important issue that we touched on a bit earlier today, and I think it is important for all listening to this debate tonight, and I'm sure there are many, to understand exactly what it is we're talking about. And OPDs mean nothing to the average punter, orders for the production of documents, but it is about transparency. And I'll pick up where Assistant Minister Chisholm left off, and that is that this claim the government make around being transparent. Well, it was a promise they made. It was a promise they made at successive elections now, that's right, on multiple occasions at both of those elections, that they would be more transparent than the previous government. Well, you only have to ask the Centre for Public Integrity, who say this is the most secretive government in history, that their approach to the release of information, that their approach to being transparent, to being cooperative with those seeking information is worse than any government on record. Now, the Centre for Public Integrity I don't think is a group you could call friends of the Liberal Party or the Conservative cause or right-of-centre political parties. I think they are genuinely interested in this issue of transparency. And for them to label this government the most secretive does rather put paid to this promise the Prime Minister made that this government would be the most transparent ever. It would be a new era of openness from government. Well, in fact, it is quite the opposite when you see claims like that. Today, and as Senator Lambie has alluded to, we were able to debate exactly what this government is up to. They talk about wasted time and wasted resources associated with this. It's an abusive process. Well, I'm afraid it's not. Let's just examine the road that it takes to get to this point around this issue of orders for the production of documents. That is, the Senate asking for information on behalf of the people of Australia from the government. The Assistant Minister before in his contribution talked about question time. Yes, it's a great opportunity to ask questions. The pity is we don't get answers. Not fulsome answers, just political babble. Questions on notice. And in my own experience, you put in questions on notice because, again, for example, Senate estimates, you go to the committee and you say, Minister, could you tell me X? And the Minister says, oh, I can't tell you that, I'll have to take it on notice. Well, the official might do the same. Yet, of course, at Senate estimates, we're told we're putting on too many questions on notice. That's because they're taking them on notice. They're refusing to answer the questions, so we're left with nowhere to go. And of course, in some of them, I might ask a series of questions and the answer I'll get back 10 questions, let's say, on similar issues, might just be from the department. The department does not hold that information. So, I mean, if that's the kind of answer we're getting back to questions on notice, freedom of information. Earlier today, we had Senator David Pocock present a document and show it to the chamber, and indeed the people in the gallery, which had more black ink than you could even imagine could exist on an A4 page. And that was freedom of information. That was information being released to the public. It was all redacted. So here we are, we're left with all of these things the Assistant Minister said we as senators should go to first, where we get zero information at every stop, and we're left with orders for the production of documents. And again, this government, this Labor government, which has united everyone from Lydia Thorpe to Pauline Hanson and everyone in between in opposition to this government's approach to transparency, has been moving amendments to these motions, which, as I said earlier on today, and we'll have to add to the time that this has taken, 6.5 hours, 6 hours and 31 minutes of time wasted on formal motions relating to the orders of production of documents over the last 4 days alone. We could have been doing government business, we could have been dealing with matters Middle East, we could have been dealing with foreign policy, we could have been dealing with national security, but no, instead we had a government so desperate to not give the information Australians are deserving of, moving the same amendment motion after motion after motion. So I commend Senator Lambie for bringing this matter forward as a matter of public importance, because it is important to highlight the continued flouting of this government's responsibility to be open and transparent, of this government's promise to the Australian people they would be a more open government. The facts show, right from the report of the Centre for Public Integrity through to their conduct this week, that this is not an open and transparent government.
Thank you, Senator Duniam, and I'll just speak very slowly so Senator Payman can get herself sorted, because Senator Winterson is not in attendance. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to contribute to Senator Lambie's very important MPI, and we can't stress enough how important it is to treat this place with the respect it deserves, with the dignity, and not treat the item of business that's formal motions as a joke. Because currently that's what's been happening. For the last few sitting weeks, few sitting days, all we have been hearing is the same lines being repeated by the minister. I mean, if the ministers claim, if the government ministers claim that we're going on a fishing expedition, well, that's what the Senate's job is, to fish for information that the government's trying to hide. And again, Australians out there want to know, why are you trying to hide something if there is nothing to hide? Why are you being so secretive if you've got nothing to hide? If you want to be transparent. I mean, I was part of the Labor Party and campaigned heavily on transparency. The National Anti-Corruption Commission was the go-to discussion point at every conversation, every door knock, to basically say that this is the government that is going to come in and bring transparency. In opposition, they were pulling fingers and pointing at Scott Morrison for being secretive. And yet we find ourselves ordering for documents that's within our right as senators, and yet it either comes back highly redacted or we don't get it at all, because it's just sat there, it's delayed, and eventually deleted. And it's frustrating to hear the government say that, you know, it's quite a lot of work. Well, that's your job. You're in government. We have the right to get those information, to then show it to the Australian public. And no, we will not be accepting 30-minute briefs with the ministers, because what's that going to achieve? The public's not going to know what's going on. They want to see the documents for themselves. So instead of, you talk a big game about efficiency, you talk a big game about doing things right and being upfront and honest and open with the Australian people, well, they deserve to know. They deserve to know why you're standing in the way of senators in this place asking for documents and not complying with it. I mean, months go by and we have to put motion after motion after motion asking for either a compliance on the OPD or attendance by the minister. It's just turned into a circus. And again, I thought you guys were the adults in charge, right? It doesn't feel like it. But you know what I was really surprised by? Every motion yesterday had an amendment which the minister on duty read out in full, except for 3 motions yesterday, which was moved by Senator Antic, which were swiftly passed. And I was surprised. I was like, what? What's going on here? And those motions wanted documents which related to Australians in the Epstein files to be produced. So now it's probably because the government, is slow to show information on things that people actually want to know, like on housing, on defence, on cost of living, on what you're doing with price gouging. But when it came to the Epstein files, I think you are very curious on wanting to know which Aussies are on the files. Now, these delaying tactics are not based on any solid principles. They're based on the grievances that the government holds against certain individuals in this place that dare to ask the tough questions. And let me tell you, we're not going to stop asking it. We're going to keep putting these OPDs. We're going to keep demanding the answers that our constituents have sent us here to ask. And if you don't like it, well, tough luck. You're in government. Deal with it.
Thank you, Senator Payman. If there are no more contributions on this matter, we will move on to proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 6 of today's order of business. Senator Lega, are you looking at tabling?
Yes. Yes, I
am. Any contributions for documents? No. Okay, we'll go to Senator Delega.
On behalf of the Chair of the Standing Committee for Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I present Delegated Legislation Monitor 2 of 2026, together with ministerial correspondence, and I seek leave to incorporate a tabling statement in Hansard.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I present the 514th report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on the Public Accounts and Audit, as well as executive minutes relating to other reports of the committee.
Thank you.
I present the first report of 2026 of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and the committee's 89th annual report. I present the report of the Economics Legislation Committee on the provisions of the Treasury Laws Amendment Supporting Choice in Superannuation and Other Measures Bill 2025, together with accompanying documents. And I present the 2024-25 annual report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, and I move on behalf of Senator Ciccone that the Senate take note of the report.
You seek leave to continue your remarks?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Minister.
Thanks very much. I present 6 government responses as listed on the dynamic red and seek leave to have the documents incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Yes. Leave is granted.
I don't need to move the reports, do I? No.
Okay, any committee reports that anybody wishes to take note of? No? Any delegation reports?
Present a delegation report.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted? Thank you.
I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary delegation to Zambia and Mauritius, which took place from 21st to the 27th of September 2025.
Are there any further? Okay. No. We'll move on to ministerial statements. Do we have any ministerial statements?
Thanks. I tabled documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning social media, minimum age, bail and remand reports, bank closures in regional Australia, supermarket price gouging, ministerial travel, the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, and Grok chatbot.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Any further ministerial statements? No? We'll move on to committee memberships. Okay, there are no committee memberships, but we have received a message. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Commonwealth Entities Legislation Amendment Bill 2026 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
Oh. The question is that the bill be read a first time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. Okay. Carried. Please. All right, I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research and the Australian Safeguards Office, the Australian Trade and Investment Commission and the Office of Parliamentary Counsel, and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
Okay, the question is that the debate now be adjourned. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and changes of membership in joint committees. The President has received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to the Administrative Review Tribunal and other legislation Amendment Act 2026. I propose that the Senate do now adjourn.
Senator Green.
Thanks very much, President. Well, the Matildas have become more than just a football team to all Australians. Not only are they role models for young women across our nation, they are proof that investment in women's sport pays dividends not only in trophies but in national pride and progress of women's rights. The AFC Women's Asian Cup, which is currently on right now in Australia, brings together the very best of talent from across our region. It's a competition that demonstrates that skill, speed and tactical brilliance. And it is also a competition that celebrates women's sport in nations where opportunities for female athletes continues to grow stronger every single year. The first AFC Women's Cup was held in 1975 in Hong Kong and has become known as one of the oldest international women's football tournaments in the world. What started as 6 teams in the first tournament has grown to a competition double its size, with Asia's best players battle it out on the soccer pitch for continental glory. For our Matildas, though, we must always remind ourselves that their success was no accident, President. We know that, like all athletes, their success is a combination of incredibly hard work from these players, dedicated coaching staff, backing from Football Australia, continual support from families and volunteers, support from right around this country of fans, and, of course, a little bit of support from our government as well. Their success represents the long fight that many women in sport have and continue to face, the struggle to receive recognition, resources and respect. However, today the Matildas are filling stadiums and breaking records, and they will fill another stadium tomorrow night when they take on Iran. The last time the Matildas played their semi-final here in Australia, the game drew over 11 million followers and gripped the hearts of Australians, and this tournament will be one for the books. What we see continually from these players and from these competition is that sport is not simply entertainment, it is nation building. The Women's Asian Cup proves that when women are given the opportunity, they do not simply participate, they excel. So to the athletes competing in this remarkable tournament, please know that you are not just representing your countries, you are shaping the future of sport in Asia. And what's so special about this tournament, President, is that this is a chance for the Matildas to win a gold on home soil. The last time the Matildas won this competition was in 2010, and one player still remains from that squad. Sam Kerr was part of the winning squad back in 2010, and hopefully she will be winning again here in Australia. But one of the things I wanted to point out to the Senate as I finish off this contribution is that one of the very special parts of this football family that we've managed to build here in Australia is that another person that was part of that 2010 squad, one of the champion team from the Matildas, was Sarah Walsh. Now, Sarah Walsh isn't playing side by side with Sam Kerr. She's the tournament director. So we've got a current Matilda playing from that squad who scored the winning goal against the Philippines the other night. And we've got a Matilda from that squad who is literally running the tournament. That just doesn't happen in women's sport. It happens in men's sport, but we know that these pathways to careers after athletes finish up are also so important. I am so proud of what the Matildas have done for women in this country. They have fought for equal pay, and they have made sure that everyone in this country will pay attention to what they do on the field tomorrow night. In closing, can I just say, President, thank you for the small infraction of the Senate rules around wardrobe. This is the first time I've had permission slightly to wear my Matildas shirt in the chamber tonight. I know that it's not allowed, but thank you for turning a blind eye. I want everyone in Australia to put on your Matildas jersey tomorrow, cheer on Sam Kerr and our girls, because it's the young girls that will be watching on and seeing what these girls do that will be inspired, that will pick up their football boots, that will know that if you play hard and you work hard, you can achieve almost the impossible, winning the Asian Women's Cup.
Thank you. Senator Ciccone.
Hear, hear. Go the Matildas. President, I rise today to speak about the conflict in Iran and the Middle East. Amid mixed feelings about the war, many Iranians around the country and those in my home state in Victoria have taken to the streets, celebrating the death of Iran's despotic leader Ali Khamenei and expressing hope that freedom may finally be within reach. Australia's position could not be clearer. We stand with the people of Iran against the brutal regime. We support the decisive action to ensure that the regime, the Islamic regime, does not acquire nuclear weapons. Let us be clear about who we are dealing with. The Islamic regime, that of the Islamic Republic of Iran, has slaughtered its own citizens, jailed women for showing their hair, executed dissidents and crushed protesters with bullets and prison cells. When brave Iranians rose up demanding dignity and self-determination, thousands were killed and thousands more were detained. The world watched a regime turned on its own people. The regime has destabilised its own region for decades, funded armed proxies and exported violence beyond its borders. We have seen its reach here in Australia, with at least 2 orchestrated attacks on our soil back in 2024, the arson attack on the Adass Israel Synagogue in Melbourne and the Lewis Continental Kitchen in Sydney. In response, Australia expelled Iran's ambassador, strengthened our laws to list the IRGC as a state sponsor of terrorism, and imposed targeted sanctions. Since the Second World War, only one government has forced Australia to take extraordinary action, extraordinary diplomatic and legislative steps, and that is Iran. So when the United States and Israel act to prevent this regime from acquiring nuclear weapons, we must understand what is at stake. A nuclear-armed Islamic Iran regime would embolden repression at home, aggression abroad, and threaten global security. Preventing that outcome is important. Yet what we have seen this week from the Australian Greens and prominent voices who rush to condemn Australia for supporting action claiming international law has been violated. This is the same international law that has allowed Iranian-backed terrorism to destabilise not just the region, but the world for over 40 years. And this is the same international law that was silent as tens of thousands of civilians were murdered by their own government just a few weeks ago. The same voices that routinely slammed the failures of international law elsewhere in the region are now ignoring its failure of the Iranian people. This is naked hypocrisy that undermines our nation and its values. These voices constantly ignore the horrific nature of the Islamic Iranian regime. They seize every opportunity to criticise our allies rather than confront this reality. Some have even branded the Prime Minister's words as political propaganda. This is an extraordinary claim, as if standing with women beaten in the streets is propaganda, if opposing the execution of protesters is propaganda, if resisting nuclear blackmail is propaganda, then we have lost our moral compass. What is truly political is neutrality in the face of evil. Where were these voices when thousands of Iranians were slaughtered? Where was their outrage when women were dragged from the streets for refusing to cover their hair? Where was their caution when peaceful protesters were executed? This is not principle restraint, it's ideological reflex, choosing slogans over solidarity, comfort over courage, and moral vanity over moral clarity. Standing with the Iranian people is not interference, it is solidarity. Of course, civilian lives must always be protected, escalation avoided, and Australians in the region safeguarded. But none of that alters the fundamental truth. The greatest threat to the Iranian people is not external pressure, it is the Islamic regime that rules them. The US and Israel have made it clear they are not seeking to choose who governs Iran. The Iranian people deserve the opportunity to determine their own future, free from brutality, fear and blackmail. And when the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, said, "We unequivocally stand with the Iranian people," he was right, and this moment is for moral clarity. We stand against the brutal regime, we stand against nuclear proliferation, and we stand with the Iranian people.
Thank you, Senator Giacone. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Back in 2024, Senator Faruqi and I moved a motion to deal with racism, sexism and other forms of discrimination in this place, here in the Senate. Parliament should set the standard for the rest of the country. But with what goes on in this chamber, it's no wonder racism is on the rise out there. We wanted an inquiry to look at how the Senate's rules could be updated to deal with language, behaviour, decision-making and practices that are sexist, racist, exclusionary or discriminatory. This was about making sure that women and people from different backgrounds can be safe at work. People like me, Senator Faruqi and Senator Payman. And there are many more in this place. It was about setting the standard for the rest of the country. It was exactly what Recommendation 10 of Set the Standard report called for. The way we proposed it back then, we wanted a public hearing with people who are affected, we wanted the crossbench to be part of it, and we wanted a report by a set date. Most of the crossbench supported this. What Labor did serves as a perfect example of the very problem we were pointing to, and says everything about how gammon their commitment to tackling racism is. They teamed up with their coalition mates and rewrote the whole motion and then worked together to pass their weakened version despite crossbench opposition. They stitched it up so that Senator Faruqi and I, or Senator Payman, would not be invited to participate in the process. Public hearings were scrapped, guaranteed crossbench participation was scrapped, the deadline was scrapped. It was to be dealt with by the Procedures Committee, which operates behind closed doors, with no transparency. The two major parties here took a plan developed by two brown women that was supposed to confront racism and handed it to the mostly white committee dominated by Labor and the Coalition, and completely blocked us out of the process. The only person of colour on that committee is Senator Wong, and her job is clearly to defend the government and the status quo. Labor's shameful manoeuvre was all about trying to make it look like Labor cares, because they knew exactly voting against our motion wouldn't look good. But they also needed a way to make the issue go away and silence us, brown women in this place that are calling for improvements in our workplace. We saw straight through it at the time. We knew it was a move to bury our concerns. And surprise, surprise, here we are over a year later, and the closed-door committee this went to hasn't even met to discuss this. Not once have they met. The inquiry was supposed to report in March last year, well before the election, yet nothing has been done at all. Then with the end of the last Parliament, the inquiry lapsed. You can't even find a trace of it on the committee's website, completely swept under the carpet, and of course there was no attempt from Labor to restart the inquiry. Today, in the last hour, Senator Faruqi's and my motion to re-refer the same inquiry with the exact same wording Labor changed it to in 2024 was voted down by Labor. The government wouldn't even support its own words anymore. This serves as a perfect example of the issues we were pointing to in the first place. This is about the way this Senate is run to silence, sideline, gaslight and undermine women of colour that work here, particularly when we raise issues of racism. This isn't just negligence or laziness or forgetfulness. This is exactly what systemic racism looks like in action. So there you go. We still have a racist Senate with no action and empty words from the Labor government once again.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Good night, Senators.